don't call me. I gave you love, it wasn't my mistake. My heart is made of plastic. My heart is made of plastic. My heart is made of plastic.
Dímelo claro de una vez, que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo, si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Pero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Por lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no me ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. I've come so far. In a city once so ruthless, risked it all like I was invincible. If I have to break a rule or two, so be it. The game is on. Now you're a loser or a champion. ticking bomb. I'll make this city mine. I've come so far in a city once so ruthless. Risked it all like I was invincible. If I have to break a rule or two, so be it. The game is up. Now you a loser or a champion.
your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Dear Diary, day one of the Set 14 Tactician's Crown was unbelievable. Americas is doing fantastic, we've got loads of newcomers, and we even got to reveal the Set 15 cinematic. Today's the second day, and I really need to level up. I'm just looking for something to help me reach that next rung.
Hey, Gangly, what are we doing here?
Introspecting.
But the show's about to start. We have to go.
I'll be right there.
Okay.
Anyway, Diary, I gotta go for now. I'll talk to you in a little bit. Man, all that soul searching is making me hungry. Hey, what's this?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. We are so excited to be here to get through this incredible day of competition for day 2 here. My name is Nekra and I'm going to be your host this weekend alongside my cast of amazing friends. We've got Gangly, Panda, and Cia Lee to join us at the top of the day, and I hope y'all got some good sleep last night.
I did, actually. I feel like I'm finally getting over the jet lag. This is a good day for me. We had a good day 1, and now it's time to, start the next day, keep the train going for the Americas.
And I know a lot of our players are getting over some jet lag, so the Americas had a good day, but they had a lot of jet lag. But what's your excuse for the EMEA today?
What excuse? No EMEA players were eliminated. I slept very peacefully last night.
Also, what jet lag of going to Dallas are America's players getting? We have like a
not
2 hour
like the time change?
Technically it is 2 hours.
It's 2
and
hours.
going from west to east is actually quite challenging. We would know, except for Panda, I think. You also got some, some emotional recharge going in there, Gangly. I actually have some stickers for you later.
Oh, yeah?
If you really want to
Listen,
round out your diary.
soul searching is an important part of your daily breakfast or whatever you want to call it.
He made me hold his pencils. I would just like to let that be known. That was not my choice.
Well, we needed to give you some sort of job here. I don't know why else
that
they
makes
threw
sense.
you out.
Yeah.
Well, we are back for day 2 of our competition, and today we are going to be starting with 32 players. After our first 2 games, we will continue to cut our competition with the bottom 8, going out after 2 games until we get to game number 6. At the end of game number 6, we will be sending home 8 additional players, but we will also be sending 4 players immediately forward to Sunday, day number 3. We'll still have a 7th game to be able to determine the rest of those players in our final lobby, but it's going to be action-packed today.
In this game number 7 is going to be absolutely electric. The top 4 will already be confirmed moving on to the grand finals, but that middle of the pack, that final lobby at the end of the day, it's going to build the best win in your in scenario that we've ever seen at the Tactician's Crown.
The name of the game for today is that every game matters, right? And that's kind of the reason for this format change. It's how do you continue playing games in which every single player left in the field has something to play for? I think if there's one thing we can be certain about is that the end of today is going to be electric.
The points carry over from day 1 into day number 2, so the players that did very well in our standings yesterday are going to be entering into the competition today with a little bit of an advantage. But you can't sleep at the wheel, because these games, as you said, are going to be very high octane, especially for our players that are at the bottom that want that chance of a comeback. But as we move through our standings, let's go ahead and start talking about maybe any of the surprises or players you're excited to see today.
Man, I'm excited to see all these Americas. 6 of them in the top 13. They've set up themselves up excellently to get to the top 8.
This page, though, is where it gets interesting. It's talking about the chance to make a comeback, really, for players on the lower end of the standings. Historically, I think the biggest comeback we've seen is from around 24 points, 25. It would be, I think, a new page in the history book of TFT for someone like Hansheng, Bobster, or Gobo to find a way to climb back in and to make that day 3.
Yesterday we saw, 3 or 4 EMEA players clutch up at the end. I think it was
keep it going.
Almost all of them found a top 4, certainly a top 5 in that last game to keep their hopes alive. And I actually think, despite the fact that they're on that last page and nearing elimination, it's not the first time that EMEA has actually shown to clutch up when the pressure is on. So it's exciting to see what's going to happen today.
And let's not forget that our AVP for our players is really going to matter. We've got an extra slot on the line for the region that does have the best average placement overall across our regions, and that is important. We've got Americas that has it for now, but who's going to take it?
Well, it's a unique thing, right? Because a lot of times when you're entering these tournaments, you feel like you're playing for yourself. But when all of a sudden you have 3 regions who are getting +1 slot at the next Tactician's Crown, it gives you an incentive to say, hey guys, we got to work together on this, whether that's prepping or whatever it may be. It's something that we don't oftentimes get to see in TFT and is unique to the Tactician's Crown.
Well, hopefully you got your predictions right. Maybe some of you are in the slumps like I am, but don't forget that Pick'ems powered by AWS will open up again at the end of today's competition, so you can get your predictions in for the final day. And that's going to be very exciting, as we've got a lot on the line for you in-game in terms of cosmetics and also just bragging rights. But if you missed out on our action in day number 1, let's catch you back up to speed with this video. So let's go ahead and get into game number 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City.
Garen is going to go down eventually. And with that, it is only Varus and Zeri once more. But we've seen this story before. Can they clutch it up again?
Takes out 2 of the backliners.
Oh my
one
God.
again.
Varus.
Oh, wow! Which means Experion, despite potentially being the strongest or second strongest, could lose and go 4th. Yeah, Zed was just Patrick Starr taking a mouthful of snowballs right there. That was disastrous for Experion. He's going to go out in 4th.
Thank you.
And it looks like his front line is massively winning at the point. Already getting the Zax into the bottom side of Zach.
Gonna win.
It just looks so goofy when Zach jumps into the enemy backline.
The MF misses all of the key backline from Setsuko. Does cast a second time, but only half of that cast coming through. Vex and Varus still incredibly healthy.
And the Aurora.
Huge win by Setsuko.
He's been against his father, so a big Steppy against little Steppy here, and very much stronger Dynamo on the other hand, and should be the win.
Especially when he did not get a second cast off, which is huge in these fights, not able to stun the backline once again. again. The Renekton, though, is still crucially alive in slicing through the team. Now
Oh,
Archie at least
Renekton.
taking it down. Citadel's gaming Robin
takes it.
songs. Well, what about this fight? What can go differently for Voman Death to win this matchup?
And Aurora is not a
Silas to the back line?
damage dealer, but Silas is in the back line.
Uh-oh.
Monk is down. Draven is next in line. One more Silas cast does it.
The Slayers, though, continue to heal up and takes down that Urgot finally. But the Kraken, the Flicker Blade is going insane. The Kraken's Fury is scaling, and with it, Grenade able to take the final game of day number 1.
What was your favorite moment from day 1?
I don't know if favorite's the right word, but I think most exciting is starting the day with the trainer golems into prismatic orb drop.
That was
right?
my favorite.
Oh, wow. You're insane.
And the Zed artifact anvil at the end. So like the beginning and the end of the game was just, ecstatic.
Chaos. Love it.
Robin Song's pulling off a crazy trait tracker with a good positioning battle at the end. That was really fun.
I love it. I feel like we've been able to see some very exciting moments from our players, but we also have one of our players on the line that was able to end the day strong. We've got Kambuli from the Americas joining us. So Kambuli, how are you? Congrats on going 7th yesterday, finishing the day in that top 8. How are you feeling ahead of today?
I'm feeling pretty nervous, honestly. I think ending my day with the 8th yesterday definitely made things a lot harder for me today, but I'm still feeling confident.
This is your first time in the Tactician's Crown, and that's so exciting. I know a lot of us in the Americas have been rooting for you ever since you found your success in set 11. You just seem to keep scaling. So how has it felt entering into the Tac Crown? Are you kind of nervous, or do you feel any pressure?
I don't really feel too much pressure necessarily. I definitely feel nervous just because I want to be able to perform. And before yesterday, I was definitely really nervous as well because my scrim scores were like not the best, but I'm just glad I was able to like play how I expect myself to yesterday and, show what I can do.
This is the first time that we've had Americas at a hub. So what are the vibes like in Dallas?
Oh, it's super fun. Everyone's really friendly with each other, and like we've just had different streams up on the big screen, like watching Marcel P, Asa, just like talking about their game and just like commenting and stuff. And like in between lobbies, we'll just be watching like whatever lobby's still going and just talking about the game. It's really fun.
Has there been any sense of additional camaraderie for the Americas trying to play against the other regions on the global stage? Have you all kind of reviewed your games together either?
I think there's been a bit of camaraderie, but still some rivalry. After yesterday's games rather, I reviewed with Kerm and Bobster, which I was also doing prior to this tournament and prior to regionals. But I think we were like chilling in the lounge, and then I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna VOD review some games. And then Dish Soap and Wasian both left to delete their VODs. So definitely still some rivalry, but.
Okay. Maybe heading into the final day. Speaking of which, Kambuli, what would it mean to you to make a final lobby here at your first Tactician's Crown?
I mean, it would be a big deal for sure. I've like never played a checkmate format, so it's not something that I've prepared for. And even going into this weekend, it's not something that I really specifically prepared for because I feel like it's one of those things where you just cross that bridge when you get to it. But it would definitely mean a lot to make final lobby.
Yeah, gotta take it one game at a time. Well, Kambuli, before we let you go to get ready for your day, are there any shout outs that you'd like to make to the people supporting you?
Oh yeah, I mean, shout out to my friends and family for sure, because I know a lot of them are like waking up early because they're on the West Coast, waking up early, super early to watch me play, so I appreciate it a lot.
I love that. Kambuli, thank you so much for your time and good luck today.
Thank you.
Man, Kambuli is such an interesting character in the Americas. I feel like if you haven't been really watching closely, he's someone who can kind of fall through the cracks, right? We have a lot of stars in the Americas, and Kambuli being one of the first timers here representing the Americas, it feels like he's been able to kind of take this slow progression that's come through the last couple sets, right? You talked about it, like set 10, set 11, really when we start to pay attention to this guy. And this slow progression has allowed him to kind of, it's culminated in this moment where not only is he here on the set championship stage, he's making a strong performance, top 8 right now in the standings, and has the potential to represent not just the Americas, but also like the first timers as a whole, to show that you don't need to be a veteran to make a splash among the greats.
Another of those first-timers, I think, has to be AQ1H. This is a player who is known as the coach of Flash Wolves, a team that has players like Ironbog and Haru, for example. But yesterday just showed an absolute masterclass. I interviewed him prior to this tournament, and he mentioned that one of the keys to his game plans in TFT is around adaptability, around just playing what the game gives him, about playing very creatively, not committing early on 2-1, not playing flowchart TFT at all, for example. But the key thing for me is 91 games in the World Scrims.
Yeah.
3 comps he played yesterday out of the 6, he had never played in World Scrims.
Wow.
Echo reroll, Nafiri reroll, a lot of the reroll lines which are more conditional. He still went for them. He still was not scared to try comps that maybe had not as many reps on, for example, and still had good results. And he also played his comfort comps, things like EXO, for example, and just had a great game with that, playing him first.
Another one of our first-timers that's kind of surprised, maybe even himself, is Grenade from the APAC region, from Vietnam specifically. Rank 10 right now, has 30 points from day 1, and he said in an interview that this is his first time on LAN, and he's very excited and nervous. And it makes sense because he's only had 2 cups as a professional TFT player. He's played in only 2, and now has made it already to the top 10 in the Tactician's Crown from day number 1, and so he's proved a lot.
I think another one of those players on the list that's defying expectations right now has to be Xiaoju. This is a player coming in from the JOC that I also think was maybe a little bit lower in the power rankings in terms of players that would be able to make it to a final lobby, ends the day in that first place position, and also just playing the meta. I feel like that's one of the hardest hurdles for our JOC players to overcome, is that there are those meta differences between JOC as well as the desktop variation. So the fact that he's figured it out, he has a great start to the day.
We've seen JOC players perform on the international stage before. Hanqing is the one that comes to mind, who's also was competing this weekend. I think for Xiaoju, what it comes down to at the end of the day is that when we don't have a lot of information on the players on the stage, it's very easy to write them off. This is a JOC player. We have never seen him play TFT before on desktop prior to this weekend, but he's showing that he clearly has what it takes. And I don't think he's alone. He's representing not only the CN region, but this sub-region of the mobile players who are showing that they're elite at this game that they've come to love.
I think he also got like 3 firsts yesterday or something wild. Like, oh, okay, I'll just go first in half of my games. Isn't that nice? I think everybody would love to be in that position. But we also had a couple of our other players that were able to get a high number of first places. And I think first up, it would be remiss of us to not talk about Setsuko.
Yeah, I mean, Setsuko is someone who, if you are watching TFT even slightly, you know who this guy is, right? Setsuko is from the Americas and is considered to be one of the most elite at capping out boards. Right? There's the kind of joke in the Americas that if there was an alien invasion, the only way to protect our world would be to beat them in a game of TFT, you would send Setsuko. He is the player that if you believe someone will go first, it's Setsuko. When we saw him yesterday, the game that stood out to me the most was the Vexotech Trait Tracker game. It's something we highlighted at the top of show. Trait Tracker is one of those win-out conditions, and you can know for sure that if there's any game in which Setsuko has the option to play a clear win-out angle, he's going to take it.
And he got perfect emblems. So I mean, sometimes you also
little high roll necessary.
but still knew how to execute.
On the flip side for EMEA, we have someone like Bowman Death, who is not known as a win-out player. It was a bit of a surprise to see him perform so well. I will say he is a player who knows when to go for that win. He knows when to see the conditions. The key example was Exotech. He hasn't bought forward with Exotech in the last month.
Wow.
He plays it very sparingly, though. In EMEA Regionals, his game plan was to play uncontested and not play the meta lines. Yesterday, game 1, flexible, into Exotech. It was a win, of course. He knows that this is something that enables a comp to do so well, even if you're contested, and got a win off of that. More in his wheelhouse is playing one-cost rerolls and playing around top 4s, for example. In that case, it's Silas. And he had a game where you think, how is he winning with Silas? It was a 15-win streak, but then found unstable treasure chests with Zach and found a key win condition at the end there as well.
Line selection is still going to be very important, and the comps that we expected to stay on the top, I think will continue to do well. But something that can really shake up how these comps interact is positioning, and at the highest level, there's a lot to break down there. So that's why we've got the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, where we show you a really good example of what that positioning can do. So, CLE, take it away.
Thanks, Nekra. I'm excited to break this down. This is not just a story of positioning, but a story of positioning in matchups specifically. And this is going to be something we saw on our stream yesterday during Game 5. Weijin Iverson was playing that Graves to try and go for that first place. So as we load into our first clip, we'll see our first example of this positioning. and we'll see Graves all the way on this right side. Every bit of damage that Weijin has on his board toward the right, but also, most importantly, the carry from Volmandeth on the other side. That Shaco being there is, actually, this is Kleekornen's board, I apologize, but the Shaco being there is quite in danger. So as we see this fight play out, we'll see that Graves being on the same side as the Shaco means that the damage will come through and the Shaco will fall down early into this fight. But sometimes it doesn't work out the same way in the next fight. So as we load into this next one, versus a different kind of board from Han Xing, we'll see that this Graves board, the positioning needs to be on the same side as the carry. And we see here that that is not the case. Graves is over here, and most importantly, the misfortune is on this side with the Sniper's Focus specifically. And we know Sniper's Focus and how it works. The farther the unit is away, the more damage it will do, and that Graves is terribly far away. So as the fight commences, we'll see that this is going to be a board wipe from this misfortune, and the positioning diff does come through. Han Xing adapts perfectly to the positioning that Weijin was trying to pull off, and because of that, Weijin ends up going 6th place, and Han Xing secures the top 4.
Well, Theo Lee, thank you so much for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. It's something we will definitely be keeping our eyes on when we look at those melee carries down the line here for day 2 of our competition. But speaking of meta, what else was good yesterday? I think we got to look at these AP lines first. Those really stood out to us.
Yeah, there's some great lines happening. Dynamo is one I want to highlight specifically. We've seen a lot of different variations of it. The legendary version capping her out around Kobuko and Zac specifically doing quite well in winning games, but some of the other versions struggling. But the name of the game, Cypher, reroll, LeBlanc being the best way to win games yesterday.
It's a cash-out trade. It makes a lot of sense for Cypher to be that dominant first-place comp. On the AD side of things, that's where the story gets a little bit more interesting. Vanguard Marksman, obviously, going to be a stable top 4 comp, but Exotech especially is a comp that had a lot of success, especially off the high-roll Augment situation with Trade Tracker, with Flexible, and with how Exotech works with all the extra stats coming onto your key carries. It's a comp that can really snowball stage 4 and then take over the game in stage 5 to win out.
I'm not going to lie to you, with the AD lines, we were really expecting the boom bots to pop off, and I felt like in some of those games, it looked like it struggled.
Yeah, I mean, I think Boombot is something that we labeled as like our win-out comp, right? And we see it very commonly, especially in scrims. But one of the things that's unique about Boombot is that the conditions they're kind of spelled out. It's very clear is that you just need a lot of money. And when you're playing in lobbies of the highest tier of caliber of players, those who are playing tempo are going to be able to punish those who stabilize not as efficiently when you're playing Boobot. You can't just hit a 1-star everything, find a single Urgot, and stabilize that way. If you do so, then you're going to be punished by the re-rollers who have hit their entire board, the 4-cost players who have stabilized by rolling to 0 on 8. It's a lot harder to get away with it. When you do hit, though, I'm still expecting to see Boombot perform the way we expected it to prior to the tournament starting.
2 of these other compositions that definitely circle around this AD, Exotech and Marksman, having over a 70% top 4 rate yesterday. Very, very consistent.
These will continue to be the trends we see throughout the rest of the day, but make sure that you're not just checking out the stream to see the tech that you can bring to your own games, but also to stay tuned for our exclusive Set 15 reveals that we will be having throughout our broadcast today. We got a chance to see a couple sneak peeks there. We got the opening cinematic for the set, and we were also able to see a couple of the traits that we'll be able to play around with. But we are so excited that we have the lead set for the KO Coliseum with us here. Sloan actually flying out to Alicante to join us to show off some of those things. Hi, Sloan. We're so excited to hear from Sloan a little bit later, and make sure that you are getting all of the know for when KO Coliseum releases in just a couple of weeks' time. But also make sure that you're staying tuned for some of the TFT Pro Circuit updates. That's going to be coming up after our game number 2, so make sure that you stay tuned to check out more information about the TFT Pro Circuit, as well as being able to see the list of players that will be competing in the upcoming TFT Circuit. That's very exciting when we've got this tier 1 on our hands, isn't it?
I mean, it changes everything, right? The entire landscape of TFT and competitive play, organized play is about to change forever, and we are only waiting 2 more games to get a little bit more info that will, it'll give all of us who are fans something to feast on.
And we're ready to go, it looks like, for game number 7. For some players, the start of their comeback story to try and make that day 3. Cutoffs every 2 games, so a lot on the line, so much pressure starting now.
Ooh, Azir.
Our augments will be earlier this game, I believe, is what this encounter is, right, Panda?
It'll change the ordering of the augments, which can add a lot of very interesting stuff in TFT. We talked about the game 6 yesterday with that artifact anvil, and it's a knowledge check knowing how having an artifact onto one interacts with certain augments you're picking, with hero augments, with reroll lines. Similar case with having 2 potential augments in stage 2, how they can scale and snowball off of each other, the exponential value you might get from econ perspective, or even from itemization perspective.
Also just the efficiency of certain augments, right? There are certain augments that are more efficient on 2-1. There are some augments that are going to be more efficient on 2-6 or 2-7, right? So there are certainly games where someone might get something like expected unexpectedness, and you get that at the end of stage 2 and immediately get twice the value because of the start of stage 3. There's a lot of different things players need to be looking out for, and we can expect them to keep in mind when their augments are coming through for the entirety of the game.
Look at the list of players here, just to really go over some of the narratives coming into this. I mean, the big one we talked about, or the 2 big ones we talked about, AQ1H and Cambly, 2 players that performed at a very high level representing the Americas and the APAC region. So curious to see if they change anything coming today, if it's going to be a similar type of game plan, similar type of comps being played. We'll find out as we move into the stage 2.
We can already see Hunching being able to have the Galio does open up for the possibility of an early Cypher, and I feel with Hunching being at that 23 points, is it possible that you get a first and maybe that's able to get you through that first cutoff?
I think absolutely, and that's the nice thing about these small cutoffs coming up throughout the day is that you actually get a lot of agency in your ability to stay in the game. I think Hunching keeping the Galio would be a great play, and probably the way he wants to try and play the early part of today.
Augment choices coming through here. Gold augments across the board. We have some interesting ones that we can see. No scout, no pivot for Grenade is a very interesting one, especially if you have Nitro on your board. You can scale it immensely, but I do see a Nidalee on bench, so that could be possible.
Lee Sao has Chug Bug offered. You know you have to do it for the people. Nope.
Someone did play it yesterday.
Really?
They went 6th.
Okay,
Not
my
bad.
new favorite player of the tournament.
That's right. Wandering Trainer is offered for Grenade. Let's see if that's actually what's picked up there. Oh, worth the wait.
Worth the wait.
There's a lot of one cost here. I don't know which one it is.
There's lots of them.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation on which one cost YBY actually does get. You know, I do like this.
It's Kindred.
Okay, makes sense. I do like this setup for YBY. I mean, it is the Kindred, so it does make it a little bit more narrow, but one of the nice things about Worth the Wait in general is that it tends to open up certain lines that aren't playable in default conditions. When you're guaranteed a certain power spike in the beginning of stage 3, it gives you a little bit more agency to just kind of play what you hit and build boards that are a bit more unique compared to the compositions you traditionally see those units played in.
I will say Kindred is considered to be one of the low roll options in my opinion. I think Nitro is really hard to hard force Nitro. It's really a comp that benefits more from having a 2-1 econ augment or something that helps with rerolling in general to guarantee you're able to scale at Nitro. If you're stuck in between not hitting your 3-star upgrades outside of Kindred, being forced, like we saw yesterday with Shunga, rolling on stage 3 and being stuck on level 6, for example, your game could be over right then and there.
And Worth the Wait's not really a reroll augment either. So if you're playing around Nitro, you don't really have that much time to reroll because the 3-star is coming anyways on your board because it's coming from your augment.
I really like the Wandering Trainer from Grenade. One of the things, you see a Wandering Trainer like this, Marksman and Boombot. Of course, you don't have a Marksman Boombot, but what it does do is that it brings online your traits very easily, right? You put something like the Kog'Maw and the Kindred on your board, all of a sudden, you have both your traits unlocked. You're getting full value out of your Wandering Trainer, and from there, you can flex between the front lines that the game gives you until you can eventually make it to level 8, level 9, and scale up.
But it's also so easy to get 4 Boombot online early.
Yeah.
I mean, you only need Fiddlesticks, Kog'Maw, then you also need Skarner, which are such lower cost units.
You have like a Skarner 2, Vi 2 in your front line and 4 Boombot. It is very hard to lose in the early parts of the game.
And this is one of the players we talked about in pre-show. New to this stage, but had a great day one. 30 points already. So setting themselves up well to absolutely get through that cut. I also think we just saw a Fiddle in shop. So he's got 4 Boombot as soon as he would like it.
Oh my goodness. I I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is Dahua with units on his board. If you didn't watch the Golden Spatula for the Americas, Dahua was the player who was known, in his entire study group as one of the open forwarders. He really liked to try and play from behind and scale up into the late game. He played a lot of Cypher, a lot of Boombot. That's not what we're seeing right now. We're seeing some tempo Dahua.
I do think that if Dahua started out the game with no units on his board, he's taking a ton of damage and just will have a lower HP heading into the middle of the stage. And when you have players in this lobby that have hit for Boombot, you're just not going to be able to keep up with that.
You'd also be contested on the Cypher, right? With
Yeah,
hunting on like
true.
the Galio from the orb drop. It's probably not the way you want to be playing, unless you're really just trying to grief an option.
And Hangsheng's going to have the option to find a Draven on this upcoming carousel. If he does, that's 4 Cypher online already. Has Shop Glitch, I think one of the best 2-1 augments for Cypher reroll in general. Not just because you can accelerate your 3 stars around Galio and LeBlanc on both stage 3 and the start of stage 4, but also because it allows you to guarantee finding a Draven potentially coming into stage 3 and having that 4 Cypher in, even if you'd miss it on the carousel.
Yeah, exactly, and this is the Draven miss, right? There's no Draven here on this carousel, but as you're outlining, Hangsheng gets another shot at the end of the stage to be able to get early 4 Cypher on.
And looking at the bottom of our screen, we see the rest of our augment choices displayed for us. Li Xiao and AQ1H both taking Shimmer Sail Essence, getting that gold generating artifact. So we do have that Shaco though with IE Gold Collector. So that's something that can be incredibly scary. Helps stack up that Shaco, but also farms a lot of gold.
For Cambulee, he does have replication into Belt. One of the high rolls to watch out for, we have Prismatic Augments coming up at 3-2. Belt Overflow would be an insane hit for Cambulee to then play into pretty much any comp in the game, considering that Zac is an easy way to get max value from that augment and can be played into so many different comps.
Li Xiao playing the best offense, is a good defense with no units that do any damage on his board, but does have that Galio.
Galio does a lot of damage. You'd be surprised.
Okay,
Ooh.
With Light Shield Crest though too, I feel like you do buy yourself just a little bit more time even with a weaker board. Maybe you get a couple more takedowns and then the losses are a little bit more optimized.
I think it was Mogul's Mail, right? The gold generating one?
That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whoopsie.
But at the very least, you get value out of, yeah, exactly, out of what you're saying.
Both like gold shield looking things.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And you get the money out of it too. So even
Yes.
if you know you're not winning on stage 2, guaranteeing yourself additional econ where the interest thresholds mean so much more is of course valuable.
And we do see our other gold generating artifact here on this board with 5 Shakos already here in this game. And so he's in a great spot to possibly even reroll Shaco.
And he did so yesterday. He played a Shaco game yesterday. It's one of the comps we talked about. He had not played in 91 games of World Scrims, but still found a spot for it on day 1 of attack round and had a great result with it as well.
Solo Gasong is currently playing around Nitro. We have that 2-star Shyvana in the front line with the Bramble Vest, very powerful, especially into any of our players playing AD, slamming a lot of his items, but did lose a few rounds, but now we are collecting those stats. That bot is getting stronger.
It looked like a pretty AD heavy lobby from what I saw, right? We saw a lot of players playing around the Vanguard, the Kog'Maw. I don't know, I think Zolo might be the only person that really has the potential to angle towards Dynamo from their current spot, and so being able to play uncontested from tempo, I mean, he is a little bit behind. He doesn't really have the strongest board. You don't really want to be playing Dynamo from behind, especially if your stage 3 is weak. So I'm very curious to see how Solo navigates his next stage.
2 Cypher players though, so maybe you have a little bit more wiggle room.
Very close fight here. Grenade, though, will take that loss. Cambulee breaking the win streak after his was broken as well. So no 100 streaking in this lobby. Hangsheng, though, with the economic advantage. And now the shop glitch coming through.
We're looking for Draven here.
Yeah, Draven's a big hit. LeBlanc 2 would be huge. Maybe you don't have the full loss streak in stage 3, but you don't really need the big cash out for Cypher reroll, especially not with shop glitch. You really maybe sometimes want to just preserve a lot of HP, have a smaller cash out, get the Cypher stats right away in stage 3, and we're seeing it here with a Galio upgrade. That might be the line.
An early Zeri as well, just so you can get the rapid fire online when you see the Draven.
But we are missing the other rapid fire in this composition.
That's true.
We do not have the Draven we are looking for. No 4 Cypher.
I wonder if we're
Maybe
actually
it
going to
shows
sell
up
Jarvan Zeri here to
now.
make gold.
You gotta start an early defense on the Exotech line. Hold his Zeri on, but no.
Okay.
Offense all the way. He just wants the max gold. And we get an early augment in stage 3. This is what we're talking about with the Azir encounter. No double augment on stage 2, but right away on 3-1, we get a lot of different options here. Gold augments means that things like Trait Tracker, things like Forward Thinking could come into play.
Don't worry, I see 2 magic rolls. No trait tracker yet.
Yeah, you got a
Pretty strong augment as well, though.
Yeah, it's fun.
There is the very low chance you get an insane magic roll. I think it's 262, and it gives you just insane resources for a gold augment.
I also want to call out Lee Sao on the bottom there. He does have Cypher online as well. So Hunching is not going to be playing a free Cypher game that will be contested. It's going to be kind of a battle of the 2 of them to the bottom to see which of them is able to keep their streak.
I also think we're going to get the 3rd augment next.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it looks like
back to back.
Here it is.
And because there's a level to 5 from both players, actually, but a sell from Lee Sao to only field 4 units means that this should be a win for Hanqing. CN versus CN. But overall, it's going to be Hanqing having a harder time. Maybe decides to cash out earlier in stage 3 and go for a more win streak line instead with a Galio 2.
And if you weren't here for a lot of the set, or you're just here for the set 15 reveals, Cypher really needs that loss streak to ramp up those stacks you see on the other side, on the side of their screen. The higher that number goes, the greater the rewards. And because that loss streak was snapped right there, it will be a not good time for Hanqing in this game.
I can't imagine Lee Sao goes into Cypher reroll, though. I think he will play the more traditional Cypher into extra resources, into an expensive comp, or a comp that wants to feast off of having extra items in stage 4 especially.
I got baited, by the way. The last augment is actually going to be at the end of stage 3.
Ah, I see.
I know.
Okay, all right, good to know. So either way, though, it does mean that it's going to be another stage 3 augment, which does it'll enable certain augments to be available and others to be unavailable. So still worth noting.
Ooh, I like the reactive shell here for Dizwa. I feel like just being able to lean heavily into that marksman vanguard line. I just love it gives that extra power to the vanguards in the front.
And this is something we've outlined kind of throughout the tournament, that there are certain times when you're playing Cypher, you're playing for the win out. In this lobby, if you look at the dynamic of it, you've got 2 Cypher players that are looking to win out. You've got a Boombot +1. That's 3 players all aiming for that top 2 position. And so if you're Dehua and you say, hey, listen, I've got a Kraken's Fury available to slam. I've got Vanguards already in the front line. I think that playing for a top 4 from Dehua is the right decision here.
I'm curious to see what the board from AQ1H looks like. The Shaco reroll player, I'm curious to see what kind of, the amount of copies of Shaco he has at this point in time, because this is where Shaco has to turn on with 3 items. But we're seeing a Nitro board here from Solo, kind of contesting YBY's line with a Kindred from Worth the Wait.
Solo Gasong is a player that had a good day yesterday. We haven't talked too much about him. He is a crowd favorite for sure, but at 29 points going into today, he set himself up well to make a run, to put himself in contention for one of those top 8 spots, and I'm sure a lot of people would be happy about that.
Kindred 3 online for YBY1. And also with an early Sejuani, you're going to be able to get the Exotech.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that is just the line we decided to play into then. It does make sense. Like, the Kindred's going to be on the board regardless of whether you want it there or not. It is the best unit on 8. So I think YBY kind of recognizes what David was outlining before, though it is going to be a relatively low roll 1 cost. If you can utilize it in a composition that it was going to be in the place of, you use the additional Kindreds every turn to just get econ, have the resources to hit the units that you really need.
And Lee Sao picking up what I imagine is Sejuani here, I think indicating he's not playing for Cypher reroll, most likely going to try and play into Exotech off of a cash out, or at least keep that option open. Maybe deny it for Grenade, who is 2nd pick, or 3rd pick rather. And Grenade has picked up Trait Tracker. One of the augments we talked about is the Boogeyman when it comes to stage 3 augments, because it really enables this Exo line to take over when it comes to stage 4, once you get that Trait Tracker proc and the 5 emblems.
With Wandering Trainer as well, there's a possibility he can get to some of these super high trait verticals. He has Boombot and Marksman on there, so we'll probably see Seats Boombot, at least something crazy.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, it is actually, I think it's a really great call out, Jack, because one of the beautiful things about Trait Tracker is that when you have the additional emblems like the Wandering Trainer, while you can lean into them, you can actually just also use them to fill out your synergies of the traits that you get active. So I think it does turn into a bit of an execution test of how Grenade wants to play the game. The goal at first, of course, is going to be getting your trait tracker cash out that we'll see on stage 4. But then from there, it's going to be up to him to decide how he wants to navigate the game. And I think it really is up to him. There's a lot on his shoulders to make sure that he does execute it well and not get too dizzy.
It just gives you a better chance to not low roll, essentially. We're seeing the bench kind of indicating that, right? He's holding some of the Exotech units, he's holding some of the Boombot units, he's keeping both options open, and depending what the cash out is, he can say, hey, this is the optimal line to go for off of this set of emblems.
Hanxing does win again, losing his loss streak. And so this Cypher cash out will not be very inspiring. But we will have our last augment choice that is earlier. We see Trait Tracker for Solo Gasong as well.
Oh, really?
And this is so much stronger because
Insta-pick.
you don't have 5-6 fights where you're essentially down an augment, similar to what you mentioned, Ganglion Stage 2. You have a chance to pick up Trait Tracker, cash it out maybe 4-1, and really have no downtime, really.
Yeah. I did see Lee Xiao was offered hostile takeover, and I'm like, wait, is there any chance that we just turn on the jets right now, we stabilize, we go into hostile takeover from here? Probably not, though.
Choice is still coming through.
Dehua picks up Preparation. That's a pretty interesting pick. We could talk about that whenever we do get back to his board, but with Grenade.
Ooh, Glass Cannon. Salvage Bin for Kambuli can help change those items into a little bit more powerful. You see those Zaya items are good, but they could be better, and so I'm sure we'll be working around with those.
That last blister is going to feel quite nice versus this Vanguard in my mind.
This is also the Battle of the Americas, and both of them currently on fire at the top of our standing. So whoever wins this fight will have that big streak going into our stage 3 neutral round. It'll be very important to set them up for how they play early stage 4 and also how much income they have from this next couple rounds.
I want to talk about Dehua taking the Preparation on 3-6 because it does kind of change the cadence of the game and does force you to play stage 4 a little bit slower. We're going to have another shop glitch.
We do want to look at Li Xiao though. The cash out, the Masterwork upgrade is a very, very good one.
Now eyes on Hanxing as he rolls down for his shop glitch. We'll see how close he gets to finding the 3-star upgrades. For now, just 3 LeBlancs, 4 Gallios, hoping to find quite a few more copies. Has level to 7, has those better odds for the 3 costs.
Nothing too crazy here. It does feel a little bit sparse for Hanxing. He's going to have some time. The question is this just 2-star board going to be stable enough? We don't actually have a gigantic cash out here. Did we see what it was? The 100 cash out?
It was a Masterwork upgrade.
No.
For Li Xiao.
For Hanxing. Yeah. I don't think so. But with this board set up, without a large cash out, it is a little bit tricky to play stage 4 unless you hit very quickly.
There's a Zed, and there's 5 Dravens, and right now we have more of a Draven lean than a LeBlanc lean for the reroll.
We are hitting.
So more important to hit the Draven 3 here with the 3 items already slammed onto him.
Wow, we are hitting
7 Dravens.
Very hard there. I was a little scared that we were going to use a little too much gold, not have enough gold to hit. You can see on the right-hand side, it looks like Hanxing's still trying to hover around that 20 gold, so maybe not rolling down to 0 yet.
We see Li Xiao taking that whole pivot over to Exotech instead of sticking around with the Cypher. Something we've seen a lot this set, but this patch, most people stick with the Cypher line. AQ1H, though, playing around something interesting. He's got not a lot of upgrades, but has a Koboko on his board.
Looks like he gave up on the Shaco going into Zaya as a gold collector carrier instead. But more importantly, Solo Gasong has a Trait Tracker online. We'll be cashing it out after this game. Was already playing into Nitro, which was one of the easier cookie cutter cash outs for having the 8 traits online in a combat round. So we'll see what the hits will be here. Fingers crossed, just some crazy high rolls yesterday for a lot of the players playing EXO. For Nitro, though, we'll have to see what the setup will be on all of his different emblems as he slams them onto these units.
We'll see as they come through. This is exactly what you were talking about, though, David, right? The Trait Tracker had no wasted time. You pick it up on the last round of Stage 3 and immediately get to play it on 4-1, get the cash out 1 turn later. So Solo will have a very strong spot. Granted, still needs to hit the units to make sure he gets full value out of it.
Granted, I believe he hasn't cashed out yet. He was rolling here potentially to find the cash out.
We'll have it
maybe
next turn, though.
Yeah.
Dehua playing around that Vanguard Marksman, as we saw earlier, the reactive shell really locking him into that line. Preparation giving a lot of the extra stacks but not finding the damage that he needs.
Right, he also doesn't have the extra copies of the marksman in the backline, which means your preparation stacks are going to be delayed.
No Zaya. Only one
what I'm
Aphelios,
saying.
only one Leona. You can't prep the pair of Leonas and Aphelios, for example, and you're down to under 10 gold here, level 8.
I'm surprised to see him roll to 0. That's what I was mentioning last stage, where if you take prep so late on stage 3, you're kind of forced to play stage 4 a little bit more slowly because you need the gold to ensure that you have pairs of your marksmen to get the full stacks out of them.
I mean, but we did see a couple of players take preparation, and they actually didn't try to activate all of the stacks. Not optimizing to try to get the full 4. You just kind of have to sometimes deal with what you've got.
Sure.
Grenade positioning to cash out Trait Tracker here as well. This is an excellent position to be in. He does have some copies of important units that he'll be playing, but no major upgrades. Did roll mostly down here on level 8 and no Urgot either. So we're going to have a hard time getting to 6 Queen bot.
Missing the key high roll for Camberley. He's going into the Dynamo flex line, it looks like, at least for now, with MF as the main carry. We saw a lot of this game from him yesterday as well, playing tempo in stage 4 to trying to preserve HP and utilize the high amount of HP he came into stage 4 with. Most of the game he's coming in with just 60 and above HP, trying to bleed out to the 3rd or 4th.
Grenade does have Cho'Gath 2 in shop if he does choose to upgrade that.
Yeah, it looks like
he'll
shop
sell.
is locked, or is he going to sell something here to make it?
He sold the gins.
Oh, I see. He has one on board already, yeah. Okay. Going into Carousel here, I think as we look into the back half of stage 4, it's important to see how both Grenade and Zologasong are utilizing their trait trackers to get full value out of their board. Also, opportunity to pick up 5 costs here. Grenade, we know playing the Boombot board comes alive once you get that Zac. Granted, he is 0 gold on level 8 right now. That is a little bit scary, but he has the core of the composition filled out.
A great pickup for Solo. Has a Renekton already on his board after that Trait Tracker cash out with a Nitro Flex board. Now has a Renekton pair. If he high rolls one more copy of Renekton, that could be a big way to stabilize in the stage 4.
Did you already call out Solo's emblems?
We go back to his board to really analyze it.
He got a Boombot emblem. He also got a Bastion emblem and I believe a Divinicore emblem, at least as one of them.
Okay.
Grenade here is cashing out Trait Tracker right now. We'll be going back to Exotech, it looks like. We don't know exactly what he has until he places it on his board. There we do on the left side.
This is what we were talking about. Missed the Urgot, probably has emblems that favor Exotech more, and wasn't really fully prepared for this roll down. And the biggest problem is he didn't cash out until this carousel round, which means that he is far behind. Other players who were going for Exo from the very beginning of stage 4 have already funneled a lot of the units onto their board, Sejuani's and Zeri's especially.
We can absolutely see that the emblems that he did get are favoring Exotech. We saw Techie, we saw Rapid Fire, Bastion, Exotech as well, right? These are all the core pieces, and he does have the Cho'Gath 2. Cho'Gath 2 with Exo +1 is one of the best holders. You get all the base health already. You can utilize a lot of the items that you're going to be building regardless of whether or not you find the Exo +1. So he has a strong front line, and it's holding up. So the question is, from here, can you fill out your board? Can you upgrade your Zeri 2? Because the truth is, at 41 HP, he doesn't have that much HP to bleed out once you get into stage 5. He is kind of running out of time to stabilize hard.
We're missing a lot of these contested units, though. We don't have Sejuani. We don't have a lot of the upgrades. No Zeri pair either. Or any Jins, because we had to sell them for that Cho'Gath too. But on Li Xiao's board, this is a very interesting position to be in with that cash out.
Good news is that the contester on the Exo line is on 7 HP, 1 singular life, still going to be on Zeri 1, has found upgrades in the front line with the Sejuani 2 and the Mordekaiser 2, but if he faces one of the stronger players in this lobby, potentially even that Cypher player that he griefed 1 time in stage 3, he could get knocked out. Hanqing's on a 6-win streak now. We'll see who the matchup will be. It'll be AQ1H, who's sitting on a more stable, more standard marksman board instead.
Still only with 1 Zaya and 1 Aphelios, so having missed those critical upgrades, maybe this does give Li Xiao a chance.
I just want to say that was anti-Sejuani positioning.
Perfect.
So Leona walked over. They've watched the stream.
That's right.
That's why they know.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys.
Doesn't cast a second time, though. That could be pretty impactful. Aphelios onto one of the backline carries now. It's just as Zeri left alive. Edge of Night is not procced yet. That could be the saving grace here with this Mordekaiser hanging on for dear life. Now it has proc. Zeri clutch up. He can, and this is why Zeri is so scary as a scaling champion.
Take a look at the right-hand side. We see the gold totals going into stage 5. This is going to tell us who is angling toward going for an earlier level 9 than the rest of the lobby. We can see YBY1 had over 50 gold. Han Xing has 40 gold as well. Everybody else in the lobby sitting at under 10 gold is going to be stuck on level 8 for quite a while.
I mean, YBY1 already having pumped some gold into XP should be going level 9 at the start of stage 5.
That's right. It's it's looking like the Boombot composition, right? And he actually was using the additional kindreds from Worth the Wait to actually get Econ. We talked about the importance of Econ when playing the Boombot line, and so it actually was a bit more of a tempo-y Boombot, but utilized Worth the Wait as both combat and Econ.
7 win streak for Han Xing. The Z2 comes online as well. The Draven 3 has been found quite a while ago, and we're seeing here the impact of this Cypher reroll line not only being an AP line, but the moment you have more Dravens, the moment you have better AD items, you switch into that Draven backline carry instead and find the LeBlanc later on in time.
Bulky Buddy's positioning, always a puzzle, trying to figure it out here for Han Xing. Able to put the backliner, the frontliners in the backline to try and let that Sejuani get to a priority position. Dehua on the other side, now having a fully prepped Aphelios 2, is going to have a lot more stats and is in a better spot than we saw him last time.
Better spot, but really he's locked into this exact position, right? He doesn't have a chance to cap out any higher. The Draven damage comes through. The Blackliners are deleted, and Dehua, he's going to be stuck on 8 the entirety of the game pretty much.
I think the good news for him is that there are a lot of people who are going to be stuck on 8. The bad news for him is the people who are stuck on 8 are also people who cashed out Trait Tracker, and so they already have a bit more of a cap. I don't think Dehua's spot is doomed by any means. I do think that fully prepped Xayah and Aphelios do have a lot of potential. I don't think the Xayah would have been prepped, though, because I don't even know if he had a pair. So it might be a little sketchy, but I think Dehua is still holding on for hope.
This is why I think YBY is such a great player. So many players, even at a challenger level, would say, hey, Worth the Wait Kindred, I have to play Nitro reroll. But in this case, he uses that Kindred as a stepping stone to make it to level 9. And when he gets there, he says, you know, thank you for your service, but you are no longer useful as a single damage carry.
We've got all the pieces, but we are severely lacking upgrades on this board. The good news is that he is at 39 HP, so has a couple turns to stabilize, and if he can get some matchups that haven't quite reached their final form, honestly, this one that we're looking at from Cambuli is one of those lines, right? We're playing the Dynamo MF, but we're not playing with the Aurora. We're still playing on level 8. We don't have those legendaries, and just barely not enough to find a win there. So Cambuli takes that, able to stay on top, still the health leader in the lobby.
Ooh, Solo takes a huge hit.
And it's not surprising. We've seen a lot of players yesterday cash out Trait Tracker into just these insane hand-picked emblems. For the case of Solo, a lot more all over the place when it comes to the cash out of the emblems. You really couldn't make that board work perfectly. He has a Syndicate emblem that's pretty much completely useless. He has a Boombot when he was trying to play into Nitro. He's playing like a mix and match, just Exotech basically with a lot of dead augments. So really not the ideal cash out. Divinicore also kind of dead.
And these Sejuanis are so contested. We see still 1-star Sej for him. Li Xiao does have that upgrade, but so many of our players are playing around that. We see these fights being incredibly important. Dehua playing against, on the right side, we have a 2-star Xayah. So Vanguard Marksman against both of these boards.
So which one will win out? You've got the Zeri that's ramping on the right-hand side for Solo, but it's about being able to get through that front line. And with the executions coming through, it might be a little bit tough. But what you can see with the positioning with the Bastion on the right, I thought maybe the Jax would have bought enough time there, but unfortunately for Solo, he is eliminated in 8th place.
A tough start to the day. This is kind of the low rolls we don't talk about with Trait Tracker. It's a risky augment for a reason. We see all the high rolls usually on broadcast, but this is the case where just it did not quite pan out with his game plan.
Dehua did not have any Sunder on his board, so picking up the Even Shroud is a huge pickup. The question is it too little too late, sitting at just 2 HP, no way to go 9? It's going to be tough.
And having to face Han Xing at some point is the problem for many of our players. He is incredibly strong right now. They may be able to cap him out later on in Stage 6, even into Stage 7, but for now, he is the final boss.
A couple of our players on last life, though, as we take a look at the bottom half of our lobby. And so we'll be focusing our attention on AQ1H, which is certainly in the danger zone, and YBY1 still on an Urgot 1. Does get a mod from the Garen, so maybe that'll help to get the board a little bit more strength, and finds a Garen too. What do you sell, though?
Missed the boom bot mod, which is what he was really hoping for in this spot, playing around the Urgot. And still, it's Urgot 1. Has to sell the Urgot pair to make the Garen, so you can feel the desperation from YBY1. Sitting now at 13 HP, 1 last life.
And this is going to be a very important fight. 1 life versus 1 life here. Maybe a 1-unit loss will keep them alive. Cho'Gath 2 is so incredibly strong, but it's getting focused down by the Vanguards.
Frontline is still holding up quite well for the Vanguards, though. Leona is still very strong. We start to see it starting to break through here, and yeah, YBY is going to take quite a big hit at just 13 HP. No, there's no way for him to survive. YBY will go down. Question is, does anyone else go down with him? Dehua, Lee Sao, both on death's door.
No.
Holding my breath to see if anyone else.
No, it does look like Dehua is able to hang on.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right. He won that last round. And the Sunder might have actually been enough for him to turn a corner and get 1 more placement out of it.
That is a crazy spot to go 7th from.
Unfortunate.
I would be so sad.
Unfortunate game 1 for the Nitro game plan. Both players, Solo having to opt out of it after the trade tracker cash out, for YBY having to opt into it because of the Worth the Wait Kindred. I think he played a great game theoretically considering the early low roll, but just wasn't able to make it work in the end.
Boy, this is going to be a tough matchup, but you can see that Misfortune is actually going to be targeting down the Zaya instead, I think, if you're able to get that crossfire. So hopefully splitting up your damage means that you can get through this front line a little bit more pincered.
Yeah, with the Even Shroud, it does allow you to split up your damage threat so that you don't need to have Last Whisper proc in the front line. You can see Dehua. Oh, man. The fight looked so good for him until the Misfortune turned on the Aphelios, and just like that, all the damage is gone. Dehua is going to go out in 6th. Honestly, all things considered, not even a bad 6th. So this is a tough lobby, a lot of strong boards, and a lot of people who missed, Dehua being one of them.
Yeah, he did miss out on a lot of those preparation stacks in stage 3 and 4, so I think it was a little challenging. But taking a look at their lobby, we have our top 4 players decided. Lee Cao is still going to be on a 6-win streak, looking at that Garen 2 as a nice upgrade to his board, but kind of waiting to get the gold and the items to do it.
And Lee Sao has been on 1 life the entirety of this stage. We're a little bit worried about him earlier on when he had no Zeri 2 yet, he had no Sejuani 2, but really able to make it work. The Edge of Night, that one fight that we saw, really saved his entire game and is now potentially become a win-out player considering he is sitting on a very, very upgraded EXO board.
Final items coming through for our final 4 players in this game. We do see a Garen 2 come through as well for one of our players, I believe, on the bottom right, Lee Sao, yes.
Yeah, he had one in his shop and he was just waiting to get the gold.
And to no one's surprise, Camberley's game plan really pays off.
Yep.
The moment that stage 3 was ending, stage 4 was coming online, he looked at the lobby tempo, he looked at the game plans from everyone else, he said, hey, there's 2 Cypher cash out players, there's 2 trade tracker players. Am I really playing for a win out? And he answered himself saying, no, I'm going to roll on 8s heavily. I'm going to play for tempo. I'm going to preserve HP. He's done so. He's guaranteed the top 4. And now we'll probably bleed out to a 4th, maybe a 3rd considering HP.
I feel like this game plan started from 2-1, right? Like you're looking at someone who took replication, magic roll, salvage bin, very item heavy augment takes. And you can see it reflects in his board. He's got 3 items on a Gragas, 3 items on a Braum, 2, no upgraded 4 cost with items, and despite that, able to lock in a top 4.
Whoa.
Maybe in the top 3, but no, not enough. Grenade will stay alive there.
I mean, Grenade versus Lee Cao was so intense. I thought maybe the Draven would be able to get the Zeri, but it does miss it at the end of the day. We will see Hanqing actually able to get that LeBlanc 3.
Infinite value from Shop Glitch.
Yeah.
You find it a little bit later, but still Draven carried a lot of that weight in the earlier stages.
7, 5, and 4 HP left for our bottom 3 players. Hanqing standing at the top. Many people will be falling out here.
Let's see who's going to be the one to take the unfortunate losses.
Grenade versus Camberley and Lee Sao versus Hanqing on the right-hand side. So on the right, we have the 2 Cypher players that were contesting each other from the beginning, meeting up one more time to potentially knock Lee Sao out.
for Grenade, the trade tracker player who somehow made it work, pivoting from Boombot into Exotech, stabilizing with his upgrade. Knocks out Cambuli. Cambuli has to be happy with the fourth. It's what he expected. Coming into stage 4. And Lisao also taken down by, I think, the understandable forward from Hanxing with Cypher reroll, hitting its max cap, hitting all of its 3 charges as well. Grenade, I think, here has to be happy with a second. His stage 4 looked very dicey the moment we saw the cash out and the full pivot from Boombot without any Urgots into Exotech, which was 3-way contested.
And a 1-star Szechuani this whole stage 4 or 5.
That's a
As
power
long as he
trade
casts
tracker.
twice, it doesn't really matter, let's be honest.
But it's worth it to highlight, I think, one more time Cambuli's strategy of trying to play for a top 4. You look at the top 3 here. 2 Cypher players, a trade tracker. It is the way that we've said you want to win games. It's what we've seen. Cambly found the out for a 4th place.
And also something important to note, our 2 CN players in the top 3 in this lobby were the lowest ranked CN players. Now they have a 3rd and a 1st, moving themselves up the standings here in game 1.
Especially for Hanxing, if he wins, sitting on 23 points, it would be the start of potentially a historic comeback if he's able to continue this trend moving along the rest of the days in stage 2.
Just get more Cypher spots. It'll be great.
Too much power, too many 3 stars, too many carries from Hanxing. He wins the Cypher battle in the end despite getting his streak cut in stage 3. He gets the last laugh. A big grenade, or big win against Grenade from Hanxing.
I think great play from Hanxing. It's everything you outlined from the beginning, David. You're taking shop glitch. This is one of the conditions in which Cypher really start to be very powerful. You're not only able to get the option of getting your Cypher unit on the carousel, but having the Draven come through on the beginning of stage 3, getting the early upgrades, finding even a Galio 2 meant that when he stabilized on 4-1, it was all that much easier. I think well played by Hanxing.
Absolutely, and I'm so curious to see what those standings will look like after these points. Feels so flipped, but it's tough because, you know, you're playing against new players in the lobby. Maybe you haven't played against some of them before, just with how the lobbies were reseeded after yesterday. And it's also, maybe you need 1 game to wake up.
And you've had the night to sleep on it. Right, you've been able to watch some VODs. We did see some of them deleted, as we talked about in our interview. But we're able to review, to look at the stats, to figure out what other people are playing and have success with, and now adjust, adapt, and hopefully be able to make a run.
The scary part about needing 1 game to wake up is that for a lot of these players, you will only have 1 game left. That is the threatening part of this format. You play 6 games to kind of set the stage, put you where you are, and then you only play 2 games before the cuts start to happen. So I honestly think that if there are any players out there that said, I need 1 game to wake up, I really hope that you played a warm-up game, because you don't have a game to spare.
I feel like Azir, though, just as an encounter, wasn't the most game warping of the ones that we've seen. I feel like it's kind of like Annie, maybe all gold, a little boring, but the actual placement and cadence of the augments were kind of normal.
It's more impactful in stage 2, especially when you have, 2-1 into 2-2. Double econ, when you have a scaling econ augment, for example, that's where it gets really scary. Even like no scout, no pivot into something else that also gives you stats right after that can be incredibly scary as a scaling choice. But the key here was late stage 3. There was only a few players that really gamed the system to get a big edge. Someone like Solo with a late trade tracker. There wasn't that much explosive.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, if we look at the results, it didn't feel that game warping. But if you play that exact situation again, like what happens if 3 people find trade tracker on 3-6, right? All of a sudden, the game does change quite a bit. I feel like even though that one didn't feel that crazy, I think we would have felt differently if Solo had hit a different trade tracker, and all of a sudden our top 4 is 2 trade trackers, 2 ciphers.
Yeah, the 2 trade tracker Exotech, the 1 trade tracker with the Dynamo, and then, yeah, there's a lot of emblems flying around that game.
And it wasn't too game warping, as we were talking about, because as the Cypher player, you get a bunch of extra resources from having that Cypher cash out, being able to have shop glitch and upgrade those units. You want no one else to get extra resources, and that's exactly what we saw in this lobby.
And this lobby, I think, is a perfect example of what your game plan is going into stage 4. We have 5 players went for a win out, 3 of them succeeded, 2 of them went in the bottom 2 with YBY1 failing that Boombot game plan and Solo missing out on the trade tracker cash out. 3 players who played for a top 4, they landed in that middle of the pack with a 4th, 5th, and 6th.
But another game where Boombots just didn't look good. What's going on?
It's really just a question of whether or not you're able to hit your upgrades, right? And I think there are a lot of players who play this on ladder and you say, hey, you know what, I got Cho'Gath 2, I've got Urgot 1, that's probably enough to stabilize me. But when you're playing at the world stage, it doesn't, the bar is higher. You have to stabilize higher. You find a Garen, you miss Boombot's battle. All of a sudden, that's a lot of damage that you've lost on your board. You have to sell your Urgot pair in order to upgrade a different unit. Well, now your cap is that much lower. It's going to require so much more gold in order to find that Urgot 2 again. I think the margins are just so much more narrow on this stage that it does warp how the comp performs.
Setsuko and Xiaoju both taking another first place to start off our day. Amazing.
Cornin, Panda.
Bowman Death, not the greatest start, but Cornin really heating up with the first place in this game 7. CN, as you mentioned, climbing up as well. CLE with Lee Sao coming up in the standings.
But this is where you don't want to be, and that's going to be at the 24th place right now. 5 players tied at 30 points and well within arm's reach of being able to make it through our first 8 players getting eliminated today.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that stands out to me is that entire page was, the difference was 1 point from top to bottom, right? Every one of the players that's on elimination station right now has the agency to get themselves out of it. The question is, do you have what it takes to reset and take the points that are presented to you, not tilt, not let the pressure get to you in this moment.
And also the thing is that so many of them got an 8th place in this game. That is a huge difference, right? Having that game 1 to wake up. We got to wake up. We got to play right now. And for so many of these players at the bottom of the lobby, this is do or die.
Especially the legacy players, the fan favorites, Coco, Solo, and YBY1 all starting with a 7th or an 8th place.
Wow.
It really, stops them right in their tracks in terms of trying to come back and maybe even make a day 3.
Coco in particular is one that stands out to me. When you look at just historical stats of TFT, Coco is the player on this global stage with the lowest 8th place rate. Seeing Coco take an 8th place in a pressured moment is not something we would expect to see. It's a bit reminiscent of last set when he barely missed out on the top 8, going 8th in his final game. What I would say is if we follow the numbers, certainly, there's no way Coco takes another 8th. I would actually very much believe in a player like Coco to be able to bounce back, find himself back in the top 24 after the next game. I'm at Mia for one game.
Thank you, gang.
I got you.
You just jinxed him now.
He got hurt. He's hurt.
Stay on your side. We don't want you on the team.
Cut the mic on Gangly for the rest of this.
I mean, that's where we need our trapdoor.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
That'd be cool.
Thank you, Negra.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully that reverses the caster curse.
We'll learn from this one.
We do have all of our lobbies wrapped up. We're just going to be waiting to set up for the next one before we jump into our deciding game to see which of our 8 players at the bottom will not be able to make it forward. And we've got a long day ahead of us. 7 total games today. You got to keep making it through all of these individual cuts.
It is a marathon, for sure, and it's weird because it's a marathon but also a sprint because you cannot ever stop. You take one bad 8th and all of a sudden you're at the bottom of the standings right before the cuts. And so there's this weird dynamic of this day where I think there will never be another day of tournament TFT where players are as exhausted as they are at the end of today. 7 straight games with implications on every single one.
We're seeing our EMEA player hub right now in Warsaw, and I'm spotting one of those box Yasuo hats that one of our Little Legends wears. That's pretty cool. I kind of want one.
You could probably make that, right? Get your origami skills, put them to the test.
Yeah, you never use those.
Or your arts and craft skills.
You talk about it all the time.
Gangly has all of those colored pens from
he does.
his diary session.
He only lets me hold them, though.
Yeah, he
doesn't.
Okay,
so you can't use them?
Nope.
No, that's like, he's like a white belt colorer right now. So that's to graduate.
I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
How much would he have to pay you to use them?
Probably like 30.
Just 30.
30.
No units,
yeah,
just 30.
30, okay. But what about our America's Player Hub? We did talk to Kambuli a little earlier about his experience playing at the Hub, and it was so interesting to hear about how some of the America's players were like, yes, let's work together. But EMEA is more inclined to actually help each other out on the global stage.
I mean, 4 America's players currently in top 8, so a lot to celebrate, a lot to maybe share with the players who are not doing so well around the read on the meta, the read on this game 1. Have there been any major changes? Have any players changed in this very first game their outlook on certain comps or how to execute on them as well? This is the crucial game for some players. This is a game where this could be the end of your set 14 run.
You say 4 in the top 8, but it's actually 6 in the top 10.
Whoa.
Are America's players. So
Impressive.
9 and 10 also occupied by America's players, and that is it's an excellent sign.
That's how you know you're a professional analyst, is you're able to pick out the numbers that you want to tell people
of course.
and make them look very good.
You choose what you want to say before you look at any of the numbers, and then you figure out how to make them say that. If we're talking about the players that, like Panda was talking about, the ones that are at the bottom right now and your run could end, the 2 from the Americas, I think it's kind of fitting that it's them on the bottom, not because they are not good, but because their stories lend them to be kind of the underdogs going in. Kuramex and Dehua are 2 players who I think are, compared to the rest of the Americas field, considered kind of unassuming. Dehua being this brand new face in America's TFT, known mainly for his loud mouth and his lack of units. He's a player who brought his own flair to the Golden Spatula. And Kuramex, one of the most veteran players of all TFT, played against, who was, I believe, it was Shendu back in set 3 in the Galaxy's Invitational, making his way to his 3rd World Championship. And despite that, is still considered an underdog by many viewers.
And funnily enough, Dehua is a player who drafted Kuramex into his lobby during the TAC Crown draft for that day 1. So curious to see what ends up happening with these 2 players in this next game.
And you have to be next to them on LAN. There's no hiding.
Yeah, that's true. One of them's unplugging the other's keyboard.
That's what the refs are for. They'll make sure that doesn't happen.
I see.
That's where I think the strategy of being able to play amongst the rest of the field becomes so interesting. I was talking about when in Macau Open, like, what if you just run around with pieces of paper that have your comp on it, and you're like, this is what I'm playing.
Yep.
You do not contest me, you know?
I would just IRL ping, scream like a banshee if someone's trying to roll down.
This soap's got 8. She's got 8.
He's got 8. He's got hold.
I will say, I think we've never seen a more even, bottom 20 or so players. There's like a 3-point gap between all of them. So even if you're seeing, Le Coco, Volta, Solo, a lot of these top fan favorite players in that bottom page, a 3rd place saves them, probably a 2nd place saves them, considering how close it is.
And you're talking about cutting from 32 to 24, right? So that's not a large cut. Really, we saw yesterday there were players in the bottom 8 that took a 5th and then escaped the cut. We could see something very similar. A lot of these players probably do not need a 1st or a 2nd to escape the next cut.
You like data, right? We all like data.
Sure,
We
yeah.
like numbers. Let's take a look at some of those numbers from the compositions that were played yesterday for day 1 of our competition. You can see on this graphic some of the most played comps, how they ended up doing, and just some numbers to go along with it.
Yeah, one thing we covered at the top of the show, Exotech Zeri, a very, very high top 4 rate. 75% here on our screen is something that is the most consistent, and we've seen that here on our broadcast almost every time someone's playing Zeri, except if you're solo Gasong in this game, you go in that top 4.
I will say, if you remove trade tracker games from this Exotech, I think the AVP falls to around 4. It is that impactful, and it is that, it's I think also an argument we see very often because of the hacked options on 3-2 in some cases. You can almost, I think there's a 30% chance if you roll all the time to guarantee it, if that is offered. So we're seeing it more than we would maybe expect.
One of the things that stands out to me in particular is Vanguard Marksman. We've talked about this being the default comp, something you play for a top 4 and you don't play for a win. When we said that, I was not actually expecting it to have literally 0 wins, but that's what we're seeing. I think largely off the back of what you were talking about, though, Panda. I think these players know, listen, I have a high chance on any gold augment on 3-2 of getting something like Trait Tracker, Forward Thinking, also another one that does something similar. I think that players are playing for high cap when it's presented to them. And so players like Cambuli that we saw in the last game are these players that want to play for tempo. We saw it with Dynamo in the last game, but Vanguard Marksman fits the bill.
I just want to call out really quick that the Boombot line had a 22% 8th place rate.
First or 8th. It's a first or 8th composition.
Right, but that's very high
It is
for
very
8th.
high. Yeah, and it could be variance, so that is the truth. The reality of it is that it very well could be variance, and it does not necessarily reflect the strength of the composition, especially when you're talking about a composition that has such narrow margins. We saw in the last game, right? I mean, how strong did that Boombot board look? It looked to me like if it's an Urgot 2 instead of an Urgot 1, it's probably going top 4.
It's also a comp that requires ideal conditions in terms of how you're getting there, either through tempo and preserving HP and having a lot of board strength early, or through econ. Worth the Wait Kindred is not necessarily something I consider an ideal condition to make it to a Fast 9 Boombot board, let's be honest.
Yeah, it is very much a money check, but we will be seeing our game number 8 of the Tactician's Crown, loading in now. Aurora being our encounter.
Right? 6 players in this lobby are going to be on the cutoff zone, 33 points to 28. So it's going to be anyone's game, and this one is going to matter a lot.
Players to watch here, like Coco, like we called out before, one of the best players, not only in EMEA, but globally, historically has had some of the strongest performances, one of the best AVPs, lowest 8th place rates. He's a player to root for, and I think it's very scary for many fans to see him so low in the standings right now.
Not just one of the lowest, I think the lowest 8th place rate since set 11, counting cups and regional finals and TAC crowns. He went 8th in a pivotal Game 7 in the Day 2 last set and missed final lobby because of it, and now similar case here in the first game of this Day number 2. Lecoco's a player who I think is one of the best players with the least results to show for it. He hasn't won a major tournament outside of just a cup last set, for example, so it's just really a puzzle to me to understand how someone so good cannot really have that result come through on the pivotal moments.
I think I want to draw a line here then from someone like Coco to Disso, because that's what we saw from Disso, a player who had fantastic results for so long but never was able to clutch it up at the top. But when he did find that first win, it came in like a flood. We saw him not only win his first tournament, but his first set championship shortly after. It might be that Coco just needs that moment.
And Necker, like you said, 6 of our players are on the bubble, but the only 2 in this lobby that are quote-unquote safe are Setsuko and Robin Songs, who are both sitting at 2nd and 9th on our standings. And so obviously they don't want to go bot 4 in this position, but they don't need to play for first. The pressure is not heavily on them, but on the rest of the
But
lobby.
the rich could get richer. And as we continue through our day of competition, these points will continue to accumulate. So I wouldn't be surprised if, even though they feel a little bit less pressure, they're still aiming to play a lot of those comps that will just continue to accelerate their path to victory.
Hacked augments coming through. It's something that's been new to this set. You get the option of either taking a single gold augment plus some gold or 2 silvers.
Oh, it's so hard to pick.
2 silvers is usually the better option, especially with double econ on the silver side. It usually just is a lot of value with the way, obviously, you're going to snowball your econ and reach those thresholds earlier in stage 2. But there are, of course, some transformative gold augments. We saw Chuckbug offer to Bobster, and he said, no, thank you.
I think Pandora's Bench plus diversified portfolio is a little bit better, speaking of the econ augments.
And speaking of econ augments, Summer Timer just took AFK, but he's still at his seat though, so I'm a little confused. I think you're supposed to walk away from your computer?
I actually think you're required to get up, and Riot will know if you're not.
Okay. Glad you guys are having a good bit here. It is pretty interesting, though, taking both AFK and the bulky buddies, right? And, obviously you're going to be getting value out of one at a time there. You can't really get value out of both. Not getting the econ building upon itself like Panda had talked about with the 2 econ, but it does kind of give you something to start with, and then when you go into stage 3, you already have this combat augment built up. So you'll have a bit of an econ lead on the field with a little bit of combat power to go alongside.
We have to check Lecoco's board. He's on a 4-win streak, and it's for a reason. He's picked up Called Shot alongside Latent Forge, gives him no power whatsoever in stage 2. How strong is his board for him to be confident picking Called Shot from this position? You have to win at the very least 2 rounds after picking it to get some amount of value from it, just the average value. Any more than that is going to be fantastic. And look at the board here. It's going to be a Poppy with a Stone Plate for now. If he's able to win streak all of stage 2, somehow, maybe he scouted the rest of the players. They have a very weak or very low tempo options. It would be an insane spot coming into stage 3.
And I was messaging Gangly before this tournament, and I told him, I was like, hey, just a little bit of an early game meta read. Watch out for this Poppy unit. This thing just decides it wants to delete backlines because it throws that buckler all the way over there and will nuke things. So it's a great time.
I will say I'm a little surprised by the pickup of the Latent Forge and Called Shot. He did find the Morgana 2 now, but prior to 2-2, he just had the Poppy 2. And I don't know if that was running out of options or if that was just believing that the high roll would come. But suddenly, with the Morgana and the Poppy upgraded, I think his spot looks pretty good.
The only 2 players with any kind of board strength off of their augment choices are Robin Songs and Bensack. So if Lecoco is able to dodge these 2 players who are still now on 100 HP, and somehow sneaks in a 5-win streak, it's insane value, and you can get a secondary power spike off that Latent Forge after the stage 3 carousel.
Seeing Robin Song's boards now, taking those 2 silver augments, but ones that provide combat power, able to slam 2 items and also get some of that wound on the board to stop some of the healing. Setsuko, though, taking 2 losses now, but does have a fairly strong board as well.
And Young, Wild, and Free is a really nice pickup here. Does allow you to pick up whatever you want on the carousel, which is really good when you're playing in this kind of mid-roll spot. 90 HP, he's not trying to lose, but he's also not contesting the win streakers. Means that he's able to get item priority against anyone who might be trying to lose streak or play Cypher later.
Also taking augments that define himself. Setsuko, very Young, Wild, and Free. Loves to play some crazy game plans and go for those first places.
Not so free right now, usually a bit more free at home, playing from LAN, unfortunately here for Setsuko, but we'll see what the carousel presents to him. Maybe some Cypher options, maybe just the chance to build a perfect item, having that first pick priority.
We do have a Galio on carousel for those who want to play Cypher.
Looks like no Cyphers picked up, or no clear Cypher angles, right?
YGQF
does have the Vise on board, all 1-star, and Pandora's Bench, actually. And does pick up the Galio, yeah, okay.
The Coco needs a chain most likely to try and finish the second Poppy item to try and continue the win streak. The chain, there are 2 chains still left available, has that glove on the Poppy for now, so I imagine that'll be the pickup. He beelines right for it, and this could really help him to conserve this win streak. He needs 2 more wins to get a lot of value off of this called shot augment.
And one thing we saw at the bottom of the screen was every single player took the double silver augment. No one decided to go with the gold, and instead both of them taking the power from 2 separate augments.
It's really the fact that gold usually tends to give you better combat strength augments, which you don't really want on 2-1. The econ is not as impactful in the 2-1 choices especially, and it's kind of the opposite for silvers.
Brom 2 coming in for Steppy there. Did have the team building augment. Unsure if he did actually use the small duplicator on that Brom. I imagine probably just picked it up off the carousel.
If Steppy faces Lakoko, that could be a little bit scary for Lakoko, but for now we're looking at Bensak versus Setsuko. Battle of the marksmen, the battle of the AD carries here on both sides.
Setsuko's in a pretty, I would say, comfortable position where you have players who are going to be contesting each other for win streak. You have players who are very clearly angling lose streak, but he has a strong board. He's not going to be able to win every fight, but upgraded Kog'Maw, upgraded Skarner, has the Rage Blade slammed. He's going to have direction into those AD lines and have enough on his board that he should be able to salvage a lot of HP.
And we do have our 2 win streakers at the top, Lakoko and Robin Songs. Lakoko was able to win that round, which is fantastic for him, but if they face each other, this is going to define a lot of our game.
Bobster, we saw on the left side of his bench, is probably trying to save a little Cypher potential with the LeBlancs being held. Pandora's Bench we saw similar to Shopglitch, one of those reroll augments that's being angled towards Cypher because it allows you to find earlier Dravens, it allows you to find 4 Cypher earlier as well as get value throughout the entirety of the game for both your Galios, your Dravens, and your LeBlancs.
Positioning for the Poppy is going to matter. Yep, we see a last second swap. End up playing YGQF, so like you talked about, David, this is going to be 5 streak coming in for Lakoko, who is actually getting the gold worth of a 9 streak at the end of the day. And so Lakoko, despite double pumping on 2-2, playing called shot, an augment that is not normally taken, but especially by a lot of top players, Coco's found himself in a very strong position going into stage 3, already reflected in the fact that he's win streaking with over 30 gold.
And Robin doing the exact same. Both of them 100 streaking in this lobby. We also have 2 5-loss streakers. Setsuko turning that.
The marksman man himself rewarded, finds an early Aphelios is the comp that he was almost one-tricking alongside Bobster at NA Regionals. A little bit of a nerf coming into this patch, but still we saw yesterday really good stats when it comes to top 4ing, especially. A very comfortable angle, both a Sejuani and an Aphelios. Take your pick, Robin. Which meta AD line do you want to play this game?
But just having the Rage Blade made as well, I think makes the options even more open. May as well go ahead and hold on to the Aphelios, but I think if you saw that you had good Exotech items or something because you have that Sejuani, perfect for you to be able to have either, whatever you hit first.
You were talking about it before, CLE, that Setsuko was able to maintain the 5-loss alongside YGQF. And so in our lobby right now, we have 2 win streakers, 2 full loss streakers. Stage 3, we have to imagine that someone's going to be losing that streak.
And that's mainly bad news for the middle 4 players that have gone win-loss, not able to have the extra econ from either loss streaking or win streaking. And it just means that the other 4 players that have this extra econ are going to be in a better spot.
Two win streakers here on the side-by-side. Lekoko has gone 6, needs to preserve this 9 win streak. Maybe wants to make it a 14. Robin is going to try and deny that. Levels to 6, last minute positioning. Key changes here on the board for Robin.
They're fighting each other.
Is Lekoko strong enough to continue the win streak?
There's ramping damage on the side of Robin, but look, the Poppy does not look like she was in the right position to be able to hit the Kog'Maw there.
It's an early Zaya with a Giant Slayer for Lekoko, slamming every item he's able to. He knows how important it is to preserve this win streak for the gold. The Morgana damage coming in onto the Kog'Maw as well. The scaling from the Kog'Maw.
Frontline starting to
Zaya should be able to cast one more time, and that could finish off the fight. It's an easy win for Lekoko in the end. 3 units left alive. And I love this from Lekoko as well with Latent Forge. It's only slam tank items. He is not committed to either AD or AP. He can play around the artifact he hits with that Latent Forge. He has the Veigar option. He has the Boombot option as well, potentially.
Trade Tracker was offered for Bensack, it looks like.
YGQF did just take Hostile Takeover, already playing Cypher and now converting it into that, hopefully a win streak for him. This could be terrifying. Has 4 Cypher online right now with a Draven 2 and LeBlanc 2.
Speaking of terrifying, Lekoko has picked up Portable Forge.
No way.
Double artifact?
I think he might have picked up Lightning Jewel as one of the options for Lekoko, which maybe means it's time to see him play the comp he played 10 times in the World Scrims with a 2.9 AVP. Bruiser, Fiddle, Reroll is an option. It could be something along the lines of Morgana Flex, where you just play around 2-star Morgana, play Dynamo Flex with the extra value of having Morgana as your item carrier with Budding Jewel coming to stage 4. Or if he finds a second Fiddle artifact, we could see a double artifact Fiddle reroll comp instead.
Level 7 here on 3-2 already for Lekoko. He is double, tripling, quadrupling down on this win streak. And I'm curious to see where we'll end up, because we have to now convert this into something that can win the game.
Yeah, being able to maintain streak all the way through Latent Forge would be an unbelievable spike for Lekoko, and it actually would give him the opportunity to not only streak through stage 2, early stage 3, but maybe to extend that into stage 4. Just the economy you're gaining, the +3 gold every single turn, puts you so far ahead the rest of the lobby.
YGQF still not breaking that loss streak, continuing to get more and more resources. Needs to upgrade that front line specifically. But again, with Hostile Takeover, it converts a lot of that AD and AP already from the trait. And so if you can push this farther and farther.
I really like Bopster's position here. This is something that we've been talking about. We haven't gotten to see it too much during the broadcast, which is the Cypher reroll when playing a single cash out. You're playing for the stats here. And right now, Bopster is rerolling 2 Shyvana 2s and a 4 cost in order to not only find the LeBlanc 3 early, but also to find a Zed, get the 5 Cypher online, and to give him an opportunity to stabilize his board with a potential win streak through all of stage 4, even without a huge cash out.
I'm not surprised Bopster went for this line. In World Scrims, he was the player that played the most Cypher, 13 games of it, so really trying to hone in on this comp that he considered to be one of the strongest in the meta for a good reason, and try and figure out all the different ways to play into it and find success when it comes to finding those 3 stars.
He's also at 30 points, which is the lowest of our point totals right now, so he cannot afford a bottom placement. He needs to find himself minimum, I would say 5th, to even have a chance.
Duplicator as well offered on this stage 3 tier. So huge for our reroll players like Steppy playing into the TF reroll alongside Braum as well. Players like Lekoko are forced to use a duplicator right away, probably to play for tempo, depending on what his artifact is. Maybe even helps him go for that Fiddle 3 if he finds the right second artifact right after this carousel.
We definitely need to see Lekoko after this carousel to see what that Latent Forge pick is going to be.
You can get, I'm not super familiar with all of the crazy combos that can happen. All I know is that I rarely see 2 artifacts in the same unit.
There's Lekoko. Could go for a tank artifact on Cho'Gath as well. Maybe decides to not open this right away, and I'll explain why. Despite having a 12 win streak, I think he will open because you want to preserve this win streak. Maybe he'll wait to see who he faces and then decide. If he can face a weak player or a Cypher player these next 2 rounds, if you don't open this right now, the moment stage 4 rolls around, there's a hidden rule that allows you to not hit any gold-generating artifacts, which means you have a more concise pool of good hits, either for Fiddle or for Cho'Gath. He's facing Bensack, a player who's on 85 HP. I imagine he'll open, or maybe takes the risk and he says, hey, I'm strong enough without it. Talk about calculated loss. This is a calculated win from Lekoko, potentially.
Watch this Poppy absolutely delete this backline on this next cast.
Boom.
to
This
be.
is,
So
if he manages
satisfying.
the 14 win streak without opening, is one of the most impressive games that I have personally seen on the TAC Crown stage.
It's important to note that it's part of it being a silver augment that allows him to do this. If this were portable forge, you would not be able to do this, what it is that he's doing here, right? It's one thing to sacrifice a silver augment. It's another thing to sacrifice a gold. I think Lecoco's in a position where making that call, taking that risk would set him up for a ton of success, but it is a narrow condition because it is coming through late in forge.
Another thing that we've seen a few times so far at the Tactician's Crown is this Twisted Fate reroll. Now, we don't have the best items on board, but we do have important upgrades. And so for Steppy, I'm not sure if this will end up in a Dynamo Flex board, but for now, this is a pretty solid board.
One of the stronger players in the stage 3. Lecoco does not hit Steppy. In this case, it will be Bensack instead, probably taking a loss. This is just a triple stacked Braum. We're sitting on 4 copies now, 4 TF as well. And this is the game plan from this TF reroll CLE. You want to stabilize in stage 3, find the 2-star upgrades, win most of your fights coming into stage 4, and then hit the next big spike at the end of stage 4.
4 streak is exactly what you're saying. That's the shape of the composition. Stabilize stage 3, get your 4 wins, move on, try and save enough HP. But we have 4 streakers at the top of our lobby, Robin, Lecoco, and Steppy, which means Lecoco has secured the 10-win streak without popping the anvil.
Also, YGQF playing Cypher down at 32 HP, not too bad. I'm curious to see if he cashed out Cypher here because he does have hostile takeover, and so he will continue to push.
Wow.
Kind of insane at 32 HP. We'll see if he's able to win these next few fights coming into stage 4, as pretty much everyone else will be spiking. He doesn't have that much gold to work with. He's still level 6 here at 50. Has to pump to 7 to try and find better odds for the Gallios, for the Dravens. Lecoco's board now would be pretty important to go to see what his artifact pop will be and what his game plan will be going forward. Oh, that's to go with a very early Zac.
Right. It's a huge hit.
And it looks like he's playing towards Urgot as well. Or that Vanguard Marksman. We're seeing him hold the Zayas on bench as well. Got to have some outs here, but depending on what this last augment is, will probably determine where he ends up. Good items as well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of players who will opt to just play the Vanguard Marksman and then eventually move into the Urgot, like you're talking about, Jack. Even playing something like the Vanguard Urgot is another option instead of the vertical Boombot plus the legendaries.
Bensack does have Trait Tracker and eight of these traits in and active, and so he will be able to proc this turn.
So Bensack's important to take a look at going through the rest of the stage, Lecoco as well, and then of course YGQF to see if he's able to stabilize and get a big cash out on 4-3. So a lot of main characters at the beginning of stage 4.
And Bensack has a lot of reps on Exotech, insane results, and has played it so often throughout this month. He's one of the masters of the comp, really, when it comes to EMEA players.
Also, a greater and lesser duplicator on bench to help this board stabilize. It will be Prismatic to finish off our game.
We did have our Aurora encounter at the beginning, so I think all of our players have to be prepped for this moment that they know, like, power is coming.
Setsuko took Invested, so definitely going 9. We'll be playing around that. Just chill for a few rounds. He does have a bit of HP to work with.
Okay,
Calculated enhancements.
And gets the Trait Tracker cash out. We see Strategist, Street Demon, Anima, Divinicore, and Bastion. A couple things that are working there, a couple things that aren't actually giving too much value. It doesn't look like we have a Reforger though, right? No. At the very least though, the very minimum, you're going to get the bonus HP once you play into, if you want to play into the Exotech line, but with just the Dynamo, it's actually a lot harder to play that with like a more of a low roll hit.
YGQF ready to take his last loss of this game and then hopefully turn things around with the Cypher cash out. Less time on 4-3 compared to 4-2 being an augment round to really make a big pivot and make a big transition to make those key decisions around what items to slam, what units to end up fielding on your board when you're on that last life.
Oh, it's looking like it's going to be a really, really good loss as well.
Potential win. Is he actually able to kill all the damage here?
Not
No.
quite. Good loss, good loss. 346 stacks on this Cypher.
It could be 2 lives still actually as well at 13 HP in stage 4.
Especially if we can hit some of these upgrades, maybe the Pandora's Bench will tell him what's going to happen.
Double TG is really good, very generic, a lot of good combat power.
And good Pandora's Bench roll. He got both a Galio and a Draven, and he has a lesser duplicator, so we'll hit one and duplicate the other.
There you go. Setsuko, on the other hand, with Invested, we're going to see him chilling out for a little bit. This is, we've been talking all weekend about how the Boombot composition, it can be strong, and the fact that it has not performed does not mean that it is not a strong composition in of itself. What it does mean is that we need to see players have enough gold to get that board online, because the 1-star variation is not good enough. So Setsuko, realizing that, has Invested, has a clear opportunity.
We're seeing it now on the opposite side of the field. We talked about it, and it has come to fruition. Fiddlesticks reroll is on the menu. Sniper's Focus, Blighting Jewel, Giant Slayer is the build for now, as well as Final Ascension, proccing at this exact moment to try and clean up these bigger fights.
Importantly, though, he did lose a round. So that crazy amount of gold is not coming through. He does have a lot to roll for. We see him down at 20 gold already, but the Fiddle's going to be able to clutch up this fight as well. We're seeing the power of all these artifacts come through.
No one could make this comp work. Every other Worlds caliber player in the scrims failed to get a positive AVP with this comp. Lekoko, a 2.9 in 10 games is insane. We're going to finally find out what he's doing differently.
Ooh. That was a Z pickup there for YGQF, so big Cypher coming online.
Yeah, being able to get Z2 with the TG, certainly going to be the next big spike there. I don't know how close we actually were to the LeBlanc, so I think we're nearing our cap for YGQF. Okay, 3 off?
3 off,
okay.
Last time we checked out his board.
Interesting thing about his spot is he does have that golden remover on bench, so no matter what the TG rolls, he can put it on to the prime units, and these TGs are very good right where they are.
No changes needed just for right now.
I guess he does.
He actually opts to get the frontline value of the Crown Guard over the backline value of the Rage Blade there.
It has to do with his augment, right? He's taking that trifecta, putting it on the Jarvan, who's buffed up a little bit because of it. Makes a lot of sense.
No Z upgrade, can't really roll and hope to find his Z on level 7 because he was rolling for the Draven and the Galio. So he's facing Lekoko for now, who hasn't hit anywhere close to his max cap, obviously. He is playing for a 3-star comp, which is that Fiddle 3. So this should still be a win after the huge Cypher cash out from YGQF.
One thing I am concerned about for YGQF is that while he did get this cash out, he has a strong board. You have to consider that some of the value of his gold augment is that it allowed him to play in a way that should save HP, but he wasn't able to save HP because of his board just being weaker than others on stage 3. So not only did his cash out need to be strong enough to make up for the HP difference that he lost from losing, it also needs to be strong enough to make up for the gold augment that he took in order to play in the way he did.
Bobster spot is a very interesting one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took Call to Chaos. It looks like he got the 5 emblems there, right? So not exactly what you want to see. It was Bruiser, Street Demon, Dynamo, Anima, Vanguard.
I will say, those 13 games of Cypher and World Scrims did not prep him for this moment.
No, I think you're right.
He tried his best to really fill out all the possibilities, but this is definitely one of the weirder spots to be in, especially with another Cypher player in this lobby.
I think you just have to cross your fingers that Raptors gives you a Reforger, at least for one of those.
What do you mean? Now he gets to play Silas 1 to get 4 Vanguard and Anima squad in.
Oh.
Only 2 Vanguard.
Very nice.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
It's a pretty interesting spot. But the thing that is good is he was able to deny YGQF at least for now, and so saving the lobby a little bit from a crazy capped board.
Eyes on Setsuko coming into stage 5. He's been saving up his gold to go level 9.
Oh!
He is working towards the Urgot board as well. The board has been entirely sold off. You are not worthy to stay on my board coming into level 9, coming into stage 5. The roll down commences. We're looking for Zac, Garens, and Urgot. An upgrade on each of these units would be massive coming into stage 5.
Skipping the upgrades on the inconsequential units. Your Vex not upgraded. Your Fiddlesticks not upgraded. Recognizing that the win condition here are 2 things.
There's
Getting
Urgot.
front line and upgrading your Urgot. Urgot 1 may be enough for the early parts of this stage, but at just 10 HP, Setsuko needs to upgrade his front line and get damage on that Urgot ASAP.
All right, let's keep it rolling. Lots of bloblets to help power up that Zac. Hopefully you're not missing anything critical. You saw that Koboko was an instant pickup to slot into the board, and another Koboko was going to make a pair, choke off big. There's going to be a Zac pair as well. You just
we're missing
need
key
another
upgrades.
Urgot.
Only 1 Urgot, no Zac 2 as well.
Cho'Gath 2 needs to get on the board right now. Also don't have 4 Boombot in, might need to drop We have a couple of
Diego
front line here.
Doesn't
He has 4.
slot in the
Because he's got the
Kog'Maw.
Skarner. He has Skarner, Cho'Gath,
Fiddle and
Fiddle,
oh, yeah,
and
okay.
Urgot.
Yep, he does. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Taking items on Cho'Gath. He's facing Summertimer, who is sitting on the Dynamo Flex board, the MF2. And hasn't hit the big spike with the Elite 3. Maybe this will be enough for Tetra to stay alive. The Urgot's down to half HP.
This next Misfortunate will decide the fight if it goes towards the Urgot and takes it down. The Cho'Gath is still alive and now onto the back line, but not a lot of HP to work with. We'll take down one more unit. It might keep him alive, but I think 2 units will be enough. The roll down.
There's the Zac.
Fight come through.
Needed to find the Zac too, needed to find the Urgot too, especially. Didn't find either.
Wow.
And this is the problem with Boombot. It's a 1st or 8th comp. Setsuko's a 1st or 8th player. In this case, unlike yesterday, it's an 8th instead.
We have seen Setsuko take 4 first places and 3, I think, 8th places throughout this tournament, really leaning into that highly volatile style.
Of all the games, he's gone 3rd the other time.
Okay.
He's only gone 1st or 8th.
Bad news for Lekoko as well. Hasn't been able to hit the Fiddle 3 just yet. Hasn't found a single high roll copy of Urgot rolling on 8, which means his board is going to be capped out a little bit lower for now. Still has a lot of time, a lot of HP, especially to buffer.
And the good news is there's also 3 more Fiddles back in the pool.
That's true. And you have the duplicator, right? I don't think Lekoko's sweating about his spot at all. I think Lekoko recognizes I'm 76 HP. Even if I'm rolling on 0 for the rest of the game, I'm certainly going to be finding this Fiddle. And once you find that Fiddle 3 plus the upgraded front line that he has, his augments are set up in such a way that that by itself is going to net him a very strong placement alongside his HP total. If he can high roll, find it early, go 9, that's the way in which he's playing for a first. But honestly, we haven't seen this composition enough with this augment setup. It's possible that just hitting the Fiddle 3 is enough to go first. This is Lekoko's thing, not ours.
Bobster and YGQF both at the bottom of our lobby right now, but one of these Cypher spots is different than the other.
Yeah, YGQF is still going to be on a 5-win streak heading into this next combat. And the fact that you have the Draven 3 as well as the Galio 3, those are really 2 of the keyest pieces to make sure that the Cypher comp can actually net you those wins. Looks like he gave up on the LeBlanc completely, especially after finding a Renekton and knowing that he has to level to keep up with the rest of the lobby.
Bobster fighting for his life, facing Summertimer, facing the board that just eliminated Setsuko, who was level 9 with an almost complete Urgot board. Can Bobster stay alive? He tried his best to make the Call to Chaos emblem cash out work. Is it enough?
The front line is falling very quickly. The LeBlanc trying to ramp up as much as possible. We'll be able to access the back line, but not enough damage coming through. YGQF strings together another win. Put America's 7-8 in this lobby. Oh.
Bobster, unfortunately, one of the players that was at 30 points going into this game, almost certainly going to spell disaster for his run at the set championship.
On the flip side, Ben's like a player with Trade Tracker who was also forced to make an emblem cash out work, despite it being from a different augment compared to Bobster. And for now, he's fully pivoted into a vertical Street Demon line instead. Didn't find a Reforger, couldn't play around the usual Exotech cash out, is trying to make it work with Brand, Ziggs, Carry. Won that last fight. Can he stay alive for a few more and net a top 4?
And Robin Song's playing around his comfort, playing Vanguard Marksman, but now down at 5 HP. Another one of our America's players that is currently safe, but would not definitely like to take a bot 4 here, which means that those people that needed to perform well are performing well and moving up the standings.
It's going to sandwich the standings quite a bit coming out of this game. A lot of the players on the bottom rising up, a lot of the players on the top falling down, which means that even though we're doing a cut here, it's only 2 more games till another cut comes through. Nobody's going to be safe in this tournament.
Who does Robin face? YGQF is one of the Grim Reapers of this lobby, and it will be Robin potentially meeting his maker when it comes to this last fight. Vanguard Marksman up against his Zed already onto that back corner. Both of the AD carries going to be cleaned up by the next Draven cast, and that will be the end of the road in this game for one of the fan favorites from the Americas region, Robin, taken down in 6th.
All of the Americas.
7-8.
Tragedy.
Steppy also going to take another hit there, playing the TF reroll. This is a composition that we were not seeing a lot of prior to the TOC finals in CN in particular. They really did popularize that composition, help bring it back into the meta. And it's something that we've seen try and net players a middle placement. So Steppy, depending on where he is in the standings, maybe just feeling like, okay, I want to get some points, stay near the top of the table, keep my life alive, and then when I get high roll presented to me in another game's opener, play for more points then. It seems like the plan is working out.
Yeah, the problem for him is he does not have that Rage Blade, and so that will be a much weaker board than normal when you play TF reroll. We'll see Steppy here on our right side. Does have that Braum 3, and so that would be a very strong front line.
The battle of the rerollers as well, at least 3 versus the TF3. As you mentioned, Chile, I think the atomization is not quite there. The tank is going to be very strong with the Braum and the Mogo's Mail, but everything else is not really up to par. TF is on MF, though. MF does get her damage out before she goes down. At least can get one more cast off potentially that could win the fight, but TF is still alive and kicking. Can he fight for Steppy's life? But Cho'Gath chomps on him, and Steppy is taken down. 2 EMEA, 1 CN, 1 APAC left alive in this top 4, and very different playstyles. 2 rerollers, both the Cypher and the TF, and then 2 very creative game plans. Fiddle 3 from Lekoko with the double artifact line, and Bensak, who made the Street Demons work, is in the top 4.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Bensak, who got Trait Tracker and is not playing the normal line. We see a lot of people play around Boombots, we see a lot of people play around Exotech, of course, but Street Demon Strategist being the way that he goes, completely uncontested, and now in the top 4.
Lekoko has hit his Fiddlesticks 3, so we're starting to understand. Maybe all 10 of his games were just Blighting Jewel Snipers focused.
Yeah, I mean, that'll do it.
Just handpicking his artifacts.
I think this is a very poetic game for Lekoko when you kind of look at the macro sense of it. Going 8th in the last game, standing at death's door, needs to bring it back. Still, maybe the best player in the world to have not won an event of a major scale. It is so beautiful to see someone like that being able to bounce back, make a run, and doing it with a pocket pick of all things just feels so good.
This is the real test, though. Cypher from YGQF versus Lekoko. Is the Fiddle 6-3 strong enough to deal with the Draven? Zed's onto Fiddle, and Draven has a great angle, but doesn't actually hit the Fiddle there. Fiddle might survive long enough for the final attempt to proc, and for the damage to come through onto all of the backline carries. Draven cast again, still no kill. One more cast here from the Fiddle. Could play cleanup. It does. A very strong board from Lekoko knocks out the Cypher player.
2 eliminations coming through. We see one on the side of Summertime eliminating Bensak, and then YGQF falling in 3rd. Top 2 is rounded out. Lekoko, 76 HP, has been running away with this entire lobby.
Summertimer, though, playing around that Dynamo Flex that we highlighted pre-show is something that has had a lot of success, but playing it more uniquely around the 4 Bruiser, 4 Dynamo instead of around those legendary upgrades. Hits that Cho'Gath 2, which is just an incredibly strong front line alongside the rest of those Bruisers, and now has got it to a top 2.
This is a wild board that I think we really have not given enough flowers to, because Dynamo Flex is something that's been thrown around a lot as a term, but it's not something that we've really gotten to see flourish in a true flex manner. I think Summertime is kind of bringing back some more old school TFT to this game, showcasing that sometimes the game is just frontline and backline. Yeah, you know what? You're not going to be able to beat Lekoko's unbelievable board here, but what it is going to do is make you strong enough for top 2. Yeah, like I said, that's definitely not beating Lekoko's board. Make it a little close for the drama. But great, well-executed game by Summertimer, really impressive, and it does go to show why people put Summertimer as one of the most elite from APAC, had the best AVP all set long, and is showing up when it matters most.
I really like that you hyped it up at the end there. Yeah, you know, it made us stay on our toes just a little bit until
I knew the whole time how it was going to end.
Well, I mean, Boompot did kind of show us that dichotomy of either being very good in that kind of interesting spot and also really not working out. America's fallen flat.
I think it was really the Lekoko masterclass when it comes to this game. He showcased on broadcast why he's considered one of the best players. It was really, he fought for that win streak every single round. He had to fight to maintain it. Every decision he made mattered all the way into stage 4, and he executed to perfection. He did high roll the second artifact, being Sniper's Focus, into his comfort line, but great game from him.
I'm going to push back on the whole high roll thing here, though, because the thing is, there are a lot of players that you could give a similar spot to Lekoko, and I bet you it does not end the way that that game ended. I think that's a reflection of not only did he, you know, you would say high roll, but it's more recognizing that he high rolled. There's a lot of top players that would not have even known that they high rolled the fiddle spot that Lekoko was able to navigate.
Well, while we are well into our Tactician's Crown action here for Cyber City, what about the TFT of the future? We are going to give you a first look at the evolution of the Pro TFT circuit. So please enjoy.
as TFT rides its motorbike out of Cyber City and into the brawl of Set 15 KO Coliseum, we're channeling that fighting spirit with a brand new tournament series, the TFT Pro Circuit. While we all love a training montage, the reality is that competing in TFT has yet to best its most challenging opponent, the reset. The path to the Tactician's crown means playing a lot of games, and often that grind overshadows all the hard work and wins the best players have amassed set after set after set. That's a lot of sets. That's why we're punching up the reward for all your hard work. The TFT Pro Circuit, or TPC, is a new Tier 1 tournament series that acknowledges hard-earned mastery for the top players from our regions. Americas, APAC, EMEA, and CN will all get their own new Pro Circuits featuring 32 of the top players. For KO Coliseum's Pro Circuit, each region's top 32 will be made up of the top 28 players from the Cyber City Golden Spatula and 4 chosen by Riot for their historical competitive success and contribution to TFT. Each set will have 3 Pro Circuit events featuring 32 players. 3 action-packed days will be broadcasted by players and co-streamers for your viewing pleasure. These events will end in Checkmate finals, and the winners earn a direct invite to the Tactician's crown. Set to set, we'll keep exploring new formats for the second event to keep things fresh. In Set 15, it will be an international showcase featuring CN versus APAC and Americas versus EMEA. These events will also award players Pro Points. But what the heck is a Pro Point? Glad you asked. Pro Points are earned based on placements in each event, but more on that later. With the launch of the Pro Circuit, the Golden Spatula has been reworked and renamed the Regional Finals. These will now serve as a promotion relegation event for the Pro Circuit and have expanded from a 1-weekend 32-player event to a 2-weekend event featuring 68 players. After the gambit of intense competition, the 32 players that make it to the second weekend qualify for the next set's Pro Circuit. Every player in the Pro Circuit automatically qualifies for the Regional Finals, and a player's Pro Points will determine where in the Regional Finals they start. The top 12-point earners will begin on weekend 2, meaning they will guarantee their spot in the next Pro Circuit. The bottom 20 Pro Circuit players will start on weekend 1, and will have to fight to keep their slot in the Pro Circuit. They'll be joined by 36 players that have qualified from the 2 Tacticians Cups and the top ladder players from throughout the set, who are all hungry to stamp their ticket into the Pro Circuit. Once the dust had settled from weekend 1, the remaining 20 players will join the weekend 2 players to compete for the remaining slots in the Tactician's crown, and to become the regional champion. Whether you're tuning in to cheer for your fave players in a new high-stakes format, or even looking to join the fray yourself, the TPC is the home of peak TFT competition and community where pros, and pros-to-be, can show the world what they're made of. To catch the first TPC event, follow @CompeteTFT and tune in August 29th through the 31st. Keep an eye on your favorite pros and streamers when they capture all the action. And who knows, we might even see you standing with the top 32 during Set 16's TPC.
Wow, I'm so hype about all of these changes to the pro competitive TFT scene, and it's just an amazing time to be a TFT player. But there's a lot to break down, so let's try to give some highlights from that video.
I mean, yeah, the landscape's about to change forever. The thing that stood out to me in particular is that players not only get their spot at the TPC, they get the chance to defend it. Top 12 in the TPC are guaranteed their spot back in the TPC for the next set. And this is great because it allows both the opportunity for new players and new talent to flourish, but the best of the best from each region are going to be rewarded with a consistent place in the TFT competitive landscape.
There is going to be that reward you're mentioning from set to set. That's the biggest thing. All the hard work you put in the set before this, it gets rewarded by putting you into that Pro Circuit the next set. And the biggest thing for me as well, Cieli, is the narratives, the stories. We get to really build up specific players. It's not just this 1 week prior to TAC Crown where we get to really hero build. It's the entirety of the set now with the Pro Circuit.
And with the changes to the regional finals now, no longer the Golden Spatula, 2 weekends of competition, 68 players, so many more stories to tell.
That might be one of my favorite changes, is that it's regional finals now.
Yeah, it is very nice. It's a great name. And I think expanding it too, it provides like a very interesting platform for the new talent, right? Regional finals is always something that's been heralded as like the stage for your regional competition. Expanding it to 68, allowing more ladder slots, I think 16 was the number that we heard there. It means that the players who have not performed in tournament but have been dominating the ladder kind of get to sneak their way, even if they haven't really been battle-tested in tournament. I'm very curious to see what the dynamic is between the newcomers and the veterans.
That's always, I think, that the thing that excites me the most about these layers of competition. And I think something we can also see in full effect at the Tactician's Crown is a lot of these players that are really trying to shoot their shot. They can take an inch and turn it into a mile in some of these cases.
I'm curious to see as well maybe the hunger for some of the veteran players who didn't have the best set 14, who have to fight for their spot coming to the next set and have the chance to go in through the cups, come back to regional finals, say, I deserve to be here. I am not missing out in set 16.
It's like the old man kind of like cracking his knuckles, showing he still got it to keep up with the young kids, you know?
Okay, well, maybe you, Gangly.
That's me. I'm back, bro. I'm back.
Let's not get too
Set
crazy.
15, Panda and I are back.
What do you mean back? Were you ever there?
Well, listen, I am so glad that we get a chance to share this all with you, but we are about to unveil the players that will be competing in the TFT Pro Circuit. So let's take a look.
So many great players on this board. We don't have our CN representatives yet that will be coming later on, but we have all of our competitors across APAC, Americas, and EMEA.
Most of these players did come through from their performance in the regional finals that we had for this set, and we also had a couple of invited players to round out this list.
There's too many players to highlight them all, of course. You know, if I had to just talk about one or two, I think it's worth it, at least from the Americas. I want to talk about Prestivan. This is a player we saw on the global stage last set. Narrowly missed his shot at the Golden Spatula, but we'll see him in the TPC. It's really exciting to be able to see players of this caliber rewarded and seeing them once again on a great stage.
Yeah. Not just that, but the fact that you have just such prestige all throughout. Like you mentioned, it's hard to single out a player.
Can't, yeah.
The quality of play that we are used to on Attack Round Weekend, for example, we're going to get this across the entire sets, on the earlier patches, in the middle of the set, and the later competitive patches as well coming to Attack Round. I'm just so excited as a viewer, as a caster, as someone who just wants to absorb as much high-level TFT as possible. We're going to be blessed starting next set.
And someone like Bintum in APAC getting that invite slot as well, who's been to this Tactician's Crown 5 times, and now being able to represent themselves at the Pro Circuit makes a lot of sense. And I'm excited to see, again, the best TFT players in the world fight week in and week out.
Absolutely. All the hype is going to hit during those 2 weekends of the regional finals. So make sure that you stay tuned on August 29th and check out our socials at Compete TFT to keep up to date with all of the information leading up to those events. We are going to be continuing our action here at the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back here at the Teamfight Tactics Cyber City Tacticians Crown. And we're back with a new set of casters for day 2 and more action for everyone else at home watching. With me, CLE, as well as Huberson and Clement. How are you guys feeling? How have you enjoyed game 1 and 2?
Well, I have to say, EMEA cannot keep getting away with it. They have 8 players now in the top 24. They have not been eliminated, carrying on strong. And after day 1, we thought a lot of the EMEA players were going to fall victim to that first cut, but they all hang on.
Yeah, and seeing Lecoco playing like this, of course, he had amazing artifacts to get the super field stick, but he played amazing tempo also. Not letting it go, playing amazing, playing with a poppy, playing flex, and then recognizing he could go to the field stick, making a win and making a great first place.
And this seems to be a regional thing. Region-wide, they're clutching up. They are moving themselves out of the bottom 8 every single time. And we're going to see some standings soon that might tell us a bit of the story.
Listen, I looked at the standings ahead of time already and I took some notes, and I appreciate that you guys seem to have come to the same conclusion, but my notes only say EMEA stonks rising, so I would just like to show the standings and throw some more numbers at chat.
And if you didn't buy the dip, you already missed it. So if you're not on the train now, it's gone.
No, you're still welcome, but we're looking from the top down.
And I do want to call out Xiaoju. Only 1 game in the bottom 4. A lot of CM players were really nervous because their previous first seed, Nandede, bombed out later on into the tournament, but he looks like the real deal. He has all the comps, played 6 different ones in day 1, and he might be the one to carry the region.
4 Americas in the top 8 as well, but as we move down our standings, this is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, Hansing also taking a first, making good possibilities. CN didn't have the best chance yesterday with not good results at all. So he's one of the hopes to get in an advantage and maybe get to day 3.
And here's where our cut happened yesterday and the day before. We did see the players that just got cut as well between our 25th and 32nd position.
And it is going to keep coming. The tension is still there. These players are not safe. There's another elimination of the next bottom 8 waiting after the next 2 games. So they are not safe, especially the bracket that is currently sitting between 13th and 24th. Those players need to clutch up once more. Some of them, like Likoko that we were talking about, that we saw in that previous game, able to do just that. But how many more times can they do that?
And we see here on this next slide, Dahua and Kermex both losing the tiebreaker and dropping out here with these 8 players, 3 Americas players and 3 APAC.
And importantly, of course, EMEA is in the rise, but if you see the standings in the first place, in the first standing, the top 8, 4 Americas, and in the top 16, 2 additional. So actually, America, one of the best performances, and we were a little concerned because normally day 2 is not the best day for us, and actually making it happen.
It's really a regional thing. Even in League of Legends, they kind of fall into the same curse, but America's players this time just been so strong. Day 1, a 4.28 AVP, just blasting all the other regions. I really hope APAC can kind of catch back up with what you guys have been doing.
Listen, you say it is a regional thing. Is it not just that day 2 historically is harder, more difficult? And enemies, therefore, you know?
You're saying that now, but there's 4 Americas in the top 8.
Right now, yeah.
How many EMEA? Do you remember?
Oh, I know how many EMEA players are in the total tournament still, and I think those numbers are adding up nicely in our favor.
At the end of the day, though, top 8. That's all that matters. That's all that moves on to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, but there's a couple more games until we get there, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Of course, we have 2 more games for now until, like, I just mentioned that next cutoff is going to come in, but we'll keep going after that. Another 2 rounds, another elimination until we actually will find out who's in the running to play the top 8.
And I do want to give a shout out to the lone EMEA player in top 8, the hottest player on the field right now. That's going to be Klikkornen from Turkey coming over here. He just had 2 first place placements right there, playing into the Exotech line. There weren't a lot of high hopes for him, but I know, Makes, you're a lot more familiar with him than I am. How did he do?
It's incredible because yesterday he started the day with 2 7th places. And that historically is not an easy thing to come back from, right? You have that kind of momentum going in the wrong direction. And so he was able to turn it around to clutch up at the end of yesterday. He was actually not in a really good spot. So able to just bring it back with those 2 first places goes to show how quick it can go well or it can go wrong for some of the players.
Yeah, I'm very close to him, Bomb and Death. He's in 9th in the bubble, so actually very close. And one of the surprises for the EMEA, also doing amazing, starting yesterday with a first place, playing tempo, playing good comps. And this is one, again, of the new hopes of EMEA. Maybe some of the best. Double is not here. We have some names. Bolt already, we lost him. And this possibility of EMEA making a good run is amazing. Remember, America is the one who has the additional spot right now, so we had more players. EMEA has a possibility, if they keep performing, to get maybe the additional spot for net set.
Yeah, if you look overall at the top of the standings, it is the Americas great holding on to the top 8, and then a lot of new faces coming in from the other regions. For CN, Xiaoju, and Zhenbai, these 2 players combined only have 1 TOC regional run, and now they're trying to carry the biggest region, the historically the best region so far. So a lot of riding on their shoulders.
And we've seen a lot happen in 2 games, right? We've had so many people cut from our competition, and there'll be more cut after 2 more games. And so every game matters so much. Yesterday, obviously, the first 6 games mattered, but it felt like you had 6 games to really establish yourself. But now it's every 2 games we need to reinvent it.
That's right. And we are seeing which our lobby is going to be next. So lobby 1 coming up for us. Xiaoju, who you were just talking about, Clement, is in that lobby. We're also going to see Setsuko again, which we just saw, unfortunately, take an 8th place, but hopefully he's going to be able to clutch back up from that.
He's just keeping the brand going, right? Out of all of our games so far, he's had 1 not 1st or 8th. So he's just keeping the brand going.
And we saw that with that Boombot roll down. He took Invested, one of the most coveted augments that you can take on 4-2. 90 gold roll down. It was really cool, but didn't find that Urgot too. And that's kind of the pros and cons of that type of style of gameplay. We love to watch it, but it does carry its inherent risks.
1 roll away from giving us a tactical breakdown. We wanted to do that one, of course. Not the best here for Setsuko, but once again, a good chance here to take a good first. And he's going to be also Summertime who has been doing one of the young guns and the new faces, loving once again his image, and I want to recognize as Lecoco once again, and Tex Summers also in the top 16 right now, making it work. The only representative from Latam, we lost the only representative from Brazil, Bapacasa. So real good lobby right here and good possibilities for all of them to ensure a good placement. As you said, CLE, very important so far. Points accumulate from yesterday to today, and now this lobby looks just amazing.
I do want to talk about the points because the important breakdowns are top 4 and top 12. If you're top 4 at the final game, at the end of game 12, you are guaranteed to move into the finals. And if you're top 12, then you're guaranteed to move into the final game on game 13. So those are the 2 breakpoints everyone are going to be fighting for.
And there's a crazy person at the top of our leaderboard. 9 points above the second place person is Xiaoju, setting himself up excellently to possibly compete for that top 4 slot to even secure his spot in the grand finals even earlier.
That's right. He is going to be the points leader for the lobby that we just looked at. Our points follow-upper at the very bottom, I guess, is going to be Xiaoqi with 34 points. So a 20 points differential between our highest point player and our lowest point player in this lobby. That's natural. We are snake seeding, so there's always going to be a bit of a gap between our players, but just to kind of give you an idea of what players are playing for, because if you find yourself at the bottom of the standings right now, your playstyle might be a little bit more volatile than what players at the top can afford to do. So you might be led into a direction we're going for a 1st or 8th.
And honestly, the point differential isn't that big. We were talking about the importance is to be 5th to 12th right there. And if you look at the bottom with Xiaoqi, there's only a 5-point difference to kind of make it in that bubble. Remember, game 13, your points stop mattering. As long as you're top 4, you make it into the final day.
Yeah, you were talking, Makes, a little about the comps, maybe having that possibility of creativity and maybe having an angle to look forward to. Tex Summers is the player has played more TF reroll, so that 2-cost reroll that is actually not working throughout the field, he has made it work and still maintaining top 16. So maybe that we saw Lecoco with the fiddlestick, he has his TF reroll, so it's good to see players going for the comfort zone and actually playing what they love to.
You know the problem with Tex Summers? In that triple run that he made to TAC round, he was wearing his Shaco cap.
Okay.
He was wearing the clown outfit. He needs to put that back on. I didn't see him wear that in Dallas.
He
that
brought
was
it.
a lucky charm. He brought it?
I know he brought it. He told me he has it. So I think he's just waiting for the right moment because it's aura. You cannot just spend aura. You need to keep it for the exact moment. So I think he knows. In case he gets away from the top 16, I think he will get there.
Listen, if there's anybody on this cast, I think it would be Hugh Hoope, who knows about aura. So I trust you on that one.
Yeah. No, for sure. It will happen.
And there's so much strategy for these last couple of games, right? Whether it's wearing a hat or what composition you play, a lot of our players are just trying to avoid the extremes, right? If you go 8th place, only getting 1 point can absolutely move you all the way down the leaderboard. And as we look at our lobby, we see how close the points are outside of one player.
I do kind of want to talk a little bit about Summertimer because that was a player that we had a lot of hope for going into day 1, into our tournament. And he found himself in a not so great position at the end of yesterday, was able to avoid elimination, and now finds himself kind of middle of the pack. So really talk about kind of recognizing what people are playing now that we have reached the global stage and able to clutch back up from it. But we are in game number 3 for today. Of course, round number 9 overall. There's no points reset. And we're going to take a look here.
A really good start for AQ1H, going on to one of his favorite lines, Tempo Dynamo here. We have seen some Nitro Dynamo wins, especially from Solo Gasong in the previous round, so we definitely know that this is a line that can work, especially if you hit this many of them early.
Yeah, we've seen it work and we've seen it not work. Actually not in the best AVP, but in good condition, especially this, getting this Elise early as you mentioned, I think it's a great spot. And obviously you have already the angle. You already know exactly what you're doing. And of course, that's a good comfort zone. On the other hand, YGQF already having the Ox. Very difficult. Normally, you want to start with the Graves here just to make sure you have the angle, while finding Jarvan early plus the Alistar is pretty good.
But it's something we've seen a few times, though, is the Slayer reroll. If we're able to get Vayne online, if maybe we can do the Senna Jarvan reroll. Something we haven't seen too much yet, but something players in, specifically you, Clement, you're a little high on going into this tournament.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a Japanese special composition. I haven't checked the comps, but I know Summertimer is on a hot streak right now. He just finished with 12 points in the past 2 rounds, and I think he's the player we're most likely to see something from that. It did come from their study group.
He played it yesterday already. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because there was a little bit of a contest that Jarvan 3 not able to come online in the game that we saw it in because somebody else was also chasing those units. But we are going to be getting our first set of augments right now, and it is going to be golden ones across the board. So there's always a chance.
Yeah, Thorn-plated, always a good possibility. The meta has shifted a little for AP, but still is very solid. You get a good tempo out of it. He already had a Draven, so maybe he was looking for Econ. There's Raining Goal. I think it makes a lot of sense. And then he can manage or maybe think about a loose streak and maybe getting that Cypher in early.
Yeah, Thorn-plated doesn't really save his board right here, so I would consider the 2 Econ augments on 2-1 a little bit more attractive.
There it is.
Talking about Xiaozhu a little bit more, I think what gives us so much hope is that he actually played a lot of lines, unlike Nandede in the previous TAC round, who basically played only 2 or 3 lines.
Setsuko taking Portable Forge, has Blighting Jewel. So maybe learning from the success of Lakoko last game, possibly playing around that Fiddlesticks reroll. You can also play around Morgana Bastions as well. It's quite good. Does refund a lot of mana.
We do have someone going for the Golden Ox that we were talking about very offensively. YGQF already picked up Golden Fleece. So that is going to be something to look out for. Very nice augment to have if you're able to play around that composition. We know how strong Golden Ox has been, and able to just generate that gold early on will be helpful in making those breakpoints as well.
Yeah, YGQF, in terms of his play style, we did see like CN play a lot of Graves, but the averages were actually pretty poor. It was in the 6s. So we'll see if Golden Fleece is enough to kind of carry through. Usually if it's against a lot of very strong players and you can't find tempo in stage 3, the comp becomes a lot worse.
YGQF now already finding the Graves, decides to slam Quicksilver here just to get a little tempo, and he has the Ox augment. So that will be the definition, totally going for that vertical. And we already seen that 4 Ox is pretty strong. And if he manages to hit the Graves very early, he will have a chance to pop up in the late game.
I'm actually very curious if he decides to reroll if he wins this round, which is not looking like he's going to hit that Golden Ox Sprocket.
Yeah.
Not having that extra gold will mean he probably won't unless he wants to break the gold. Getting that 8 breakpoint is quite easy though, so he'll just get that one later.
Yeah, always good. Are you a greeter there? Do you like to greet and always get it no matter what? I always try to do it. I don't care. I don't care if it doesn't make sense to roll a little. It's just too good. It's like I lose 4 gold and I have to do it.
Ooh, but looks like there might be some contest on this side of the board coming in from Tech Summers as well. It has gold for dummies here into the back line.
Yeah, holding also the Bane, holding Dr. Mundos here. Not deciding to go for the Bruiser Techie line, so maybe a little. He knows he's contested, and the other guy is committed, so I don't think Tex is going for Grapes too.
The good thing is with Gold for Dummies, you are not as locked in as with Golden Fleece, so is going to be able to find yet another comp to just play around to. Of course, it's always a little bit bittersweet when you find the Golden Ox this early. You're able to just benefit of having it in this early on, but if you see someone as locked in as that Golden Fleece augment alludes to, I think,
yeah.
If you are Tex here, then probably stepping back should be the correct option here.
Yeah, like Coco with Rage Blade, also having the Collector trying to make a good tempo out of it, not getting a good decision.
There's a Graves!
2-star carousels. This is going to be incredibly game warping, especially if you can get the one you want on your board. Is anyone playing Twisted Fate? Is anyone playing Graves that does get it? Xiaozhu does get it, and he is not playing Graves.
Yeah, he's going to deny it from his region mate here. YGQF is the one with the Golden Fleece. Another key thing here to note is that there won't be any Cypher units here. We do have an open forder in Xiaoqi trying to break the street of Xiaozhu.
I was looking at Summertimer there because we did get a glimpse at his board very briefly, and there was a slammed Rage Blade already. Had a couple of options since that Pandora's was also picked up, and I was wondering if he'd go for the Jin or the Vayne if he had a chance to. In the end, both of them were taking from that carousel, so didn't actually get to.
And this is a very interesting lobby because often we see a lot of our players playing weak boards in our stage 2. In this case, we only have 2 of them, and the rest of our players now have a lot of upgrades to work around. And so Summertimer playing around these early upgrades, but again, we see here we have a 2-star Jhin as well. So a lot of good boards.
Setsuko, on the other hand, right now still with the Morgana 1, with the Blinding Duel, so maybe it will be that Fiddlestick angle. Very weird. Actually, not the perfect spot here. Archangel also on the Morgana, so committing a lot to the AP line. But only having 2 Morganas here is pretty tough. Let's see if he manages to stay. Trying to get a little chance here with the Bane, but no. AQ1H is just too strong.
And it's a very interesting pivot from AQ1H. He probably saw the stats of Nitro Dynamo yesterday and was like, I have a good start. I ain't playing this. I'm just going to go straight for Misfortune.
Okay, Sauchi just making sure that if he managed to get against an opponent who's also low, he has the possibility to sell here and ensure the lose streak.
Yeah, it's going to be critical to see if Xiaoqi can stop the Cypher from Xiaoju. I think that's our most impactful fight coming on.
Yeah, 2 players with very similar names, both loose streaking, just in case you're getting confused at home. But I promise you, we're going to keep an eye on for you guys, checking out how that's going to go. For now, Summertimer, the only player in this lobby that still has a chance to preserve this win streak and would very much like to do so, goes up against AQ1H, who did pick up that Jhin, a very powerful unit this early on if you're able to slam those items, and it might actually be not enough, is going to be breaking his win streak here as we move into Krugs.
And AQ1H takes that streak instead on that 4-win streak, and both of our players at the bottom of the lobby not meeting each other, both losing, continuing their riches.
Summerstein still in a good spot. Normally you want a little tempo there with the Rage Blade. Obviously he wanted the win streak, generate a little more gold. And now we see Xiaoju just trying to get, he got the Draven early, but not the blank. She's being timid. Normally what happens here. And now level 5, almost going to level 6, just trying to find LeBlanc. And obviously he will also need the Galio and try to ramp up a little more the Cypher. Remember, in this patch, Cypher is a little nerf, so it's much difficult to get some significant cash outs.
It's going to be critical to see if he's going to roll down a little bit on level 6 on 3-1. If he can hit the 4 Cypher or compared to the 3, that's actually a huge difference. To see if you can go for that 250 cash out with the 4 Nikos, or maybe you just have to stay with the 175 for the 2 duplicators.
One unique thing to mention in this lobby is no one has Cypher right now. We have some of our players rolling for it. Xiaoju is going very deep, finding the LeBlanc, getting 3 Cypher in, but you really want 4 Cypher in this spot.
Yeah, the sort of formula is 4 Cypher on 3-2 and 5 kills. That gives you 250 stacks.
Okay.
I'm just looking at this shop. It's 3-1, just in case anyone's wondering. Leona and Zix just casually hanging out in Xiaoju's shop. But he, of course, doesn't actually want them. He just wants to find the Cypher units and play around that instead. Could, of course, still pick them up, but I don't think that's going to be the case for now. So just to give us a glimpse of maybe what this game holds in store, as we are going to be moving into that next ARP. Instead, a change has happened at the top of the leaderboard because Summertimer actually loses that win streak.
And in this game, we do have an extra augment at the end of stage 4, so we're stage 3 right now. Getting our 3-2 augment, another gold augment, nothing crazy unless you can get something like Trait Tracker or Forward Thinking that we see insta-picked for Tech Summers.
Oh, and he is in a great spot for it. It already has all of the Boombot items that he could want, a lot of physical items, going to go straight level 9 on stage 4. So for the rest of the lobby, that puts a lot of pressure on players that need points. You know that Boombot level 9 is coming.
And it contests those who are playing Cypher. Right now, his board is super weak. All of his gold is gone. He needs to econ back up. But Tex has got a strong enough board that he should be able to keep winning at least a little bit.
Interestingly enough, it's not just Tex that picked up Forward Thinking. It's also Lakoko. And of course, it wouldn't be a round of golden augments if we wouldn't be getting baited by Magic Roll instead of Trait Tracker here. So just in case you're looking at this and thinking, hey, Trait Tracker did come alive, it is Magic Roll.
Summertimer getting reactive shelf, so he will be our marksman Vanguard player. Just committed right now, and obviously making sure he has a good possibility there with the Rage Blade. And just ramping up, just trying to get a good fourth here.
Xiaoju taking an interesting augmented well that you really have to play around Bronze for life. It's going to be a very interesting one. I'm not sure if you play around Vertical Cypher at all anymore, but instead you'll pivot.
Okay, Setsuko has the field stick here. and he already saw Le Coco making it work. Obviously, only one of the premium artifacts here in the Blinding Duel, but with good possibilities, already putting the bruisers in. So it's coming together, but he will need a good time here to roll and actually hit in good tempo.
Now we're going to take a look at YGQF. We're talking about stage 3 tempo for this Graves composition. A big thing that makes the composition work while you're still rolling beneath 50 gold. And so far it looks like he hasn't been able to stabilize. I will say he has very good items at this stage for his composition though, so I do expect him to be able to turn it around, especially with that Gragas 2 and that Ross 2.
A lot is going to be writing on whether or not he's going to be able to get that Graves in time. With 2 players that picked up forward thinking in this lobby, you might find yourself in a position where you're able to bring that unit online, but then other players just peak so much harder, and the streak that you were looking for to stabilize you knocks you out.
Zhao and Xiaoju not facing each other still. 8 losses for both of them, and they're both just kind of playing chicken. They're both playing weak boards, waiting to slam items, and taking huge losses.
Well, the scriptwriter is definitely from CN. I think we have that confirmed by now. As we take a look at this, there is a huge one for Xiaoqi right here, taking the 4 cost. It would have been a little bit better for Xiaoju because he was playing into the bronze for life, which we see a lot with the EXO and kind of rapid fire line.
Stuff. AQ1H maintaining the win streak here, making sure he punishes a little and maintains the tempo. Now we're seeing once again the Nitro player just trying to play Dynamo as you predicted and maybe making the switch here. So it will be EXO having a Flux here, lacking. Also there's the Rage Blade, and now this will be a great angle already in place. Now just trying to find Sejuani and establish the front line.
And he never found Cypher, right?
Yeah.
He's got no Cypher stacks, but instead now finding a good spot though. Excellent items, playing around a little bit of Nitro, but 5 Cypher now for Xiaoju.
Amazing.
The question is, though, yeah, you have Sari now, and she's going to be able to help you out. Your board is going to grow stronger. Still missing a lot of those key upgrades like the Citrani, the other Exotech units like that Mordekaiser to really stabilize your front line. 44 HP, with some of the players looking as healthy as AQ1H and Summertimer, as well as Setsuko actually just looking at the top there. I'm a little bit worried for both of our bottom 2
Also,
players.
Tech Summer with forward thinking, we know he will be strong, so he will have to hit. He will have to roll maybe at 4-1, at most at 4-2, and hit. Not only roll, get the 32, get the Sejuani 2, and get the 7XO online.
Unfortunately, I think this is a lobby where if you're playing the Vanguard Marksman, you feel really bad because the top lobby slots are all occupied already. You have the Cypher players online, you have the full win streakers online, and a forward thinking. So this is one of those lobbies where stage 3 can feel kind of fake.
It sure does. It almost feels like we're already in stage 5 looking at some of the HP totals, but nay, that is not true. But we're going to be taking a look at some of our win streakers at least meeting. AQ1H on 8 wins thus far. Is Setsuko going to be able to stop that? Like, actual on the Elise and the backline is going to be helping out a ton. But of course, if that second ult from the Misfortune hits, and it does, that's not going to be enough from Setsuko's board.
The Lost Streakers did not face each other for 2 stages straight. What? 10 losses for both of them, and now it's the Techie cash out.
Wow, so gold. That's the gold cash out normally. He has some chances here, getting the Jarvan 2 also as a possibility. Just making sure he has good units here, now rolling, trying to find something. Very far from the Draven, but the reroll will be the angle here. Finds a Galio again, but he's so far from anything. So we'll just manage to maintain tempo, and this is not the spot you want to be in.
I'm wondering about what you were saying earlier, Celia, because usually with Bronze for Life, we don't see a lot of Cypher vertical or Cypher reroll. It's not necessarily where a lot of players are steering the comp if they pick up that augment, so it might have just been a case of being pinched for augments, really.
So you really want 7 active traits for this augment to make a lot of sense. You get 3.5 for every one of them on bronze, and obviously you're paying 5 Cypher. That one isn't going to count. So I agree with you, Megs. I expected him to go and try to fit in some Exotechs or something, but he did get the Spatula, which might help with that situation.
We do have a few other people that are angling towards that Exotech line as well. One of those being Tech Summers, who's going to have an incredible amount of gold on 4-2. alongside Lakoko, so we want to keep an eye on both those players and what their choices are at 4-2 right after the augment choice.
AQ1H with that 9-win streak, breaking Setsuko twice has really changed the face of the game for me. If I'm looking at the lobby, you know, it's Tech Summers with the biggest 4-2 roll down, and just AQ1H to see if he can continue to high roll, as he did find the 2 exact 4 costs that he wanted on level 7 without even rolling.
We also saw a Xiao Qi's board on the opposite end as we are looking upon our augments coming in, and he already had an Urgot on that bench here as well, so massive hit for a player that we were talking about needs that unit upgrade. But here we go.
Tech Summer's taking duo Q and getting 2 of the 5 costs he would need for an Urgot board. He's sitting at 99 gold. He has enough HP.
There goes to level 9.
To go to level 9.
Starts to roll some blobs here, trying to find an Urgot.
Oh, we found
there's
one.
The bear, there's one.
The Coco, though, rolling on level 8, very deep. Not finding, he's finding his first Leona, second Leona now.
Yeah, no Aphelios still.
Needs to make room.
There's one Aphelios, makes the change, makes the switch now.
It's kind of
still not enough. Yeah, still buy 2 as the tank. Not a great position, so he will need to stack 1 right here.
You see AQ1H still in that 10 win streak, taking very win streak facing augments. That thorn-plated armor in the mid game really carried him through this. Knowing how much AD is in the lobby, it's going to be excellent, but the Vanguard marksman is online. Reactive shell allowing these Vanguards to do a bit more damage. That misfortune cast is huge.
Actually, wowee, that was a big, big win for AQ1H. Not only does he get to keep an 11 win streak, but also the enemy board looked pretty strong already. Of course, still missing some key upgrades, but that is insane.
Yeah, Tech Summers getting here the Sack 2 with the Anima Visa so that he will change promptly here from the Dr. Mundo to the Sack. Looking good, having good tanks, good frontline. You said Cieli already, the Viego, having good legendaries. Just need a little more gore, obviously, to roll for blobs and get the additional units 2 stars.
We found our first Cho'Gath as well. We need to get 4 Boombot in. That is a lot of extra damage. On top of this board, we don't have a Fiddlesticks either. So Garen in shop is excellent as well. Getting that on 4-5. We'll start a few of those rounds to get those extra augments, extra. Yes, that'd be great.
I mean, some of our players might not even reach that last augment that we've been promised at the beginning of this lobby, and one of them might be Tex as he takes another hit here. Is now in single digits together with Xiaoju. Very, very tough spot.
Yeah, and he's going to be facing a lot of strong competition. Can he find an extra Urgot here is going to be the key. The 5 cost does not look to be helping him. On the other side of the bottom of the table, we have Xiaoju already with double 3 stars looking down right now. Tech Summers, he needs some immediate hits. That Garen in his shop probably isn't even going to save him.
Also, Xiao Qi getting the 32, getting also the Sejuani double protectors, plus the Horizon Focus. So good combination there, good combo, looking good. And also with a good possibility to get a good placement. As we know, everyone will keep getting stronger, and the people that are playing marksman, vanguards will start falling off. So HQ1A is just trying to hold up the lead. And now we're seeing once again, yeah, Xiaoqi looks amazing, trying to find obviously a Sejuani 2 to finalize the stabilization, but looking good, at least for this round. He should be able to preserve a lot of HP.
To make it easy for everyone, Tech Summers needs to avoid all the Xiaos. Neither of the Xiaos can be defeated at this point. Zeri 2, and on the other hand, you have that Draven 3 staring down the barrel straight at the Urgot. This is going to be a very tough round for Tech Summers. He's going to need all the luck he can get.
Question is, who is on the other side? And it is going to be Lakoko, and it feels a little bit like you versus the guy that you've been warned about between the 2 forward-thinking players. So many upgrades already on the side of Lakoko, only missing out on the Aphelios. The lift does come in on the front line, but is it enough? Zach, the only unit that's still holding strong on the side of Tex. Urgot coming in with the insane assist. But it is an incredibly tough match here as the front line crumbles, Urgot explodes, and Tex unfortunately taken out here.
So tough here with good possibilities of ramping up. He just stands up. He didn't like the results. Having good possibilities to take the lobby away, but not enough gold. He decides to go to the online maybe with 25 to 30 gold. He could have gotten there, getting the jacks, but getting the sack, but everything else didn't pop up. The Cho'Gath didn't get early, and the rest of the units just didn't merge at the end.
And we do have to say the Cho'Gath 2 is actually stronger right now because the Zac was nerfed. You need a lot more blobs to get the same place as he used to be.
Last augment choices from our encounter coming through here. Lakoko taking reinforcement to try and stabilize significantly here. And across the lobby, we're seeing a lot of combat augments, which makes a lot of sense for this point in the game. But which of these will be strongest?
Yeah, looking for the Draven here in the roll down. Doesn't find any. So huge roll down here, maybe 20, 25 gold. Not one Draven, not one Jarvan 4. So very, very tough here for QF. I always...
YGQF. It just means go fly bravely.
Go fly bravely.
Yeah.
Well, someone that's going to need to fly bravely is Xiaoju. He will take the win against YGQF. But
the bronze for life, Cypher Reroll making it work.
That's
so
pretty
amazing.
crazy. Yeah. That was not on my bingo sheet, at least.
I think he just needed some combat power, and he was like, okay, I'll take this. It's not great, but it gives me something.
You could think about a little win more, but no, he's level 8. 0 gold, so it's not like there's possibility to get additional synergies in, just making it work. A good combat, and obviously gapping the out. Just the 5 Cypher is just too, so strong, making sure he has the Galio 3, he has the Draven, and now Lakoko, with some possibilities here, trying to find the reinforcements, still hasn't got the Aphelios, that's the one that he needs.
Yeah, digging for that secondary carry. He's got fantastic items for them, but does not have the unit. Urgot is a great item holder in the meantime, but until he gets that, this board will not be completely online.
Well, let me give you an update on the Aphelios, is that the plural, that are already in play, because Summertimer has 1, and then YGQF has an Aphelios 2 already as well. It's not going to be easy to find that unit.
Well, he doesn't need it anymore because this is a great comparison between the way Lakoko played forward-thinking and Tech Summers. He actually had a midpoint transition going into the 4-cost first. Either the Zeri or the Marksman would have fit well for him, and now he's going to the Boombots.
Yeah, and decides to use the reinforcements for the Cho'Gath, so his angle will be trying to look for Cho'Gath 3 stars. He already has 6. Obviously, very difficult to spot, but Tech Summers already falls, so the Cho'Gath is open.
Listen, I am just impressed by the 1001 ways Lakoko finds a way to play Boombot in any capability. That's exactly what he did most of the scrims, and he did phenomenal there. If he can keep that up, who knows, man? We might be calling him Master Boombot at some point.
For sure he will. Trying to access here the backline with the Draven falls. And this is the end for the Bronze for Life Cypher Reroll.
Xiaoju falling out in 7th there is not what he was looking for. I do want to check in on Setsuko, who we haven't seen in a while, who's trying to copy our good friend Lakoko from last game, playing around that Bruiser reroll, and we are 1 off of our key unit here. We do have them holding Cho'Gaths. There's 2 of them on his board, so it will be not possible to hit that Cho'Gath 3 right now.
Setsy's trying to save the lobby by keeping those Chos away from Lakoko here. But not getting that 3-star, stuck on level 7. I have to say, against the competition, this is looking really rough.
Yeah, just trying to ramp out. A 5th is good, a 4th will be amazing in his spot. Now he faces off against Marksman. Summertime is strong, he has good front line, has the Saya online, has the Aphelios. I'm just trying to block. And now, Fiddlestick walks into the front, and he will be the target once this Super Cho'Gath falls down. He's scaling.
One of the big problems with this composition is if you don't get a billion defensive items, the front line can fall very easily, and you see how many offensive items. He's got Giant Slayer, BT, Morello on his frontline Gragas. So it's not really the spot you want to be in. Lakoko, though, does fall out of the competition there, so the Cho'Gaths are free.
Listen, I'm taking the blame on that one. That was a classical caster jinx, just to show you guys here on the cast what not to do, okay? I'm willing to sacrifice myself. No, unfortunate there for Lakoko, but that allows us to take a quick look across our lobby, across our players that are fighting to make it into the top 4 right now.
So far, the top two in the lobby are AQ1H with a lot of finished legendaries, and then YGQF, who's finally hit on that Jarvan 3 and Graves 3. So we're going to be taking a look at that cloning facility. He basically has 30 gold worth of Kabukos on his board right now.
Suko did hit that Fiddlesticks 3, which is an incredibly powerful spike. The damage will be significantly higher from this board, but the Kobako CC is massive. AQ1H will be sending Setsuko out of this game.
A lot of it being that Shogas too that wasn't found by Setsuko due to, of course, Lakoko holding some of those copies as well. Very unfortunate. A comp that had a great promise but wasn't able to cap out on it, as we are going to be going into our carousel. We do have 2 emblems available. You know, if you were playing Wayne reroll, that Slayer emblem would have been nice right about now, but nobody went for it.
This is probably the best for AQ1H if he can continue to level up later on. But he could also just play for tempo as well.
And if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, you think he has 6 Kobakos. You'll see here on your screen, that's just cloning facility. It baits me every time.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh no.
3 away from 3-star? No, he's 6. Having a chance there just to pop off. Finds the sack 2, so additional improvement here for board on the top left. And now additional roll downs. No one with gold. Everyone spending all resources. They're just trying to scrap a result right now. Obviously, damage increased so much. HQ1H on the left, and Graves player here on the right. Graves already 52 in the gold streak.
A lot of damage. For me, this lobby is going to come down to YGQF. Can he outposition the Kobuko army on the side of AQ1H? I think those 2 boards are most likely going to advance. The other 2 sort of macro level 8 boards kind of stuck at this point.
Graves in the back, getting a good win. So YGQA getting a good win there, but AQ1H taking the loss. So actually not performing here. We thought he was pretty strong, but still needs additional damage. Only having, he's far away still from the Elise, and that will be the additional carry. Having also the pair of Aurora, so a good chance to improve his board, but he still haven't got to the full power spike.
And I mean, he is a level 9, so he, of course, has good chances to find stuff like that additional Aurora. He's also holding 1 more Kobako. That one is real, by the way, so he's still thinking about whether or not there might be another out here, or maybe just trying to bait the other players in the lobbies. But somebody that might have its time come up is Summertimer on the opposite board, finding that Aphelios 2 and Zaya 2 finally come together here in the marksman composition. But if that Misfortune can hit that backline one more time, finish them off, it might just be too little too late.
But staying alive at 1 HP is huge to the amount of damage on this board. That is finally Leona 2 for him as well, but the spread damage from the Elise will be too much.
And Summertimer is out, so he takes a 4th here. One of the marksman Vanguard's players. Play good. Good tempo from the start, and it's a good first, once again, plus 5 points.
Yeah, good 4th. Marksman Vanguard so far in the tournament never won a game, even with 3-star Leona. So this is exactly what you were aiming for.
That's an insane thing to say, but yeah, unfortunately, there was one that lost.
Looking at our boards now, we don't have too much gold to speak for, apart for YGQF, who is at 40, going to be hitting that 56 breakpoint on Golden Ox, which is incredibly strong. Considering his options here for last item, while the rest of our lobby rolls down, that is an Elise 3.
Oh.
Finally online for AQ1H, is able to get that going. A bunch more blobs also coming his way. Still looking for the Aurora 2. That would have been a nice upgrade to come with. But looking at the overall HP of the lobby, I'm not sure there's anybody that can take that cookie away from him.
Yeah, I really think it's YGQF in positioning. Other than that, I don't see much of a chance, but there's so much crowd control now on this board on AQ1H in both of those built-up legendaries.
Gonna get a look at how that matchup plays out right now. The Graves on the opposite side will need to find his way into the backline to take out that Misfortune and the Elise, but he is just a chain to that front line, is not moving away, and they have an easy time finishing off.
So good, so much crowd control from the sack, being perfect, not making it work. Even with the Quicksilver, after it was completely abolished, he didn't have enough damage, and finally taking a win here. Great win.
YGQF going up to level 9 though, spending that gold not on rerolls, but instead leveling up as much as possible. 14 HP though is not too much to work with.
And we're going to take a look at Xiaoqi's artifact here. It is the Horizon Focus with a lot of damage, 30% max HP. Let's see if he can get the Sejuani positioning. Of course, there is a QSS, but the damage can still matter.
Yeah, just trying to break the knees here of the opponent, moving in the last moment on the left. So this shouldn't be enough. There's a Sejuani, so great. Just go directly. Remember, it has the quick deliver, so it has the chance there to avoid. Trying to avoid the second ult of Sejuani. Sejuani ults, but doesn't find the backline. So Aphelios just hit him in a good place here. Access to a backline. Seri fully capping here the Rage Blade, getting good damage. It's a win here for Xiaoqi.
Wow.
You have 3 QSSs, and it doesn't matter. Sejuani still does enough damage. Wait a second.
3 off. Don't worry.
Okay,
don't worry.
but we could play 3 Koboko 2s on the board, and I think that's cool.
That's true.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not taking out a trait.
Hey, there's still going to be 3 Kobokos on this board
there
because the Aurora will pull 2 units because of cloning facility.
Yeah, and it's a really cool thing in these types of situations. Like, you actually don't want to build the 2-star Koboko. You're just like,
I need to. I want to. Yeah, 100%. Much more utility here. And now possibly final combat. Xiaoqi only 1 life, going up against 7EXO.
Sologasong positioning here, but it's not on the correct side. All of the carries managed to dodge out of that Sejuani ultimate. That's going to be huge for AQ1H and his damage output.
What's also huge is that Seri dodging the first ult on that Misfortune, but it is absolutely not enough as AQ1H takes round number 9 here and defends the honored respect of APAC after quite a bunch of eliminations from that region. He is saying, no, we do got it.
I don't mention the eliminations. We just mentioned that he's the front runner. So.
He definitely
100%.
is.
I love the final fight because normally the Dynamos are the ones supposed to do the damage, but because Kobuko was on the side, he just went into the backline, started punching the rest of the units, getting a great win there at the end.
I mean, it was a great showing from the whole lobby, a lot of clutch performances. We did see Setsuko and so many of our other players not really cap out the way they wanted to in that lobby. Missing Tech Summers going 8th place in that position. It was just not in what his plan was, right? Leveling maybe a little bit early, not having enough gold to roll down. Unfortunate 8th.
Double forward thinking not working out, all going bottom 4. I think that was a very surprise for us. And I think the hero of this lobby, the person that changed it the most, has to be Xiaoqi. He started off with a 10-lose streak, didn't let the Cypher player get too comfortable, and because he was able to tempo the Zeri early, he put so much pressure on the rest of the boombots.
You say he was able to tempo the Zeri early. What you mean by that, just for anybody that wasn't watching, is he was able to pick her up on the carousel.
Yes, that helps. That helps.
I just want to put that in the correct light, but I do agree. It was really good how he came back from that. I also kind of love-hated how our forward-thinking players were not able to really play to their strengths because of how the rest of the lobby tempoed their game and kind of just accelerated in a way where they weren't really able to keep back up.
Yeah, especially double marksmen and Vanguard players that actually on 4-2, they're already pretty strong. Punishing the lobby and making sure those forward-thinking players didn't get to the cap-out, didn't get the Urgot 2, and as we said, Tech Summer taking an 8th there as a bad possibility.
And that's something that we heard a lot of the top players talk about boombots, is that if you don't have a good front line, this Urgot unit, especially at 1-star, is not going to keep you afloat in the meta. Even when we saw the Zac 2 after the nerf, it's not really enough. You'd be super happy with the Zac 2 early on. He didn't have the HP to back it up.
And the way this lobby shaped up, we knew this was going to be the ending. The high cap boards were absolutely insane as we see AQ1H's, all of these upgraded from this legendary Dynamo Flex that we've talked about so much. But we saw Lakoko take a really big risk in a late game pivot into the Boombot, not quite play out, didn't have the matchmaking he needed to bring it back. And so congratulations to our top 4 in this game and AQ1H taking the win.
It must feel a little bit bad for Lakoko because he is fighting for his tournament life. The cup is coming up, and there is a possibility if he's stuck with the marksman, he might have actually outplaced the remainder of the players like Summertimer did in this lobby.
That's true, but sometimes you have to take a risk, and he knew that a lot of these Aphelios were already out of play. He knew his chances of basically having a dead augment were really high. 10 gold to spare. You can't dig too deep. There's really no chance for you. And so seeing that show saying, I'm just going to stand it, I'm going to like try to figure out whatever I've got, I think does deserve some respect, even though if it didn't work out in the end.
There were also some teamwork happening. We saw Setsuko and Summertimer. They were all hiding a Cho'Gath. You didn't see it, but yeah, they knew what their mission was.
Of course.
Yeah, Le Coco getting there with the reinforcements. Yeah, it was actually one augment left for him. So he didn't get the possibility. It was one augment that wasn't working. And I want to recognize also great player, YGQF, being amazing. He recognized the spot in the beginning, getting exo augments online, and then finding the grapes on time and getting good rolling scenarios and possibilities, getting a great second place right now and also popping off in the standings.
Yeah, and that's all it's about right now. We have one more game before another 8 players get cut, and YGQF was one of those players that was currently sitting in that bottom 8, and that second place moves him up into a more safe position.
Well, we are actually going to be hopping to Lobby 3 next, so that gives us a whole set of new players to talk about, one of which we heard from in our pre-show. If you missed it, make sure you don't miss tomorrow's pre-show, because Camberley was talking to us and telling us a little bit how it is to play from the hub in Dallas. You know, it's the first time we have that for the America players, and it was really, really interesting to see. But of course, a lot of these players are in this lobby also fighting to not get eliminated.
If you're from Americas, you know Cambulia, especially if you try hard on the ladder. If you go, he's been doing amazing on ladder, has been doing amazing on tournaments locally, but now getting a chance here on the world stage and making it work, playing good, playing confidence. Great to see. I'm so happy for him. This is a player that I think a lot of people can resemble. It's like a little Asian. It's like very, very methodic, very good with the play, and very humble. And that's very relatable, and I'm really happy that he's making it work so far. Let's see if he makes it for until tomorrow.
Yeah, Nekra asked him how he feels about his scaling performance. That's kind of how it's been. It's been a rise, a slow rise, and now at the Tactician's Crown, currently sitting in 3rd place before last game. He's sitting in a very good position for top 8, but also there's other players that we talked about in our pre-show that are in this lobby as well. Grenade and Vomandeth both having great first-time performances, and they're looking to make their first-time final lobby appearance as well.
Well, we also have some people in this lobby that are the opposite of that. They know how it works here at the Tactician's Crown, and yet they find themselves in a position that is maybe a little bit uncomfortable. I'm talking about Volta and YBY1. Both of these players have been here before. They have gone far in this tournament, and yet they will need to find those first places to maybe make it back. Great news for people who are fans of Volta. This is a player that has very often shown that he can get those first places worked out in the very capped boards, but we'll need to see how it is at the end. Here are our standings after the game that just concluded, game number 9.
Is Hansen going to get the miracle run? He survived on two tiebreakers back-to-back already. This is pretty crazy, even on an 8th place.
There's the 8th from Tech Summers also. Now the ones that are closer right now, Bomb and Death, taking not a great also position, but still with good possibilities. And the first place for YBY with Cocomentin, and he will be on the next lobby, making it work. The favorite, if you must, here for APAC.
Yeah, I do want to correct myself, my bad. The green ones are the ones that have made it in, so sorry, Hansing. It's not the case.
Yeah, currently looking at our top 8 now, America's at the top with a lot of our favorites. Can't believe who we'll see now, but Setsuko, Weijin, and Dish Soap, the big 3 from North America, specifically that we all watch and learn from, sitting towards the top 8.
And on 6, the German beast, Solo Hesan, making it work. So happy for him once again. This is the first set that he's a content creator. Obviously, we know him so much, but he has tried hard so much this set, even taking time off from other things. This is a guy that is so wholesome in his preparation and discipline and making it work right now with a 6.
Yeah, just to give you a little bit of a context on Zulukazang as a player, he is somebody that doesn't skip his stream basically ever. He will stream sick, he will stream when he's on holiday, he will stream every single day. And this is the first time since I've known him, which is around about a decade now, that he has taken time off from streaming to focus on competitive, which I think is showing very, very well in their standings thus far.
And I want to highlight another EMEA player who's absolutely popping off here on day 2. First, second for Klikornen, moving himself into a spot to even take one of those top 4 spots to lock himself into that final lobby early.
And it's so interesting because in terms of how they play, Klikornen and Solo are rather similar. They find their lines early on, they kind of know their spots and then just go for it. They don't try to stay too dizzy. Some players play more open, but it has worked out really well for both of these players. And I'll be very honest, I wasn't too hot on Click Hornet coming into this tournament. The day 3 performance in regional finals wasn't convincing enough, but in scrims, he's been smurfing, and the other players put respect on that in the draft as well, and now he's showing us why that is the case.
I definitely feel baited by Makes and Makes and Panda here that put Click Hornet a little bit lower on the tier list for EMEA. For me, I also have to confess that I did not have Grenade very high up as well. He is currently still sitting in the top 16. First trial here in the TAC round. VN always does give us some new players. It was Asta in the previous set. It was Wenbu, and then Grenade just popping off again and again as one of the regions that's even larger than EMEA. It's a good showing for them.
Honestly, I love that. It sounds a little bit ridiculous, maybe. I don't love being wrong, but I love that there's players that are surprising us, that are surpassing their expectations, that are overcoming the labels that maybe people put on them. And we're seeing a lot of that, I feel, especially this TAC round.
And one of those players is Xiaoju, who people didn't have high expectations from the JOC, the mobile version of TOC, the 4th seed coming out of that. So not great tournament results, not much known about him. But sitting at the top of our standings, did have a rough last game, which brought him back down. Only a 5-point lead over 2nd place, which sounds ridiculous to say. That's still a lot. But a lot of these unsung heroes, a lot of these first-timers really showing up on the Tacticians Crown stage, and it's really fun to see.
Yeah, you were talking a little about line selection. And it's amazing to see the way it has been developed, because normally we have seen, obviously, the Guinso Slam, the loose trick into Cypher, but now we're seeing Poppy more, the Morgana in the early game going into Dynamo, those AP lines with maybe a Veigar in the mid game just trying to pop off. So meta has been developing in a very smooth place. Normally what you didn't see in ranks, so it's good to see because the tournament meta is actually transferring now to ranks game. So if you want to actually perform in ranks, if you're there very close to getting to master, just make sure you especially look at the early game. What are the line selections? What is that flow chart, if you will, to get to that place and maybe get a good placement and some ranks.
Do what EMEA does. I think this is something that was really well done by the
Can someone
region,
clip that?
Is that they actually... you have tears in your eyes right now. Oh, come on.
I'm touched. Listen,
you haven't won a TAC round yet, okay? So just chill out there, okay? It's been drought. But going back to my point, I just want to say that I felt like they were the region that played the most one-cost reroll, especially from someone like Voman Death. We saw the Silas Wolf Unchained. We saw Lakoko playing a lot of the Fiddlesticks. And it really is an unexplored type of line that I think more players can try to go for.
We were impressed also with Bane. You mentioned it. We expected to see some Slayer, especially maybe Senna plus the Jarvan, but we've seen Bane. Working sometimes, not working very much. Also, Gorilla has been also up there, at least in the pick rate. Not with the best result because you need so many resources, and obviously that's not happening. And once again, Encounter, or if there's a good Prismatic in the beginning, that's the moment you want to see maybe economy into the Urgot. But we have seen, one example was here, Tech Summers not getting additional economy, so that wasn't enough for the Urgot to perform. So you really need to recognize the spot you are and what you actually can achieve with it.
Yeah, and I want to talk about a little bit more about some of the favorites from the Americas specifically that are sitting in our top 8. The big 3 that we've defined for a really long time: Setsuko, Weijin Iverson, and Dissoap. Dissoap obviously having 2 Tacticians crown, being one of only 2 people to have that, kind of the GOAT status. But the other 2 in that group are without a crown. Weijin has been here 5 out of the last 7 times, and Setsuko is someone that we always expected to have a chance to win. And now both of them are also setting themselves up alongside Dissoap to possibly have a chance at the crown.
Yeah, I love that. I was talking a lot to the Americas players. Every single time Weijin was here and just kind of hear how he feels about the tournament. He has his mom, Andela, supporting him from the friends and family room, which is just so amazing, so wholesome to know. And I just think this is such a deserving player, really. If I think of who would people the most happy for if they won, I think Weijin for sure makes that category. So it would be really great if this is finally the time, the 5th time, where he's able to reach the crown.
Honestly, he would be the least surprising winner of this TAC round for sure. I subscribe to his channel just for his VODs, and I look through it. There's a lot of different positionings that he pulls off. He's very meticulous. He's very calm. I think he gives a Zen-like aura to exactly be what a TFT player in our imagination should be like. And talking about positioning, we heard earlier in the day from CLE about that Graves positioning where he was able to pull everything into the back line, kind of shift the enemy tank to the front and get them out of the way of the Graves as well. I think that is one of his strong spots. And the interesting thing is Solo also identified that as one of his strong spots, is just in the moment positioning.
You were talking about how Weijin is very meticulous, calm, collected. Bringing it back to our America players in the top 8, there's somebody that I think people don't usually describe at that. And even more so, a lot of people, I feel like, don't give Setsuko the credit he really deserves. He's a player that very consistently has been at the top. But of course, as a content creator, he is every now and then a bit memey here and there, does some stuff. But hands down, he is a player that has been doing incredibly well. But let's take a look at our lobby number 3. This is the lobby that we are going to be hopping on board with for the next round, round number 10. After that, elimination station is waiting. We're going to be getting a pot of gold as we dance around with Alistair.
And it's a very interesting lobby. The 4th member of that top 4 for Americas sitting at the top here, Kambuli, someone we want to keep our eye on to see if they continue this great run at their first time at the Tactician's Crown. Going to be a very, very important matchup for all of our players.
Okay, so we have orbs to start. 3 costs here. So Brown and Jarvan, obviously we're trying to find here Gallios, we're trying to fight Dravens, getting that Cypher angle in the start. Here with Kambuli, getting a good start also with the Vanguards. Not getting additional, there's Kog'Maw, there's Bai, so good possibilities here.
And one thing we need to call out with this lobby is there's a cut after this game. Bottom 8 players will get cut, and so we're playing with high stakes in this lobby, and our players know where they're at. Lires, specifically, I want to call out, being at 4 points below the cutoff, needs to play for a first. So this will change his game plan completely in this lobby.
Has to hope for some great augments. That's usually the case in this meta. If you're not seeing the trade tracker, you're not seeing the forward thinking, then you probably have to hit the Cypher. And a lot of players will be willing to just stay open for that Cypher line if they have points. It's going to be a little bit harder with this start from Volta.
Did you guys see the Yaoi tweet about Volta? It was in French, so maybe not, but they have like this like a group of players that are there just to support the French players. Obviously, there's a lot of them in EMEA, a very strong region within the Pan region, and Yaoi took a picture where Volta was just standing next to the group of French players that are all just kind of prep partners. Volta preps alone, and he titled the entire picture saying like, "Oh, the boar in its natural habitat," but we are going to be getting prismatics, and you know who excels at playing to strong caps? It is Volta, so I'm very curious what we're going to be going for in the bottom there for him.
Upward mobility and hedge fund here for Experian, good possibilities here. We know that's the angle to play the Urgot line. So maybe some people playing tempo. Wandering Trainer there for Lires, also great.
Going long for Vomandeth is the choice as well, so getting a lot of gold here, but gonna change the way that he levels up.
Yeah, prismatic ticket for Lires in the end.
Senbai waiting a long time to make his augment choice.
I always like players that take their time, want to check out the lobby template before you commit early.
And he did hard commit.
Ooh.
Nicely done,
nice
Simon.
one, nice one.
Prediction.
Good teamwork, good teamwork.
This has to be Morgana reroll because he gets obviously here the bench item, Pandora's items, and now he will try to force simply reroll Bastion into Morgana.
This is going to be so cool from Lyrus. He's going to go prismatic ticket. Usually means a Cypher reroll angle, but it also could be something even crazier if he goes level 8 and tries to hit a 3-star 4 cost in one turn. If you're going for that first or nothing type of game style, you have to keep that in mind.
One person to keep our eye out on is Kambuli, playing around level up. So we'll be shooting for that level 9 as quick as possible, playing around that Urgot, I would assume, has an AD item slammed. But for Vomandeth, Blink going long, knowing that this interest isn't going to work the same way it usually does, leveling to 5 already.
Yeah, full tempo for him, getting already the IE on the Bane. So just trying to preserve as much SP and just trying to pressure the lobby as much as possible. We'll have a Shaco here with the level up. Obviously, he will try to just force this Shaco into a tempo line. and just trying to get some access to the backline here. Shouldn't be enough. Trying to wrap here the Shaco, going out some against Volta, who's just trying to find maybe a Cypher angle here. Getting a LeBlanc too early. Also some possibilities of re-rolling there. Cambuli also holding the LeBlanc with some chances there for re-roll also, or trying just to play a little Cypher.
Yeah, and we do have to talk about the point situation. For someone like Cambuli, who's at 50 points, he's not really in any danger. Marksman Vanguard is open to him, and that's actually been the most common item that Edge of Night ends up into, is that Marksman line for the back.
Something I wanted to point out as that round started is that we saw 2 players immediately jump up in their streaks. That tells me that someone is open forting right now, and it is going to be Lirest who is trying to guarantee that lost streak, so something to keep in mind. Right now is still 1 point in the HP totals above Volta, but Volta could potentially opt into selling. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case for what he wants to do, but we'll check out how the fight is going to go between Experian and YBY1. Both players that are trying to maybe get a streak going. Experian is on 2 wins thus far. If he can keep it going, that'd be really nice.
Experian did take expected unexpectedness, so this Zaya didn't just come from the shop, because there's 0% odds for that, but instead was able to get those 2 forecasts.
YBY, yes.
YBY, yes.
Getting the Saya, but in a difficult spot, right? Because he's playing around Bastions, having the Saya in the back, just trying to tempo it out a little, and then just trying to find maybe an additional angle just to keep the tempo up. Maybe maintaining the Saya into Marksman Vanguard, but let's see how he performs in the rest.
No Cypher units on this carousel, a very uncomfortable spot for Volta. He's not going to be able to get away from that lose streak if he runs into Lyris, especially with that LeBlanc too.
That's right. We'll see if that comes together. In the previous round, we did see some crazy loss streaks happening for some of our players. Very rare that happens, so I'm also curious whether or not Volta decides to go any stronger, but here is our pot of gold, and it is going to be cashed out.
Never have I seen that they decide to delay in professional esport of TFT. We, once again, don't see it.
I always hold my breath for it.
It's like, I don't want you to fast 9. Just take the gold now.
Everybody wants to be in control of their own destiny, so taking the gold now. Senbai, though, did take hard commit, which is a very interesting augment because it gives you the emblem early, but also provides units as the game goes on. And I'm very curious with this one because when you level up, it gives it relative to your stage, but there's no 4 cost within Divinicore.
There is Vex that's in Divinicore, and I think the important thing for it is that Renekton, you don't have to go searching for that. That's the most important piece of the Divinicore vertical comp. If you don't find the Renekton, it can often fall flat on its face.
Listen, Scaly, I don't blame you. For the longest time, Vex was absolutely negligent, and since usually in the Divinicore we see Zed as the main character.
Yeah, because I was thinking, I was like, oh, you don't get Zed. That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
But I forgot that Vex even, you know.
It's fair, it's fair. She's not the main character of that comp.
Definitely
really.
not. But Renekton can be, so that's why this is going to be good, hitting that on stage 5.
Renekton can be, but who can't is Cambuli taking the loss here. So bad result right now. And now Bomendeth, the only one with the possibility of maintaining win streak and obviously pressing the lobby both in tempo and in gold coming up into the next round. Still maintaining the Bane. Good front line here, finding the Vex, the unnameable Vex right here, looking strong. I mean, this is not the best board I've seen in the world, but he's already level 6, trying to just for using the augment in his favor. So let's see if it's enough. Ooh, very strong on the other side, Volta, getting good front line and finally getting good items also onto the LeBlanc. Not sure if it's enough.
I do like this from Volta. He was also kind of looking towards that lost streak, looking to contest less on it. Says, okay, I have buried treasures and might as well try to start it to win streak. Slams those items and says, okay, I'm just going to hold on to my unit. Unfortunately, is going to be caught between the win and the lost streakers, so his econ definitely not in the greatest position, but I do like that he didn't pressure down onto the lost streak there because he needs a win to really not get eliminated. It's going to be important for him to play this one smart.
It's really cool that he preserves the chance for a very, very quick Cypher cash out. We've seen people like Summertimer get a 1-round cash out and then immediately roll down fast, but he is contesting Lirest. does have this prismatic ticket. This is the thing that is going to be the most dangerous. And I wonder if Volta wants to pivot away. He still has options.
Oh, for sure.
But the thing is, with those items, it's really hard to pivot into marksman because that's not going to get you out of elimination. So really interesting to see how Volta pivots.
Leader S finally finding Cypher, able to get that Galio from that orb drop there. We'll start stacking that. YBY1, just a bunch of gold from expected unexpectedness.
Okay. That was expected there, a little gold. And now Lyris just getting the Cypher in, trying to find also the Draven to get the 4. Clement, you were giving some stats. We want 4. Let me see if I get it. We got 4 Cypher until 3-2, so we have a possibility to get the 250.
Yeah, you get 250 if you get a couple more. If you get 5 kills.
Okay.
That's the.
I'll write it down.
I stole that for Juan Mian because he was casting earlier.
I'm looking at Lyris's cam and seeing the land in Warsaw and just seeing people chilling behind him is kind of funny. There's laying down there, relaxing, having a good time.
Can you imagine playing the most important tournament of your life and you turn around and there's just a bunch of people chilling? Honestly, I feel like that might be nice for your mental because it's just like there's aura of chill around.
Yeah, makes you feel at home.
Yeah.
Just hanging out.
Hopefully, yeah.
38 here on Intel. Kambuli making still a good run. Not with win streak, but second in HP. Still using the Chaiko as a holder. We know he's trying to go level 9 and just trying to play an additional cap board here.
Volta took rolling for days and is rolling right now and now has 6 copies of LeBlanc. He's trying to hit it before his
the
opposition.
rest can, yeah. Both of these players kind of looking for the out here. We, of course, know that Res is the player that has Prismatic Ticket, so I am very surprised by this. You were talking about how with those items it's going to be tough for Volta to Clement, but he is notably a player that hates playing contested lines, so I am seeing a whole new Volta.
It feels like the French players are trying to pull the chair out from each other again and again. Open fort from Lyra and a very fast roll down from Volta. Let's see how much he actually hits on this board right here. So he does look like he's going to be focused on the LeBlanc items. I really like that because if you're playing for Draven, you're not going to hit 3-star. So focusing on the 2 costs with the ability to 3-star and trying to find a win out from there is the correct play.
He used all of his rolls. Found a few more LeBlancs, he's got 6 of them, but didn't find Draven 2, didn't find Galio 2, and instead has his tank items on a Shyvana 2 in the front line.
Yeah.
And losing fights.
Terrible. Didn't even find a pair, as you mentioned. Not even pair of Galio and Draven. And yeah, very far right here. And now with the HP he has, he will need to keep rolling. So he will have to donkey roll, maybe spend a few rounds, but he's in a very bad position right now. RNG not in his favor.
He just sold that second Jarvan 2, gets one from the orb that would have been at least a Jarvan 2, which would have stabilized your front line, even if it's not the unit you are necessarily looking for. But yeah, Volta not looking like he's in a great spot here. However, a French player that has impressed all throughout this tournament thus far. We're checking in with Lamendeth here, is still on 100 HP. Do not let Grenade and Experian fool you. Both of these took Titanic Titan, so those are fake placements at the top there.
While playing going long, though, this win streak is your way of getting income. Being on this 7 streak and having a strong spot is incredibly important if you want to play this augment correctly.
Yes.
Being item grab bag, though, does add an extra item and some extra power to this board.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do, as you just mentioned, because then you will not have the power to upgrade your units as quickly as you must. So this is the moment where he needs to keep the pressure on. Just make sure lower the HP of the rest. Maybe anyone with Cypher, anyone trying to pop off like Volta, just trying to pressure right now. And then slowly you will get the upgrades you need.
There's a Zed.
Huge 4 costs. All 3 4 costs are viable for these compositions. Lamendeth could take that Leona and keep the option for Marksman open. On the other end, we do have the Zed for Lares, giving him 5 Cypher as well.
It does go to Volta. Volta will have 5 Cypher.
Yeah. Experience is just racing there, trying to get the Elise. In the end, he managed to get it. So pretty slow Jhin right now.
Listen, he may be slow, but in the end, he's going to find his target, hopefully.
I would love to check in with Grenade at the top of our lobby. Looks like he's playing around TF reroll, getting that Syndicate +1 with Tactician's Kitchen, but not having TF on his board at all.
Yep. That's exactly what's happening.
If you squint your eyes, that's TF. That's right items.
TF is pink, not purple. I'm confused.
It's a cosplay. TF doing Bane cosplay right now, having a chance here just to perform grenade, very bad results. And this is terrible because you don't have a secondary carry normally until you make the Elise. And in this position, you just cannot think about a TF reroll. So you just have to maybe tempo out of this, find one, and then just try to pop up with Misfortune.
I think with Tactician's kitchen, where he's already has an emblem, he kind of has to commit to TF. He just hasn't rolled quite yet. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can actually find them. He's definitely very far behind Tempo.
And he's got good items, right? This is a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah.
Those are the two very core items on Twisted Fate, but we have 0 copies. It is very, very concerning at 3-5. But we have HP to work with. I imagine that's why he took Dogman.
Natural.
Goodbye, Vayne.
Natural.
Twisted Fate is my new best friend. And I was going to say, it's really strange that he wasn't able to find one before. Another one showing up here right now because we have Lires and Volta both looking for those 2 costs, taking them out of the pool. So Twisted Fate really making himself kind of rare on the side of Grenade. But maybe that 3rd one will show up soon as well, and that should be helping in stabilizing the board.
That's a great thing about Tempo. He still has 94 HP, and he knows that the Cypher players are taking all the 2 costs. So he can actually afford to wait and not roll on 3-2.
Bombendet going against Volta here, trying to have a chance. Volta still hasn't found the LeBlanc 3, just waiting. Bombendet pretty strong, finding the Saya too. Saya with good burst damage with the feathers, access to the backline, and once again a good win. Maintaining the win streak, he just goes up, goes down again, and he knows he's in a good spot. Bombendet doing it once again. Remember, he's like in the bubble, 9th, 10th now in standings, and he knows. He's just scrapping his hands, and he knows he's in a good spot.
And it's very interesting because having a Zaya 2 on 3-6 is not normal. And going long really opens up these options. He's level 8 already. And so we'll seeing some big roll downs here. Lires contesting fully Volta.
Yeah,
it's such a bad situation for both. If we saw Zunbai's board, he knows there's 2 Cypher players. He's actually just holding all the units. He's like, oh, I'll take 2 LeBlancs here. I'll pick up 2 Dravens and watch the French players duel it out.
And both of the French players are kind of preying on each other's downfall because if one gets eliminated, that frees up the units once more. You get a chance to maybe make that comp come alive if the other person just dies quickly enough.
And they're both in the same room. Which makes it even more awkward. It's a whole new layer.
You have to look them in the eye right after the game.
Just on the other side of this thing, they're contesting one another. So no one has stood up yet. But
wow. Full roll down on both sides. Not many units being hit
there
here.
She is.
3 finally here for Volta. And now Lires knows it will be very difficult to find. Finds the set 2.
Well, so Volta gets the LeBlanc 3. Yes, huge. But Lires gets a Renekton and that Z2. So big upgrades being found on both sides, not necessarily all of them that players were looking for, but it might just be enough to stabilize, to make other players a little bit uncomfortable, like Grenade, who also seems to have rolled looking at the gold here.
Yeah, Lires already with 6 Gallios and 3 items on Gallios. That's the priority. Obviously, he wants to find the Draven also. That would be maybe even easier than the LeBlanc because he's already committed. So Draven will be most important. And obviously the Galio, and that should be enough for both of them to stabilize. But obviously a little concern here for both.
The biggest killer here is definitely going to be Cambule's board because he picked level up and is heading straight for Boombots. If he is able to hit on level 9, he's already there right now.
Yeah, rolling.
Then the 2 Cypher players could be facing very tough elimination.
Finds a sack, finds the Urgot. There's another Urgot. Good spot for him, but not many more. There's the Kobuko.
I see a lot of gold.
Has the Cho'Gath. And no gold.
Oh, I mean legendary units.
Okay. There's a lot of gold units in this shop, but not a lot of gold left on this bench. We have all 1 stars across the board, but we do have the core of this composition.
Yep.
This might just be the poorest lobby I've ever seen on 4-2. If you're looking at the gold totals of these players, there's only 1 player in YBY1 who was able to maintain 50 and 2 who are right around that 20 marker in terms of gold. Everyone has invested everything, and if you haven't peaked now, oh, you're gonna be in trouble.
Also, I like the way Kambuli itemizes. Normally, when you see the Urgot here, he has Kraken, he has Windsword. Those are not the best items here for the Urgot. Deathblade, you want to burst. You want burst damage and just get additional damage so that the Boombot with the additional rockets gets you some damage. So Blue Bot, just to make him still be in the ability mode as much as that, and then full burst.
Not enough to beat our win streaker, but did look pretty promising in that fight. But he has to turn it around. He only has 26 HP to work with.
Yeah, and if you look at this board, 2-star Urgot, obviously the best answer. Another part he's missing is going to be, this is fine. The Garen was the one I was going to mention. If you can get it early, the mods help a ton.
Okay, playing around Cyber Boss 2 to give that 2-star upgrade he now has a little bit more power, moving the items over to really make him a pretty big danger in this fight. Not only to be a good tank, but do some damage.
Normally, we see the Cho'Gath as a main tank. He didn't find it, but finding this Sokobuko is just as amazing. And now you have some good stabilization. Only Urgot 1, but this is good damage. So even though if he loses, it will be for a few units, and he will have a little access also to the backline to get some possibilities here. Going up against Spirion, playing Dynamo, and not in the best spot right here. No items here on the Miss Fortune 2.
Kobuko! No, he went in the wrong direction! It's okay. He got a little bit lost. Maybe he was looking for another T spot.
It was just an econ loss, okay? He just needs more gold. He knows he needs to continue his loss streak. There's a Zac 2 on carousel for him right now.
Right. Can Boombot players actually stabilize? That seems to be the name of the game so far in our previous few rounds. With the front line, I hope so. We're going to find out soon.
The one big problem for Camberley right now is he's contested. YBY1 has also pivoted onto that Boombot Urgot line, has that Garen, but no major upgrades as well.
Yeah, so we were expecting something different from YBY, but he has expected the unexpected, so puts Boombots into us. We didn't saw that coming, and now Camberley will have a top spot. Both of them roll into 0 here, finds an additional Zac. He already has a 2-star. So frontline, assemble, just trying to find that Urgot.
YBY1 is going as well, and we're going to be hopping over right now to see where we're going to be going with his Boombot composition. Because of course he's also looking for the upgrades. Does have the Garen. But you know what he doesn't have? Urgot 2. So that's a big miss on the unit front. That front line is not going to be doing all too much.
If those mods are Boombot, he could one-shot the back line. Just watch as that sword goes flying out. Can he hit it in the right direction? It goes in the direction of the target, and did you see that damage?
I saw it. I'm just not convinced it's going to be enough against some of these comps. Against Experian, it will definitely hold through for now. But he is going to need to find that upgrade on the Urgot. Look at how low some of his units are.
That Aurora nearly clutched out that fight.
Yep.
It was so incredibly close. The Urgot execution does come through, though. Camberley, did he just lose again? It's econ loss. It's fine. It's fine. An econ loss. Went out, Angle.
Is that just what you tell yourself
when
you play as well, Jack?
Copium, yeah.
Oh, man. 7 HP. Lires just barely above them. 15 HP. Cho'Gath in the chop. Can you actually sell something off here?
No.
I guess Ziggs.
Yeah, then you're playing
for Veigar?
8 out of 9.
It's not enough. He doesn't have enough money.
It's a tough spot. Just going to need a good matchup here.
Yeah, no more econ losses, okay?
Yeah, we can't anymore.
That's right.
That's all we got.
Especially because we don't have any econ either. There's nothing that's econing. But he goes up against Senbai, and Senbai has been getting through this lobby quite unscathed, kind of just cruising by because of the hard commit, not needing to deal with too much of what players have been doing thus far. Urgot elimination 1 comes in the front line, finds Senbai's backline here as well, and it is going to be enough for Camberley. For now, he does make it into PvE. He does get that Cho'Gath as well, and able to shop to be free, and another chance to find that last copy of Urgot.
See, he's going to have to put the win in win outs because he's got 1 life left. He's going to bring it all the way back. I am a full believer. My bias is showing, though, but I'm a fan of Camberley. He was on our interview at the top of the show. He was a little bit nervous coming into today, but he's playing a highly risk composition and playing it well. Really skirting on the edge of the cliff, though.
Yeah, I think his strategy is to aim for that top 4. He wants to go straight to finals after game 12, and that's why he's taking this rather high-risk line.
And also interesting that he found the Kobuko. He realized that Fiber Boss is more important here.
Oh my!
Artifacts. Oh, that has to feel bad for our Cypher players. We'll see what they find here.
No
As
popping.
if this lobby
rolling first.
wasn't close enough already, upgrades for Campbell. He could play into that Ziggs too. Hasn't popped the anvils yet. Still needs to do that. Is going to be rolling first. Order of actions intact, but you also can't take too long as the seconds are ticking by. You'll need to look into these anvils to try and make something happen as we go.
One off Draven. Lyris does not find it in the very end. That might be his tournament life on the line, facing elimination after this game.
Good matchup for Cambly as well.
Full utility now on the 6.
Campbell on the left-hand side goes up against Grenade. I think this fight should be well decided. That Twisted Fate has nothing to give. On the right-hand side, though, the fight is much closer. Lyris fighting for survival as well. That Galio is strong, but the backline
Draven
is
is
not.
out.
He's going to need to clutch it out alone, and I don't know how the chances look for that. He's healing insanely well, but he doesn't have any damage to back it up, really.
Oh, there he goes. Galio sees the back.
Light Shield Crest Galio for the win.
Oh!
He was about to leave his seat. He sits back down. He was like, I'm going to drink. Never mind, never mind.
I mean, you could see the frustration in his face because he rolled down, couldn't find the Draven 3, and now the fight just looked totally lost, but the Galio making it work in the end, access to the backline, getting the win.
He was just stretching. Nothing to worry about, and then he hits Draven 3.
Calculated.
Okay, Cambly still hasn't found the Urgot. Double Urgot, also a good possibility here. And now we know he has been rolling for additional blobs, so this sack should be around 20, even 30 even, and having good possibilities also to ramp up. Let's see if it's enough.
Double Deathfire.
Lightest. So didn't find also the Draven 3 once again. Let's see if it's enough against Cambly.
The double Deathfire grasp is exactly for this matchup. Absolutely annihilating tanks. So we need to take this Galio down as soon as possible, and that will be the hope.
It will be the hope, but can it hold true? Because he is still healing like crazy. We saw it in the previous fight, but he is taken down here on the side of Lyris. And even though the previous fight he was able to clutch out, this one he's going to be hanging in there by a threat.
This Koboko is just walking around the board instead of going to the back line and actually helping with the fight, man.
Listen,
Give me a heart attack.
Sloan, he made Koboko. Surely we can send a complaint in.
I think it's lore accurate. We saw Kobuko when they explained it, it was like he's a yodel that just goes around the field and spreads joy, and he's like a nomad. So I think it's exactly lore. There could be some interesting dynamic there in the logic.
Death and decay.
Maybe.
Volta's adaptation of this board is fascinating. Playing around a Shyvana 3 in the front line is an excellent way, and I'm so surprised now facing up against his rival in this game.
Wow.
Well, the true story is Volta could take another loss here, but Lyris cannot. And this is exactly what we see from Volta, playing to these outs, finding those niche win conditions, even when he is contested, just as, you know what, I actually don't even want Galio to be my 3-star tank. Instead, I like the Dragon better anyway, but this time around, it's not going to be enough. The headset does come off on the side of Lyris, and it is going to be the elimination coming in here. Volta, between the two French players, is going to win the matchup and the contention.
Oh, and double components here to help cap out the rest of our boards. Lots of resources and items late into this game. But both of these players, Volta and Lyris, both needing that win-out spot, really needed to come back in the points. And so I respect Lyris for the attempt there playing around that Cypher.
I think this is a huge boost for YBY1. He has multiple legendaries with open item slots so far. Can he find something good for them? Does have that unitemized Zac. So there are some tank items for him to pick up. Yep, and he's going to go for the utility in Sunfire.
Will be interesting to see what the rest of the units here are able to assemble. Set 2 here for Volta, finding additional defensive items here. Already have everything full, so the Nico will be the one. Normally, as you said, Silly, very creative here. Nico, normally we don't see her in any other comp, and now just making it work. 2 strategies.
He's not even playing.
This is such a meme.
So there's 4 players holding Urgot, and he doesn't even have an Urgot on his board. He's just gonna.
He was just holding them to slow down the rest of the lobby, but then he gets the chance to actually make Urgot too.
I actually wonder if he's going to lock this shop and just keep it in there for a long time, because he has no rush. He wants to econ up and go for a 3-star 4 cost if he can.
Yeah, I think he's not going to lock, because the only way he can win the lobby, which I think Moment Death is also going to be aiming high, is for that three-star that you were talking about. So, are you gonna pick it up? I would pick it up. I honestly would pick it up.
Just for the BM, I would. But these players are well, you know, contained. They know how to play to their strengths. Unfortunately, not going to be enough for Grenade and Camberley, both eliminated here, very close to each other.
Finds Kobuko 2, finds Sack 2 here. YBY, we were talking about legendaries here. Decides not to do the Kobuko, he's just trying to maintain here a little of the rest. And again, doesn't find the Urgot. Both of them trying to look like Cambuly, freeing 2 Urgots away. So a better chance here to hit.
We have to watch YBY's Garen. It is the most disgusting unit in this lobby right now. That's an Urgot mod with Radiant items that he just hit off the Prismatic Orb. That is going to destroy backlines.
Listen, we are going to get there. I'm sure we'll see it. But first, we need to check in with the elimination between Volta and Experian. You can see the head shake already on Experian's side. Almost a forfeit in the emotional sense. That ult from the Misfortune is not going to be doing enough, says the front line. And he is... actually, no.
He's still alive.
He's
2
alive.
HP left.
Headset comes back on.
Yep, back into the game. Zoned back in.
Both Ness and him.
Currently, he's only 1 point above the cutoff, and so he really needs to not go 5th here, because that really puts him in the danger zone.
He gets another chance. PvE round. A breath of relief. Maybe to calm the nerves. Any upgrades?
And this is just the power of mods. We had 2 Urgot players, but for YBY1, his first 2-star was the Garen. He's already sitting on 3 mods. The max you can have is 4. So it's just incredibly powerful to spread that Boombot around.
Yeah, on the contrast, Cambuly didn't find that Garen, just find the Sack. It has some opportunities, but couldn't find also burst damage on the Urgot. So not enough scaling for him. So that's why he took the loss in the end. Final rolldowns. Also the Ambulance here, additional supporting.
Experion did find an Aurora too, so a big upgrade for him as he needs this placement very importantly. And Volta also living on the edge here really needs a top 2 to give himself a spot.
Everything's going to come down to this fight for 3 players here, only on 1 single life.
Oh, a huge one here. Both these players at 1 life. Whoever wins this will have that top 4 placement.
So this is going to be Zunbai. Okay, we just swapped into the correct one versus Pyreon's board. Experian kind of giving us a spoiler, already leaving the seat.
Yeah, you can see him already a little bit upset there. There was no chance to win this one. The front line vanished, and with that, might also have been his chances to make it. We're going to be needing to see the standings at the end of the game. The bottom 4 do get eliminated, and it does matter how the other lobbies play as well, but he wasn't too high in the standings. You mentioned it already, CLE. The same is true for Volta. He's looking for the high finish for the cap out, has eliminated the players that have been contesting him as well. But YBY1, you know, he's just cruising by. His stack is already over 26 blobs.
Yeah.
Just incredibly beefy.
Bomb and Death rolling to 0, trying to find the Aphelios 3-star, doesn't get it, 1 off. And that was his chance to top pop off. Obviously, he's still close, but now everyone knows, and they will start holding the Aphelios.
Uh-oh. Volta, though, is facing the final boss of this lobby. YBY1's board with the Urgot 2 now on the other side. Every one of these legendaries is upgraded, and the Garen walked to the backline and deleted the Draven. Volta is in a bad spot here to possibly drop out. We look at the left side to see who win that fight. Looks like our 1 HP player, Zenbai, able to pull out a win as well.
This round was really about meeting your...
Come on, Zed!
Zed.
Whoa!
Maybe I spoke too soon?
Can he do it one more
Sunfire?
time?
That's a Boombot mod, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
lots of damage.
1 HP! The healing!
Oh my goodness! He clinches in overtime, I think.
Not a single muscle moved on Volta's face. He's just like, yeah. Okay.
There's no way. That was the most insane fight. The 1v1, that was Faker. I'm pretty sure on Volta's board. I thought he was at MSI. I'm confused.
Yes.
No gold, final rolldowns. Just trying to position. Now is the most important. So just trying to avoid Draven on the side, no items, so maybe it's not important enough. Okay, so this is good. YBY puts in the middle the Urgot, just making sure the damage is totally focused and not any shenanigans of Urgot going into the front line.
Garen v. Garen on the right side of our screen.
Divinicore versus Boombot, and it looks like Divinicore is going to win out there. More focused damage in
Garen
the
on the back, Garen on the back. Both
Wow.
Garen and Renekton taking down YBY, and Shenbai should take the win here.
Volta also lost. Oh, it's going to be
Double
Zenbai
kill.
taking the game.
Wow! Zenbai first, YBY1 second, Volta taking a third place. I'm not sure if that's enough. Standings are going to be what matters in the end here, but YBY1 showing us a master class of TFT in game number 10.
Listen, when I was invited to commentate for the Tactician's Crown, I knew it was going to be stressful. But like, I'm really stressed right now. It's so incredibly close. These tiebreakers are going to be incredibly important.
This game was crazy, I will say. There were so many baits and pranks and super close turnarounds and clutches. I don't think we had that many in a single game ever.
It was the 3 Fast 9 players going into this with a Divinicore and double Boombot players. In the end, Zenbai coming out on top. Again, I think Garen 2 hit very, very early on, was kind of the key right there, and duo queuing into that Renekton also helped a lot.
Yeah, also I want to recognize Volta. He played contested, played the Cypher, played amazing, played a variation that I've never seen with the Shyvana 3, also playing around the Nico and getting a good chance here. Being contested, getting rolling for days in the second augment, just trying to pop off, roll for value. Didn't got there, and even though getting a position that might be enough, we will have to check the standing to see if he makes it into the next round.
And going into the weekend, we knew that prismatic starts were going to lead the games like this, where there's crazy econ, crazy playstyles, like going long and some of these other things. But this game came down to the battle of the Garens. Both of our top 2 playing around super strong Garen 2s. It was insane.
I loved it. Can every game of TFT be like that? That was so fun.
I was really surprised that the Divinicore legendaries actually won out, because typically we rate the Boombot a little bit higher, and for Divinicore legendaries, they usually try to use the Urgot as well. There was no Urgot in his pool. He was just using the Garen, and did find the correct artifact to make it work out.
Yeah, also access to backline, making sure he was trying to go for weak side and diminish the tank, obliterate the tank completely and making it work. So Shenbai also with a great position here. Also the Renekton. Renekton too, that obviously with Divinicore and all the buff was actually making a lot of work. So both making a chance to access the backline, and great win now for Shenbai.
Well, guys, there is a lot of excitement, and I get it. That was a crazy game. I loved every second of it. However, there's some heartbreak coming for us, because we are going to be eliminating once more our bottom 8 players. We had 24, but that number is not going to persist. We're going to be going down to 16 players in any moment now. We're going to be taking a look at the players that were not able to make it.
Not enough for Volta there, only 6 points, and will be just in the cutoff. Xiaoshu, Bensu, Steppy going down also, and Lyres, we know he had was very tough in possibilities, and also Lecoco here. Huge loss for EMEA.
I think Destiny caught up with the EMEA in this one. 4 EMEA players going out in this round is going to hurt, especially with names like Coco and Volta, their most experienced players.
And also losing 3 more CN representatives, only 2 left in the entire Tactician's Crown. They're currently, I don't want to spoil it, they're in a good position, the rest of the 2 of them. But also Steppy, who was in a good position coming into today, had a very rough day. Only bot 4s for him and going out in this bottom 8 here in the cut to 16.
The GOAT of Singapore will have to say goodbye to the stage, but I am happy for at least one record breaking. They finally were able to win a game at TAC Crown. It's been a kind of a curse for the region.
Looking at the players that have made it in just on the Cubs, just on the cut-off, Experian able to sneak by the only players with 46 points. It was enough in the end.
Tech Summer making it work. Good second place here and managed to get an additional possibility. And remember, now we'll have 2 additional games, and they will have to transfer 4 going directly, and 4 will have to just have an additional chance. And once again here, Solo Hesan making it work. The 3 big of America here, Setsuko, Kambuli, Weishan also being strong. Disho was moved to the other place, and Shenbai with this win getting a 5th place.
I think Turkey's going to win it all. Clickcorda, he's unstoppable. What is that?
Those are some insane scores.
31 points in 4 games to go all the way up to 56 into the top 4. Has a chance to just clinch finals after 2 more.
Listen, I think we need to find out what happened between round 3 and 4 yesterday, because since then he hasn't taken a single bottom 4 placement. It's only been top 4 from there out. And today, I mean, you see it. It's only been first and 1 second places. Whatever he did, it's working.
And Xiaoju no longer on the top. We see on the one inside behind us, AQ1H at the top of the leaderboard now for APAC, representing strong.
Yeah, it's been such a long journey for AQ1H. You know, he was the top of the CN ladder for a while. That's how he kind of got noticed. Took a long hiatus before coming back into this one. And I just really like his style. He's been changing it up. We saw that Nitro Dynamo game where normally he would go straight into it, but says, no, I have to play full tempo, sells all of his nitros, and goes for the legendary cap instead. So I think he's a player that's coming back, but also learning so much. So it's going to be exciting to have him representing us.
It is going to be exciting, and there's more games on the horizon as well, so it will stay exciting here today. We're going to be going into a quick break, get some snacks, and then we'll be right back with the next couple of games. You're watching the Cyber City Tacticians Crown.
Boom. Oh my goodness. I mean, I can't even believe what I just saw. That was just electric. Oh, hey Sloan.
Hey, how's it going? You seem really excited by that.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just like the energy. That's the kind of stuff I want to play in my games.
Then I have just the thing for you. The chair. That's for you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I think he's going to quite like this. Take it away, Milo.
Hey Tacticians, Milo here, reporting live from the KO Coliseum to give you the inside scoop on the next set. One of our new champions, Braum, is a 5-cost, whose ability LT Grey Tornado has him pick up an enemy and spin them around, bludgeoning enemies in the process. After 2 seconds, he flings them into a clump of enemies, or if they're low enough health, he'll fling them straight off the board. Talk about a knockout, but that's not even the best part about his kit actually. Well, appears I've shared too much. Back to our regular programming.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. We have completed 4 games, have cut 16 of our competitors, and now we enter into our second to final phase of our competition for day number 2. My name is Nekra, and I'm your host this weekend, joined on this desk by Clement, Hupe-san, and Panda, and 3 more games to go today after we've already made so many cuts.
I do have some bad news. We actually cut more than 16. We cut 24 right now, so there's only going to be 2 lobbies left of players to continue in the final 2.
I think you really nailed it with the last cutoff. Destiny caught up with EMEA in particular. 4 EMEA players were cut off in that last cut. And now the superiority goes to America. 6 players still left alive in this tournament, only 2 from CN, and then even parity between APAC and EMEA with 4 players each. And ideally, of course, we always wish to have some parity in the final lobby with each region represented.
Yeah, also Experion, Tech Summers are the one in the bottom, and they were ones that for these next 2 games will try to push it as much as possible. Play Cypher, also go for the economy augments or whatever they can find to have a possibility, because as we know, you need to be in that top 8, and people, especially in the top, are really above the rest and having a lot of points that to be able to catch on into it.
Yeah, I think the top of the standings is actually pretty far apart from the cutoff point. Remember, the cutoffs are a little bit different. You want to be in that top 4 territory or top 12 territory. However, the cutoff at the bottom is super contested. We have multiple people sitting on 47 points into this lobby here, so I think that's where the most attention is going to be.
Typically, when we get to our final day of competition, players need around 63 to 64 points to actually qualify to compete on day 3 of our competition. And so you think about that and how many games we have left, and also the fact that we're going to do another round of cuts and promotion after 2 games. And I think that's where things start to get very interesting.
I think for today, after Game 6 especially, with the bottom 4 being cut and kind of that middle pack being going forward, the cutoff should be around 57, 56 from Game 6 to Game 7. So we'll see how that pans out. Obviously, a lot can happen. 2 games still left. There's not a cutoff happening now, but already with this first result, we'll have a clear idea of what players are going to need basically for that final game. If it will be the coin flip style we saw in this last game with players like Lides and Volta, both forced to play into Cypher, contest each other to try and find a lifeline and stay alive in this tournament.
All right, so the big story, though, we've seen a lot of Cypher, we've also seen Boombots, but give me a little bit more spice when it comes down to maybe some of these other compositions players can look at to find themselves back up on top.
Boombot bot with Fiddlestick.
Okay.
Lekoko is out, but
you got
in the moment,
with an artifact, Hupe?
he made it work, and it was amazing. So good to see Lightning Duel, Sniper Focus making it happen, and of course it's very niche. But those niche come when you actually get the good capabilities to make it. I love to see them.
I think it really tests players' ability to read what each other is going for, especially in context of the points right here. If you're looking at AQ1H, that is 58 points. All he needs is to make sure that nobody can get within 5 points in the next 2 games. So he can play very, very safe. And if you know he's playing safe, then you can kind of exploit that. You can go for something that is perhaps can make use of that tempo that he might be playing for.
But on the other side of things, you've got Experion, Volman Death, and Grenade that are sitting at 46, 47, and 48 respectively. And that's just going to require a really good number of games strung back-to-back.
2 players from Experience Prep Group have been taken down that last round, Lides and Lekoko. Maybe Lekoko can funnel that Fiddle energy into Experience for one of these last 2 games. Maybe that'll be the way he's able to come back into this tournament. Experience finished 12th on the last TAC crown. He wants to finish higher. He wants to make final lobby.
We're starting with Aurora. So if this is first prismatic augment, we will have that possibility of having Black Market, of having Econ, and obviously a good chance of getting these additional lines that you were commenting, Nekra. Lines that really pop off, that really give possibility for them to get a win-out spot, even if it's risky.
I'm ready for hedge fund.
And I think a player to mention is YBY1 that's having a massive comeback currently. He's all the way into 9th place at 13 points in the last 2 games and has been going for that fast 9 strategy with the Boombot. So an early Prismatic might be exactly up his alley.
And it's not that YBY1 is doing something differently. I think just the first 2 games of the day, he was low-rolled. He was forced to play a Worth the Wait Kindred into Boombot, which is not the ideal game plan, obviously, not the ideal path to make it to Fast 9. And I think he had more fortunate games near the tail end of this tournament.
Solo right now in a more easy spot, not in the bottom, but he still needs to maintain, looking for a top 4, just looking to maintain in the tournament. And of course, if he can pop up, it could be a good chance. Starting with a bow here, armor, good possibilities. Obviously getting the Twisted Fate, that could be a good chance. And holding on to Morgana Poppy, that is one of the most predictable line, especially if you want to go into Dynamo.
And Solo, I think he bought himself, he earned himself that breathing room. Back-to-back top 4s, 3 games in a row now, 2 wins as well, very similar to Klikornin. They were kind of the rising stars from EMEA, and they're the 2 not French players. So interesting to see having a Turkish and a German representative come back in a big way in day 2.
Maybe last augment as Prismatic, by the way.
We've seen how impactful that can be with Invested, getting the massive gold influx for Boombob boards.
Okay, well, Aurora promised Prismatic last, but we're also going to get one for the first one, too.
That's totally nice, and it's random output, so we'll have randomness here. So actually not under our control, but there's something interesting here. Flexible can be very, very interesting, and he gets it. Yeah. So Bomb and Death going for full.
2 players we talked about in top of show. AQ18, all about adaptability, picks up Build-A-Bud, random output. Let's see how he's going to be able to make this Jax work. And for Vomandeth, the very first game of this tournament, he played EXO, which he usually does not do, and he played it because he got flexible as his first augment on 2-1. The same is happening here. Is this the lifeline Vomandeth needs to catapult himself up in the standings?
Taking a look across the board, we do have a lot of buried treasures. 4 players going for extra items right there. And I do think that these players are the ones that have more points. They're further away from the cut. They know they can play tempo and not for captains.
YBY1, maybe he's bringing out the secret hidden tech. Not so secret or hidden anymore. Vanguard emblem onto a Mordekaiser. If you have Corrupt Chassis as your first or second EXO item, could be absolutely insane with the scaling max HP you get onto the Mordekaiser. He is already very tanky. He becomes almost unkillable in stage 4 and 5.
Also slamming a E early here just for tempo, just trying to maintain a little possibilities here. Maintaining win streak so far, obviously 4. Now Banks, for Vomandeth, this is the comp that has been working out for him, not today, but yesterday. He got a good games here with Vanguard Marksman, and now just trying to get this Kog'Maw to make it work in the beginning and just trying to commit to a line early and letting the rest of the field know.
Yeah, I think for Vomandeth, he actually needs to score a little bit more points. We talked about the cutoff being about 56. He's currently on 47. So I think for him, I would like the EXO line a lot with Marksman. Feels so nice.
Okay.
Slightly higher cap a little bit. You know, after watching Robin Songs lose with 3-star Leona, I was like, my faith in that comp is shattered. In the meantime, we have Solo going with the Gwinsus early as well. Again, this is a player that can just play for top 4, so a 2-cost reroll is potentially in the books.
This is where Solo feels most comfortable. He usually likes playing low risk. He usually likes playing for stable, you know, big rolls on stage 4, on level 8, usually around Marksman Vanguard, especially the entire sets, but also around EXO if he's forced to.
Grenade, looking more of an AP line right now, going for 3 anima just on the beginning, obviously with good possibilities, holding some units there just to have a chance. Little weird here, Nidalee 2 also here on bench together with the Graves. So maybe also planning maybe to go Gorilla, but not buying the rest of the units. I think he will buy the Mundo. Gorilla makes more sense here, still level 4. And just trying to win and maybe, 10 gold here. And will probably be a Gorilla line.
No, it's Anima reroll. It's time.
I don't know. I feel like you could also just go Street Demon. I don't really feel like we've seen a lot of Street Demon vertical games on the broadcast, but I like the spot with Buried Treasures to know that you're going to be able to actually itemize like Ziggs, plus the brand, and even just have enough tank items on the Nico and Mundo.
Tragic not to win here. Can't hold the extra Mundo. Hasta, we saw there, I think, probably not going to be playing for Mundo techies.
Nobody committed to Cypher just yet, so this is always interesting to see if someone spots it's like, hey, no Cypher, and instantly pivots into that line. Still one of the best rerolls.
We have confirmation that YBY does not have Corrupted Chassis as its exit item, so we will not be seeing the Vanguard emblem into the Mordekaiser line. We're seeing for now just a very YBY-esque board with just playing for tempo with a Vanguard front line into potentially Dynamos coming to stage 4.
Do you know what his favorite line is in AVAC? You want to venture a guess?
Dynamo Flex?
Nah, it's Vanguard Urgot, baby. You gotta go 3 in a row.
It's his favorite, but is it his best performing? I don't think so. From what I remember.
Close enough.
I think Vanguard Urgot is a desperation line.
Shenbai also going for additional items here, just making sure he has possibility until the late game. And Wei Shen just slamming IE, full crit, IE plus the new Flicker.
Striker's Flail.
Striker's Flail. I will say Guardbreaker for at least one more set, and then I will make the switch.
It's still Guardbreaker
You gotta pass
for
for
me.
2 more days, Lupe, and then the pass expires.
This is Weijin.
Yeah, Experience trying to just to go tempo here. CC rods, trying to press the lobby as much as possible. Didn't manage to maintain the win streak here, so not in the best spot. And this is an element that even though it gives you additional CC rod, it starts falling off a little on the late game.
It's really not going to, it spikes you a lot in stage 2 because you have the extra body, obviously. You're usually trying to win streak all of stage 2. Then you fall off a little bit, and then you re-spike later in stage 5 when you get that next Voidling Swarm. And all the Voidling Swarms are scaling as well with the extra attack speed and HP. Works really well into comps that buff your entire board. Things like, Divinicore are going to help a lot in terms of getting some more value from it.
The only full win streaker in the lobby left, AQ1H, with that 3-star build a Bud, is looking to just continue this. Also hit the 2-star in the vein right here, so he's looking very comfortable. I don't see a board that can contest his right now.
Where do you go from here, though?
If you have good EXO items, you can stay on EXO, already keeping the Jax. There's also possibility of selling these Jax in the late game, but probably if EXO is decent enough, I think that's the line we should stay on. Obviously, not enough units there to be contemplated. Besides, also very interesting holding also the Skarner and the Fiddle here. Maybe a chance to Urgot if something else happens later, especially since Necra, you told us Aurora was prismatic in the end, so maybe some economy, something additional in the end can give you an opportunity to scale a little more.
Also, what's the likelihood that we actually get a triple prismatic game with the first and last one being guaranteed prismatic?
I think Aurora overrides, so it's hard to predict. It's not the usual augment tree setup because of the Aurora overriding.
I'm gonna wish for a triple prismatic.
Yeah, not surprised, Necro.
Just for the viewers.
I know you like to bring the chaos like Make does.
I do think it kind of tones the excitement down a little bit. If you get your first prismatic, the second one has a better chance of getting a silver slightly higher.
Okay. We'll see promptly. So right now, HQ1H just trying to maintain tempo. Bomb and Death. Also same decides to play Cypher in. So good possibilities, 54 already. So a good chance here, popping it off, just trying to get a little more, and then pivot either to that line that you were saying with EXO, or maybe, depending on the cash out, could have some other possibilities.
EXO is just so good with flexible because as a vertical trait, you have so many other hanging traits. Marksman, Rapid Fire, Bastion, Bruisers, it goes on and on. So usually we typically see flexible just going to EXO.
And there's a bias as well, right? First game of the tournament, if you play this exact line and you got a first and you have that mental boost, you have the bias of saying, hey, last time I tried this, it really worked out, let's try and do it again.
Weijin, wow, with a 2-star Jinx and Buried Treasure, is going to be able to tempo through this lobby like nothing else.
That's what Weijin has to do, right? 55 points, only needs to play it safe these next 2 games to lock in a spot. Maybe, I guess, once to start thinking about trying to get into the top 4, especially.
And go direct, yeah.
To try and avoid the mental pressure of playing a Game 7 with everything on the line.
Fun. So prismatic, gold prismatic guaranteed for this game.
Well,
Both looking good, especially if you're going to that EXO line that you have a lot of items already, and flexible is giving you this. There it is. So more defense, and also giving possibility of scaling even more with the Kraken. Good chance here for Bomb and Death.
Whenever we get golds on 3-2s, I start to shake a little inside.
Where's trackers?
Forward thinking locked in for Grenade. Forward thinking locked in for Weijin as well. We'll have to do a mirrored roll down screen over on 4-2 to see what kind of setups these players try and go for with all of the extra economic resources.
Yep. I do want to point out, as for items, the cardinal sin is to build Guinsu's and IE on Urgot at the same time. So whenever you crit, you're locked at 0-point attack speed. Don't build these two. Take the IE and give it to someone like the Garen in the front line. So just a little tip for you out there.
Don't have any trait trackers, but we got 2 players, YBY1 and AP1H, that took Magic roll. So we'll wait to find out what they've got from those rolls.
Big win here for Wajan. If he can get it, Zyra just barely alive, but the cast does not come through in time. He preserves a win streak, staying healthy, and generating that little bit of extra gold throughout their stage 3 as well.
Oh, Hacks coming in.
10 gold. No? Wait.
How many people you think split this?
It's 30. Shouldn't be most. Normally 2.
Wajan really going to be thankful for this amount of gold because he's going to be able to go 6 where he wasn't 6 already because of the forward thinking. So both forward thinking players very happy that hacks exist in this set.
Experience getting an Elise 2 here, very good for the Corp. So also a good angle just to preserve HP a little. He will need to manage to get maybe a little more frontline and then try to see what it will be the angle. Probably Vex could be a good possibility here. He finds an additional tier. Doesn't have the healing still, or he could just stay here on the angle with the Elise.
And I do want to point out he actually used both of his duplicators, which is actually okay in the Dynamo comp. You actually spike with Elise 2, and then you can play into the legendaries, or if you hit more Elises, go into the reroll version as well. Another one of the forward-thinking players is going to be Grenade. He started off looking like somewhat of a guerrilla composition, but you know, he could be playing into more of an open, like the Brand Ziggs comp is possible if he has the right augments.
Yeah, Necracola in the beginning, that possibility of Street Demon, that is good. It's very difficult to pop off and get additional damage, but it is actually the chance right now.
And found that early Nico.
Yeah.
So it's pretty open.
Great use for Volmandeth. Picks up a Zeri. I think this starts to make his game plan a little bit more clear. Grenade as well picks up a Sejuani, either to deny or just to keep that option open for his forward-thinking roll down Sejuani. Can fit on so many boards, let's be honest, not just the vertical Exo, but Vexotech as well, and even just as a strong utility tank in stage 4.
Solo looks like he's going back to his old ways, just a marksman vanguard, the good old trusty composition. And I think Experion is a more interesting player in this lobby because his, as from what we've seen from Dynamo, it can go very good or very poorly instantly. And there's also a lot of high cap boards coming in.
One thing we might be seeing from Experion, this is a throwback to I think Cup number 2, we saw it from Double 61. He played when Elise was a little bit stronger, Elise 3 into a vertical Divini comp. And this would make some amount of sense with a Zero picked up with a Voidling Swarm picked up at 2-1. It's a very oddball comp to build towards, but Experion might keep that door open.
I'm getting heavenly flashbacks.
It's a very similar concept.
Forteki on the top for H2-1H, finding the brand already and getting a good comp, just using tempo here on that Jax. And maybe will be sold. Especially in the late game. Right now, access to the backline. Also, the Saya turns down the brand. And good win one right now for YBY, who's in a good spot here. Good items, obviously holding on the Saya some possibilities, and then he will make the switch once he finds the Aphelios.
And we talked about it, no chassis for the Mordekaiser, which is why we're seeing instead the vertical Vanguard option, not the Exo line being explored by YBY1. The effect can still come through with things like Crown Guard, for example. It's just not as high roll as you would have it with Corrupted Chassis.
On the other hand, Shenbai has the exact setup where you do want to play this Exo line, Corrupted Chassis on the Mordekaiser. You have the Pulse that for now is on the Jhin, but obviously will go on the Seri. Has some crit also to ramp it up a little more, and also already has the Kraken for the Seri later.
And the third item he'll get is Hyper Fangs.
Okay.
Ooh, I like that one. That's the highest cap option because you can give it to a Garen 2 later into the game. AP1H, just trying to full tempo the lobby. I've actually seen him play vertical techies a couple of times. And I'm almost ashamed to say, but I didn't realize that you could hit 8 techies naturally because you almost never build into that comp.
But now that you have the Giga frontline of Jax 3 from Build-A-Bud, maybe it's correct.
It's one of the weird flex lines that a lot of Flash Wolves players like to go for. Of course, he's practicing a lot with Ironbog as well.
Yeah, I mean, you use the power of the Omen, gave you a little tempo in the early game, preserve HP, and then you need to go for the pop-up. So for now, it's working.
Bowman Death Infinity Force, a little bit of extra gold, level 7, gonna have a decent amount of gold to roll down here. Has to hit most of this Exo board and has to hit a good emblem as well on stage 4 to try and stabilize, sitting now at a 10 loss streak and 25 HP.
I wonder when he decides to roll all the way because he is contested by Zhenbai. Already with the crown guarded and chases, Zhenbai is not going to move away from his spot. So every turn he rolls earlier, I would honestly continue rolling, to be honest.
He decides just to level now and prepare, and we will see a deep roll down right now for Mom and Death, trying to get the full board online and just trying to use the resources later.
Zenbai has no econ. I think he can't really be rolling on 4-1, so Bowman Death should have prio on this round. A great start and a great finish maybe already as well.
Oh
Theory 2 already found.
No.
There's a Sedge. Wants to try and slot in 7 Exo ideally before he's done rolling, but maybe he thinks this is enough for now.
It's so good. Finding the Gyron also with the possibilities.
Needs the Jin and the Varus still. How many
What is
legendaries?
legendary hits, right? What?
Pair of Sejuani now.
Pair of Renekton.
He naturally is going high in shopping. Wow.
Bowman Death has very good items as well. I like the Cyber Coil up front. You've got the Flux Capacitor as well as the Pulse Stabilizer. So as soon as you get that 7th Exotech unit in, you've got 2 very good backline items.
I do want to point out he got a good reforge as well, was doing the Slayer emblem and also the artifact, so it gets the Mana Zane plus the Bruiser +1. Very comfortable.
Yeah. Also spreading components, making full value of the bolt. Looking strong, very, very strong, good front line, and obviously the Seri with the ramping. Having that Seri 2 is so important because you already have the defense online, and now he's just dominating.
I was a little bit scared as well. We saw the matchup there against AQ1H. He did pivot into Exo as well with the Jax 3 from Build-A-Bud, which means that Zenbai, if he's rolling now, he might be in trouble. Double forward-thinking roll down from 2 of our players. Wei Jin quickly picks his augment, bulky bodies, and now is ready to roll down for the Vanguard Marksman board. 99 gold, or maybe with the HP he has, he's trying to go 9 instead and play for the win out, try and play for that top 4 spot and skip that game 7 altogether.
There it is, didn't even blink, and now he's just upping levels here, making sure maybe next round he will pop off onto level 9 and then trying to find that Urgot and that possibility of changing his full board. The problem is if he goes for Urgot here, he hasn't found the low cost. So he needs to find Fiddle, he needs to find either the Kog'Maw or the Skarner, and sometimes they're timid on level 9, so that would be also an option to check.
It could also be Vanguard Marksman with like a Garen 2 high roll. That's one way to cap out the comp and not have to full pivot everything. But we'll see what Wei Jin has in store for us at 4-5.
Going to the 2 forward-thinking compositions to see where they eventually land up. We have Grenade on the left side.
Wei Jin versus YBY on the right.
You know, it looks like Wei Jin is still holding on to his rolls, and we do have some interesting things developing with YBY actually picking up the Urgot and potentially signaling and going into that line as well. So we'll see how long Wei Jin will wait until he goes to 9.
Oh, that was a very close fight for him as well. Actually looked like he might have been able to win that, but now you are able to push those levels and see what you get.
And now Zenbai is rolling and thinking, hold up, where do the Zeris go exactly? Anyone, some help here, please?
No.
He has rolled a little bit too late with Bowman Death rolling to 0 every round after the PvE came through, every time we've entered the stage 4.
Grenade, one of the players in the bottom, 48, trying to roll here, finding additional possibilities, finds the Viego, so a little better here, has the boom bop setup. And Clement, he didn't hear you. There's a Rage Blade on the Urgot.
If you don't have the IE, it's acceptable. It's acceptable.
And Grenade leveled off tempo, trying to get ahead of Wei Jin potentially right before the carousel, rolls it down now. The forward thinking kind of 1 turn later. Maybe understand that YBY is also playing for the Boombot board, and there's going to be a lot of legendaries out of the pool if he waits till 4-5.
Full burst damage there for Experion, taking the win with Dynamo. And Grenade now in a difficult spot, low in HP, 20.
Zac would be huge here. No Zac, only Viego and Kabuko. No Sejuani either for Bowman Death to find that upgrade.
There's some pings. Grenade, thinking about it. Maybe Viego could be an option, but obviously he will need a little more. Wei Jin finds Kabuko here.
The good news for the Boombot players is YBY was just transitioning with the Urgot. He actually sells it and goes for the classic Dynamo board that he was more set up for.
I wonder if his first Garen mod pulled him more towards its direction, was maybe gambling for the Boombot mod, didn't hit it, and then pivoted off into a Dynamo
sells
Flex.
everything, level 9.
70 gold, it's time, Weizen. Show us why you're considered one of the best players in the Americas region, maybe even in the world.
Okay, there's some components. We already have front, we have the Boombots.
Go to the start.
There's a Garen, so important to get the Garen here and have the possibility of getting a Boombot mod.
Not looking ideal. Does remember to position 4 bulky buddies. Oh, not quite. A bit of a 3-way buddies there on the left with the Urgot, Fiddle, Renekton, and Kabuki. Actually, no, he got no value from it whatsoever. Next round, early Weizen, we got it.
Actually, does the Golem that the Diego copies give you bulky buddies?
I think it gives it, but doesn't deny it, basically, as well. No? I believe is the tag. Similar to the summons in last set.
Even if your buddy is just a Mirage, you can still get benefit from it.
Nice.
Okay, so Weizen, even though he had a good goal, we know it's so expensive to pivot into that Boombot line. Finds the Kobuko 2 that is so important, at least to stabilize, but now he would just need to donkey roll.
Does he remember his bulky buddies?
Check. This is
Does he
time.
remember
this
it?
Is what separates the best players in the world versus the S-tier players, the elite, but not quite.
We have seen so many players forget about their bulky buddies, but it looks like we're good. Maybe?
I don't think so.
There's 2 buddies only out of 8. I would say we need a little bit more friendship, and the friendship is not quite there. Weizen probably gonna get another loss here. Hopefully he will realize after this next fight he has to get value from his prismatic augment he picked up at 4-2.
Going up against Shenbai, didn't find the Seraphine, already with a Garen pair here, and a good chance. 3 items on the back. Good damage, doesn't seem like it's enough. Kobuko holding up the front line in a good pace. The Crown Guard holding up. Weizen taking the loss once again.
That's a bulky buddies diff, unfortunately. Grenade, can he stay alive with his earlier roll down for the Boombot board?
No.
He's still alive. Grenade is down, 48 points. He'll need a monumental Game 6 to make it into that final lobby. A Boombot mod comes through for Weizen that could be a decider for this game, but he has to remember to position, and we're not seeing it happen just yet.
Weizen Iverson, please.
Oh, this is so painful to watch. At the end of the day, 13 games total, it's very common to see players actually forget about this. It's not unheard of at all.
Also, in terms of points, he's good. I mean, two games, he needs like maybe 3 points in these 2 games just to advance to tomorrow.
Yeah, but you'd like to be in the top 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bowmandes trying to slowly make it to level 9. Found the Radiant Refractor. Has that Zeri fully itemized and locked in. We're seeing just some great setups already with the Garen mod coming through for the Garen with the Marksman emblem.
Oh, there's the Urgot too, a massive find for Iverson.
Okay. Takes out the Rage Blade now with the Kraken. Looking for some good possibilities here. Ideally will be a Giant Slayer right now. Let's see what options he has.
It looks
here,
like
there it is, Giant Slayer. An additional damage here.
Checking out on experience board, did lock in the Dynamo Flex, didn't go a little bit crazy with any kind of Divinicore Elise lines that we talked about. Has the blue buff, has the MF almost fully itemized as well. It's going to be a big test for Bowmandes, who is pretty low on HP, needs to win pretty much every single fight here. And should be winning this one as well with Zeri taking over.
Huge hit, once again here for Weizen. Very low, now 1 HP away, 1 life, and Bowmandes.
Oh, he noticed. He noticed.
No.
Just in time. Cross your fingers for Weizen, and let's hope this will now be a bulky buddies diff. Does finally position, does finally get prismatic augment value onto his board.
Wow.
He's going to be kicking himself for that one.
He will. These are the mistakes that you're going to regret initially, but hopefully he has the mental fortitude to not let it bring him down. There's still obviously a lot of TFT to be played for the rest of this day.
Definitely have to cut yourself some slack. It's been a long day.
Yeah. He's only 2 points ahead of 5th place, so if this is the critical thing that makes him miss day 3, oh, it's going to be so rough.
Well, hopefully not.
He's trying to shake it, yeah. He laughed about it, but it hurts, right? You need to show yourself in the maximum potential, and he's just shaking it out, just knowing that he now does the possibility and now trying to take the win against Solo Hesan, who plays this marksman, trying to ramp up there with the Aphelios. Access to the backline there for the Urgot.
The Garen ult does not hit the Aphelios on the Zaya, but it's still going to be enough. Bulky Buddies, diff.
100%.
So much more value onto this board when it comes to the HP, the EHP on that front line to buy time for Urgot to scale.
Finally, Sejuani 2. Good possibilities here.
The Hyperfang's Garen we talked about is now online with the Extra Tech mod onto the Garen.
Huge.
And it gives him a ton of healing as it goes out and lets him multicast over and over again.
YBY1 very quietly sitting at 83 HP, a 50-point gap to second place. A beautiful game of flex TFT from the VN player, sitting on this Dynamo board as well.
Garen, apparently a very good Vanguard emblem holder as well, with that massive shield, giving him 150%, 150 health, sorry, not percent, every time he casts.
My goodness,
that would be
imagine?
Many players in possibility, especially Weishan, in possibility of elimination, but we know he's strong. And now we're seeing solo against experienced Ghost. Should be enough for him to ramp up access to the backline for the misfortune, but no, solo takes a win here. And now, seeing the rest, loses YBY just after Panda says he's slowly and quietly being in a win streak, taking the loss, and now with opening the fort for the rest, opening good possibilities.
There's going to be an Aurora for the 5 cost out there. That's pretty much only going to YBY1, so great find for him. Also going to switch out that Guinsoo's.
Weishan getting additional defense here with the Anima Visage.
Some defense on the Aurora. YBY1 not able to pick it up. Choice between 3 generically good damage items for his comp right now. Can fully itemize the Aurora. Maybe swap some items off of the Elise onto the Misfortune. Second mod coming through for Weishan. Not a Boombot mod, but can still equip one onto the Kabuko. His main tank, at least for now, with Cho'Gath still being a Cho'Gath 1.
It doesn't look like there's a lot of backline killers, which is typically what the Boombot Urgot line is the most afraid of. We have a lot of Zeris, which I think is fine for the matchup. You're typically very afraid of the Graves and the Cyphers, but Weishan should be fine. Oh, doesn't get the last minute swap. Is going to lose out on a lot of backline value there.
The tankiness of Viego as well could be impactful here, facing off against one of the EXO boards.
But at least his backline doesn't get stunned. Like the Urgot isn't going to be Sejuani stunned here.
Yeah. Oh, Garen falls down, but access now to the backline for the Urgot should be enough against Jin, taking the win. Weishan. And Experion clapping, knowing this is a great win for him, keeping himself alive, and with the possibility of keep summing points and getting to tomorrow.
Roman Death, a 5 win streak.
Look at the HP.
It's very close. I mean, 5 people
players
below
with 1
10?
digit.
Everything can happen here still. The players who made the biggest results were Experian, Vomandeath, and Grenade, I believe. Grenade obviously with an 8th place. Not the best result.
Vomandeath is still good faith though, 5 win streak.
Yeah. A good spot. Positioning very important. Sejuani, anti-Sejuani, whatever you can accomplish here. Sejuani decides to stay just full left. And now let's see the safe. We'll have access now, probably to the Urgot. No, goes into the position, wraps around. Urgot should be safe here. And Weishan just trying to ramp up the Kraken's Fury as much as possible, doing good damage. Seri ramping up also. Triple scaling for her. Front to back for both. And Weishan is just too strong. HUNH takes the hit. And who else falls down here?
Should be more coming. This was probably the worst matchup for him. Definitely, I would say Weishan Iverson right now has the strongest board.
Then Bai also taken down. Experian, Weishan, Solo Bomaneth, and YBY1 left alive. All of the Americas and the EMEA players on essentially their last life. Vomandeath coming to stage 6 could still be on 2 lives if he takes a small enough loss. And what a setup for this final lobby. A very meta complexion when it comes to this lobby. Exotech, Vanguard Marksman, and Dynamo really all that's left alive.
God, the bulky buddies value though with the 3rd Voidling on the board is crazy.
Yeah, it really took Weishan quite a while. There's actually 3 players with bulky buddies in this lobby, so it's like...
Should have realized before, no?
Yeah.
Like the constant reminders, pretty much a 1 in 3 chance to realize, depending on who you're fighting.
It's like, why are they positioned this way?
Okay, final roll downs. Everyone very low in HP except for YBY. who's still holding strong. So only by HP, he's already ensured a second place in this lobby.
And this is a situation where we're kind of happy to see a player like Wei Iverson, where he can take care of players that you might not be able to take care of and give you extra placements instead. So YBY1 looking to make a good leap here into the top 8.
Oh, that's a big board though. I mean, Wei Iverson has to go up against like twice the number of units on his board with all the Void Wings.
This is the Ghost board from Experian on the right, I believe. Experian on this left side facing off against Solo. So the Mia players facing each other. So much extra value from the Voidling Swarm is going to make it so much harder for the Aphelios and Zaya to come through. It's only Aphelios left alive. Experience clapping. Aphelios is down. It's just down to the tank, to Leona. A big win for Experian, and he needed it, right? He was low on points, needs 2 big games to cap this off.
The lowest right now at 46. So he needed this win, as you just mentioned. Just getting a second will be amazing, and then it will be easier, right? A breather and maybe just a 5th in the next game or something a little better could be enough.
It's wild to me that Wei Iverson just hit the Cho'Gath 2 when no one else is playing that unit. He'd been sitting on a pair for a whole stage and a half.
Well, sometimes Cho'Gath just doesn't like to nom-nom, so he's like, I'm
full.
dieting right now. I'm going back home.
All 3 Bulky Buddy players in the top 4. Good augment confirmed, in case you were still wondering.
Write it down. Okay, once again, Wei Shen
going up against YBY1. His Urgot is very safe in this.
Garen's also bursted down. And Urgot's down to half health. One more MF cast with this perfect angle could decide it. Does she cast in time? She does, but misses the key tank. And Viego, is he the clutch master? Is he the Giga Chad? He is not. Unfortunate fight outcome in the end there.
Experience falls down Soso. So Bomendez taking the win against YBY, and Bomendez seems like he's stronger. So we should have a few more rounds, but Bomendez looking amazing here. Still hasn't found the Garen 2, but he's just too strong.
Yeah, with Wajan dropping out, there should be a much better chance in hitting that one. His setup is amazing, flexible. All of his emblems are usable. Outside of Anima, we kind of skipped that one, and also a Radiant item coming in for that Zeri. So one of the best caps you could going for Exotech, and why he's the only Exotech out of the 3 alive now.
Technically, Vomandeth could get value if he made it to level 10 and teched in an Anima Squad unit, but I don't think we're going to get that far.
Silas, it's time.
It could be the last fight for Vomandeth. He's been win streaking for a long time here, going up against YBY1. The MF positioning has been huge, but he doesn't get the buffer, gets shut down by C20.
He's not able to do enough. The Zeri scaling, that's one fight. We saw Vomandeth be in the opposite position yesterday where he had a lot of HP to iterate on the positioning and try and find a way to win. Now YBY1 is a player who has 2 more lives to try and find a way to catch out the Zeri, potentially kill her off early and find a win for the MF board.
This is really such a difficult position to match up to play against. The Zeri is highly mobile. You're almost never going to attack her with the Misfortune. So as long as the Zeri has enough position to slide to the right and to the left, she can usually stay pretty
Hear me
safe.
out. Second row Misfortune. It's time.
What would be the point of that?
She snipes a Zeri.
Oh, okay.
Zeri dash is close enough.
YBY, don't listen to the
planet's aligned.
Don't listen to him.
Double Bramble right now, that was the item, so YBY just wants to delay a little the damage. Full AD coming up from Bomedel. Let's see if it's enough.
And way to find out. Gonna be 2 more fights for Voman Deathfield and knock out YBY1 and take that first place, but it is starting to look pretty
Garen's
good.
down. Trying to pop off. Zeri ramping up. Misfortune, huge ult. It's not enough. Bomendel stays. He's happy. That's a huge win because it was very close. He's happy, but once again, now it's same parity in HP, and this will be the last round.
Ooh, we got Garen mods,
both
though.
players. Which is more impactful is the big question.
It should just be the Dynamo here, no? Doesn't have a great target for it.
Bruiser Viego, I believe it was, or was it Dynamo? Might have been Bruiser.
I think it was Bruiser.
3-item Viego. Does make some amount of sense. He's able to drain tank with the extra max HP he'll get from the Bruiser and the Warmog as well.
Okay, changing position in Bombendeath in the last moment, trying to avoid the Misfortune ult, but it's in the angle. Aurora on the left, and Misfortune should be safe from the Sejuani ult, but not the Elise. Good CC right now, good Misfortune ult, fully on the front line. Seri still scaling. Jhin trying to ramp up, getting alive. That's very important, doing some additional damage. Urgot comes out from the Aurora. Huge hit here, and in the final fight, Bombendeath gets it. Oh, gets it in the end. 1 HP. Is not over yet.
Bombendeath stands up, celebrates, and then sits back down and says, wait up. I still have a little bit more work to do. Zeri, keep it up.
That was a challenger Zeri player right there. Actually dodges out of auto attack range from the Misfortune and then jukes the Aurora again, back to back, denying ranges.
One item slot open onto this Aurora for Bombendeath. Is there a slightly impactful with the second item slot available for Aurora on YBY's side as well, but this should be a more important item, especially with EXO being played here from Bombendeath.
Yeah, for YBY, it's just the Aurora items. Let's see what he can find right here.
Shojin would be big for Bombendeath here.
Rolling first. Got into for YBY.
That's a big upgrade.
Huge.
Shojin.
For YBY.
Yeah, Shojin looks amazing. Maybe Morello could be an option too.
Oh, there's also the emblem,
He already
right?
has one?
The
Okay.
rapid fire onto the Aurora in the end, and the TG, I believe, on the Jax here for Bombendeath. So pretty much every single unit here itemized for Bombendeath. Max EXO value and max bulk value as well. Pretty insane setup here, actually.
But that Garen too is massive as well. Could swing the fight here. Let's see where the Aurora dodges out of it.
Diego still alive, trying to drain tank a little bit longer. We are in stage 7. A loss here is an elimination, even at 16 HP. Zeri above half health. Can she survive the next MF field? Can MF herself survive? She's down to half health. She's now being targeted. It's a big win for Bombendeath, and he absolutely needed it at 47 points. Climbs all the way back up to 55, and now in a prime position to depend on himself to maybe make it to that game 7.
And we see the joy. We see seeing the camera, seeing him not only celebrating, dropping his mouth, seeing the laughter, and actually knowing that he has a good possibility to advance. This is amazing.
Really great stuff coming out here for our fifth game of the day. I'm getting ahead of myself here because I'm saying, wow, I'm so excited because this just sets the tone for that 6th game that's coming up soon. A lot of very important placements here, not just for Bombendeath, but I think also being able to see a huge catapult there for YBY1, who is already sitting at that 50-point benchmark. It's going to be exciting.
YBY1 has never gone worse than 3rd place at TAC Crown. He's going to finish up with that legacy and hopefully even go beyond. For the top of the lobby, we saw our wanted poster just change, but to my calculations, AQ1H and both Wage and Iverson both sitting on 61 points right now. So there's going to be a lot of competition to get into that top 4 as well.
Yeah, and a great save for Weishan. We saw that especially in the mid phase of the game, it wasn't going well for him. Not additional goal, some problems there with the element being fixed, and then finally getting a good 3rd place against 2 very strong boards.
In all honesty, it probably cost him 1 placement. But if it's only 1 placement in that type of situation, you're kind of happy. You got away with it.
I love the W glade from Hupeson. Some problems with the augment. Just some technical difficulties. He still bounced back in time. I want to highlight it again as well. At the very start of this game, I mentioned it. Bombendeath, 2 games of flexible, 2 first places playing this EXO line. So the moment he saw this augment pop up, he knew exactly what he was going to angle for. A 10 logic with Cypher to get the extra resources, and then at 25 HP, completely turned his game around from stage 4 onwards with a fortunate Zeri 2 and the Garen on his very first roll on level 8, but clutch master himself now being one of the players trying to represent EMEA in that final lobby.
And the muscle from YBY, making so much tempo. No matter what happened in this lobby, he ensured a 2nd place, just maintaining the full tempo, playing Dynamo on good spots, and just trying to pop off with the Elise. So once again, a player to learn so much about, and a player who not only understands the meta, he develops it, and for me, one of the leaders, and I'm so happy that he already has the points to advance.
Yeah, I can't imagine a finals without YBY. It's been such a long time. Meanwhile, going to the bottom of our board, Zenbai not having a very good finish here, and of course, Grenade. I thought he was going to play something different with the forward thinking. He had a chance to go into the Ziggs brand, but probably did not find a good augment for it, so decided to still contest on the Boombot and didn't work out.
We talked about the expected cutoff potentially after this next game being around 57. That would mean the Grenade is going to have to gun for maybe a first, maybe a second might get him there, but he was very streaky in day one as well. He had that great start and then fell a little bit and then came back strong with the Kog'Maw Flicker Blade game in game number 6, for example, with Boombot. So we'll see what he can do in this last game.
Let's take a look at our standings. One more game remains for our players that are left fighting for their spots on Championship Sunday. And we'll start on the second page where you really don't want to be at that 16th place now as we keep rolling through.
Ooh, big names dropping down for America, Setsuko and Jisoo now putting themselves in rather dangerous positions. Remember, the cutoff really is that 12th place. That's going to be the important one to look at. If you're bottom 4, you're out.
That's true.
Bob, and then we just saw him so popping off here and making sure he's in the green zone. And remember, bottom 4 will be eliminated after the next game, and the top 4 in the additional standing that we'll see now are the ones who will advance directly to tomorrow, and then we'll have a final games with the players that are in green.
Looking pretty good here for Wage and Iverson at 61 points. I think similarly for AQ1H at 60. It kind of seems like as long as they get a top 4, easy for them to move on to that final lobby and they get a chance to breathe for that last game of the day.
My big story, I think, might just be Summertimer, a player who had a lot of expectations, the highest AVP player coming out of APAC, a player trying to carry the mantle of title coming to this TAC crown. Very consistent results, now finding himself in the top 8. Reminder, yesterday going into Game 6, all 3 Japanese players were potentially going to be cut out. Summertimer has really locked in since then and is now sitting in a position to maybe even make the top 4 after this Game 6.
Yeah, biggest climb out of all the players that we saw in the final 16.
Oh, maybe Clicornin similar, no?
But Cornin has done a fantastic job today.
He was amazing until you said that he was just going first and second, and now he got an 8.
I'm sorry.
Clement, please ignore my EMEA players now.
Legendary caster curses potentially coming up here on our broadcast, but we do have one more game, and so top 4 will advance in our final standings. Bottom 4 will be eliminated. So everyone that is kind of sitting in that, oh gosh, you need like 57 points is kind of what it's looking like right now.
Tiebreakers will matter, of course, as well. The first places will matter. More streaky players like Tsuko has a huge advantage. He has, I think, 4, maybe 5 wins in this tournament already. So that is the big upside of playing first or 8th if you manage to rack up a lot of those firsts in a row.
And especially in this sandwich format, right, that you just mentioned, 4 eliminated, 4 advanced. And normally that mid-game, we have a lot of tiebreakers. All the time, it's exactly the spot, because normally we see maybe Wei and the rest develop and maybe 3 points ahead of the rest, as we just saw. But for sure, 3 or more players can be in that cutoff position. So that Setsuko, as you said, and even the game right now, trying to go for a first, obviously pretty important.
I think the last game is going to be the one where it's most exciting. Because if you go to game 13, everyone's playing for top 4. Things kind of dulled down. This game, though, there's people going for the automatic qualification for finals. It's going to be much more like the TOC, where top 2 advance, and they always play stuff crazy in the middle of the standings.
And we mentioned the tiebreaker between 12th and 13th. Well, let's not forget, there's also going to be a tiebreaker between 4th or 5th, potentially. And that could maybe be the 5th place player forced to play at Game 7. Maybe you have the pressure of, I just have to play stable. Suddenly things starts going wrong and you get into an 8th place position. You could be in trouble and not make day 3 altogether. So much on the line for these last 2 games in TAC Crown.
It's a great change.
Everything matters.
Yeah. Everything matters. Exactly. That was what I'm going to say. The fact that everything matters right now, because normally people, maybe in last set, they were already advancing, or maybe some people already were eliminated and were just playing to play. And now everyone has something on the line, either elimination, qualification, or go directly to tomorrow.
I mean, let's not forget the prize pool that we have here for our competitors as well. First place will be going home with $150,000, which is a lot of money. So you know that you're not only fighting to get in the final lobby, but a chance at the glory of winning the Tactician's crown and, of course, the cash.
Yeah, that's always a huge factor on everyone's mind. I'm not kidding, because the drop-off is kind of huge there, so you want to be angling for that first place going into it. For me, I think the mentality is so important, like Panda was talking about. A lot of times when you're just trying to play stable in this type of a meta, that's what actually sinks your hopes right there, because there are a lot of non-stable lines that can suddenly leapfrog you in the standings. Those think forwards, those trade trackers on 3-2. If you're just playing steady and someone in the bottom finds those, then suddenly you're sliding down.
It's also unfortunate because we've seen a lot of players, even if they're playing a default comp, they maybe miss out on the 4-cost carry that they would like to play. Or we even saw in this last game, you're missing out on your 4-cost tank, even if you're uncontested. So it can be very tricky, and you just got to play with the cards you're dealt.
To go on that point, Clement, you mentioned, I actually spoke to Lekoko, who was already out of the tournament, but that's what happened to him last set. He was in a top 8 position, final game, needed just, I believe, a 6. I think he needed a 7th, just 2 points to guarantee he makes it through. And he said that his biggest weakness coming to this tournament is the fear of winning. He changed his mindset for that last game. He said, I only need a 7th. It got too much into his head. Yeah. He ended up going 8th, and he missed that, that we saw the tiebreaker last set with Prestavant, one of the CN players as well, and he missed that final lobby. So going to this game, just play normal TFT for the most part, unless you need a really big swing, because if not, the mental pressure starts mounting up in stage 3 and stage 4. You start playing differently, you start making weird decisions, and then these can snowball in a negative way.
Yeah, mental is so important because we talk about it and it's maybe an abstract concept, but we see it right now. There are so many variables. They're playing the HUD, so they're playing maybe early. Some of these players are accustomed to stream maybe more late at night, but they need to accustom, and they knew in advance to maybe reset circadian rhythm and have the possibility right now. For example, Setsuko looks a little sleepy here, but that's his normal tone. That's normally how he likes to be.
I mean, we've talked to the Americas players a lot, actually, and that is something that they think about is in the weeks leading up to the Tactician's Crown. If they know they're playing, they know what time it starts, and it's like 9 hours ahead or something like that. So as we take a look at our 12th game of the day, this is going to be the penultimate game we have here. We're going to Lobby 2, and there are a couple of players that I think we really do need to keep our eyes on. We've got Dish Soap, which is going to be very important as he is in that danger zone, and I think also taking a look at Robin Songs from the Americas, 56 points.
Yeah, Tex also in that danger zone, needs to have a chance to pop off. Clickeren just in the bubble to advance directly, so he's playing actually with a good run to advance directly onto tomorrow and be in the top 4 directly.
I think one of the players that we have to look at is Xiaoju, who actually only achieved 5 points in the last 3 games. This could be one of those slides that the CN region is very worried about for their mobile players.
I think with 58 right now, he's locked into the very least play the game 7, but it would be tragic to have, I think it was a 10-point gap after the first 2 games of today, and then find yourself in a position where you're playing for game 7 and you're feeling the pressure of maybe not making day 3.
Yeah, I mean, going 7th, 8th, and 7th, it's just so hard to also, as you talk about the mental, reset from that. Maybe it was an unlucky game. Maybe you just have to kind of shake off the nerves a little bit. It's also been a very long day of competition for everybody. So, I don't know, get up, maybe do some jumping jacks or something before you sit back down and get to it.
Yeah, especially, for example, also someone in that position is Clickeren. He was doing amazing, ramping up, and when you get first, you play until the end of the game. So your tempo, your mental is always there. But now, when you go 8th, you have to wait. And player has told me that is the thing they hate the most, because you get out of your zone, and then you have to wait for the next game. So that's why the 8th and then ramping out from it is also very difficult sometimes.
That's a good point.
And Clickeren, the last remaining stalwart of the Turkish TFT scene. We had Ging, of course, way back in the day, being one of those legacy players from EMEA. We had Darkest 2 sets ago make that final lobby. Clickeren looked kind of doomed yesterday at the very end of the day, but a huge comeback in this day 2 would be a great story to see him make it through. I think it would be one of the biggest comebacks we've seen probably in TAC Crown history across 7 games in day 2 especially.
Setsuko, on the other hand, not opposite, but almost opposite story. He had been on the top 8 for a few games right now, and now in the bottom 8 for today. So he's in the bubble. He needs some time here to assemble, But it's Setsuko. He's first of 8. He will just play himself, and it's only one more game. So actually, he needs to outperform, play the way he knows to. Well, like you say, right? Don't change the game. You already know how you prepare for the tournament. Just stick to your fundamentals, whatever they are, and just go for it.
I think coming into this one, we all agreed Americas really did send all of their best players. Their elites all end up in the top 16 right here. Dissoap, Weijian Iverson, and Setsuko, the 3 big heads of Americas, all still in the running right here. Setsuko is the one that is in the most, Dissoap is the one in the most danger right now, being about 3 points beyond the cut. But if they can make all 3, I think America is just throughout these sets cements themselves as the best region.
Right, the reason why we call them those big heads or the big 3 is because of the fact that their consistency set to set to set in competitive TFT is just so highly regarded. They have the highest average placements across multiple sets, and I think to be able to have that level of skill expression and the numbers to back it up, it is so unbelievably hard to maintain that type of lead.
And I do want to point out there also is a big 4 in Robin Songs. I'm sorry, I did not mean to slight him that way, but it's been a while for Robin Songs. He was here set 5 with the best performance, going all the way up to 11th place in the standings for TAC round. And even though he's won a couple of regionals, it hasn't had the same type of highs as the other 3 players. Now is his chance to enter that conversation.
Yeah, but that is why we don't consider him a part of that big bucket big 4, and it's because Robin Songs has been absent, as you've said. Still had such a legendary run towards the beginning parts of TFT, really ramping up in the competitive scene, but it feels so good to be able to see a player like him find himself in contention to play that 7th game of the day.
Now we're seeing the standings once again. Grenade, Dissoap, Experience, and Summers are the ones who will need to risk more to make sure they go into the green stage, the ones who will play an additional game, and after this game 12, 4 of them will be eliminated.
And a big story from LATAM as well. The last remaining hope in Tech Summers, a historic back-to-back-to-back run all the way in set 8 to set 10. We heard nothing from Tech since then on the international stage, but with low expectations coming into this weekend, he has really impressed across these last 2 days. He's now in a position to have everything still in his hands. He doesn't depend on others. He just needs
low
one good result.
expectation for some.
For some, hey,
like you.
Not from me. I'm
he
a
was my dark horse
believer
from the start. You were.
Me and Tex go way back. We've had long interview calls. I know his entire story. I've always been rooting for him. He has, I think, one of the most wholesome personalities in TFT. And despite people being down on him from maybe the Americas region because he hasn't been performing in the stats in AVP this set, in the scrims especially as well, when it comes to the most important moments, he shows up in a big way.
100%. And now we're seeing the top 8. So once again, in green, the ones who will advance until the next game, and on white is the threshold of who will advance directly for tomorrow after this game. Weishan doing amazing, HQ1H, Xiaoyu, and obviously Clicoren with that amazing run on today.
There's 4 players in tiebreakers from 4th to 7th place. That is going to be the most contested section of our standings. And right below that, I still want to give another shout out to Summer Timer. He actually had the best day 2 so far. Only behind Clicoren, already scoring 30 points on the day, and he's just such a rising star. I think Japan has always been a region that's been sort of, you kind of sleep on it, but then you realize how many finals that they've actually made in the past, and it's right behind CN, Americas, and of course the French.
A lot of that comes down to Title's presence in Japanese TFT. Speaking to Title after he won his 2nd Tactician's crown and the first one to ever claim that achievement, he was talking about how much he wants to see Japan as a region grow. And I think there are a lot of players that are eager to follow in his footsteps. So I'm really glad that Summertimer is one of those players to try to live up to that expectation.
It's amazing the influence on Title. You mentioned Summertimer. I want to mention also Robin once again, because when he won one of the cups, he said that his differential was that he was seeing Title's bots and just making sure that he fine-tuned the early game. That was one of his weaknesses, and now we've seen that actually made it out for Robin, and he's in a great position here to advance to tomorrow.
All right, taking a look at our lobby, 53 points right now is going to be that 13th position, the first one out after this game. So you really don't want to be in those bottom 4 spots. So all eyes really right now on those players that need to come up with something big. So Tech Summers, Dish Soap, they have definitely their work cut out for them today.
few
a
players.
lot of pressure on Dish. I think going for first place in a spot like this, it would really define his set. For him, it was personally in his statistics the weakest set that we've seen. We've never seen him go 8th that many times before, and there was a lot of doubts. If he can clutch this out, get that first place, and get into the next game, that would be massive, and we would feel his presence ever more.
I think it's still something to say, though, about making it into top 16 of this Tactician's crown as an achievement. But I think for Dish Soap specifically, what feels weird about it is that he's won the Tactician's crown twice before, and I think that's why a lot of people put a lot of high expectations on him. But you're right, Clement. Looking at the stats, it was something that was a little bit out of the ordinary. And I think these 2 weeks, though, that he's had to prep has really shown themselves in just being able to get 51 points through 2 days of competition so far.
Some of our players, eyes closed, trying to manifest the next encounter. Fingers crossed it won't be Garen, because that would really throw a wrench in everyone's game plan. You can't really prepare for what the emblems you'll be getting, how you'll be adapting to them, and it's all going to happen on the fly if that will be the case. We also saw yesterday in Game 6, Zed, Artifact Anvil, which was very exciting, opening lines like Seiko reroll, opening lines like the Vayne reroll as well.
Listen, I'm okay if this game that has the most pressure on it does not have one of the more unreliable encounters.
Thank you, Necra. Finally, we got you on our side.
I've been accused of not liking fun for saying the exact same thing.
Well, Clement, that's the biases you have to live with.
Oh, it just depends on the time of day, okay? But you can tell on all of our competitors' faces the weight of this game, how much it means to them. Everybody that comes into the Tactician's crown, despite maybe not having that same type of pressure on their shoulders, always has one goal in mind, and that is to make it to that final lobby and win at the end of the day.
Yeah, so important to maintain focus. Everyone with their own ritual, right? Maybe you just want to think about something, you check stats, they have dual monitor and they are able to do it, obviously right now. And we have a game. Here's the start. Most definitory game right now, and it will be Bai.
Okay.
There is justice in the world, and Bai will enforce it. Double components to start things off. We saw it yesterday in that Game 5 from Vomendeth. Very strong with hero augments, having a 3-item carry right away. Very strong with reroll as a whole. This really enables that 3-item spike to come through once you find the 3-star 1 cost at the start of Stage 3. And very good for overall item quality across the game. The average will be higher in terms of bis being found because you have a chance to get the early Rage Blade, the early Shojin in some cases, some of the AP carries like the Blanc.
Yeah, that's normally the angle right here. Click-on just with a start of Cheiko. That's something normally we know we're not seeing as a priority, but it could be a chance. And the rest of the players. Just to give you a little setup, if you're starting to see the transmission right now, Tech Summers and Bishop are the ones on bottom of with possibility, in this lobby at least, with possibility of elimination. So they're looking for a good ramp-up spot. They're looking for at least a top 4, top 3 would be even better. If not, they will be eliminated, and the rest are normally just playing just to be to advance directly to tomorrow or in that middle term.
The expected cutoff for this spot, we're expecting about 57, 58, somewhere around there, depending on exactly how the numbers land, which I heard you guys talking about before. Dish Soap, that puts him in a very scary positioning, needing a first place just to have a shot at that next cutoff.
Listen, I am shaking in my boots right now for all of our players that are fighting for survival here. It is going to come down to the wire. So really important to find an early spot that you can claim for your own, maybe bully someone else off of it.
Yeah, everyone will pressure normally with the Amber. So yeah, you need that spot. You need the angle. You need to know exactly what to play. And now we'll start with Prismatic. Very difficult here to go for economy, especially when people have additional resources. So we have items for Kambuli, just getting that additional ramp up, and he should be able to play tempo from here, starting with 2 Graves.
And this is a really insane setup for a few reasons. If he's able to win these first few rounds, if he's able to then get the actual components from Buried Treasures and continue the win streak the rest of the stage too, and if he's able to find a Graves too somewhere in this stage, maybe from Carousel. We saw it happen in day 1 where there was a Graves pair, no one really noticed or realized or cared, no one defended, and the Graves 2 came through, and then it became a massive win streak in stage 2 and 3.
We see Robin already committing to EXO line, having the crown, and also D-Shop having the Prismatic ticket, so there's going to be a reroll here.
Setsuko with living fours. Curious to see what he picks up.
There's a fight, so for now, Kambuli just trying to pop off, getting a Sterax, and here just the BT on the Graves, just trying to ramp, but it shouldn't be enough. Poppy's just holding up too strong, and there's some additional here for Xiaoyu. Kambuli needed this ramp up. It will not be enough, but it's a good angle. We can play around the Graves here, and then just try. Remember, Kambuli is good, he's in top 8, so if he gets a good position, he can enable being top 4 and advance directly to day 3.
And just in that previous game in this lobby, Robin actually took a second place with that Graves reroll. We saw it kind of miss and hit all throughout this tournament, so really it is going to be very important for Kambuli to get that Graves online to then be able to have the money to invest into the Ox.
We had a quick look at Dish Soap's board. We've said from the start, Dish Soap needs to be playing a 1st or 8th style here. It does not matter if you go 8th, it doesn't matter if you go 4th. Dish Soap needs to get a top placement. We saw him taking the shopping spree. This is an augment we've seen a lot of players take where you sack all of your early game health in order to get the additional resources, the additional rerolls from leveling up. We're going to see Dish Soap looking to spike very hard either. We've seen people play it on level 7, playing it with potential Cypher reroll. You could play it on level 8 as well with a loss streak into one of the 4-cost boards we've seen do well.
It's going to come down to what he finds on the carousel. He already had a Draven. He finds a Galio, can slot in Cypher early. He could become that uncontested Cypher player. And he's one of the players who needs it most, right? At 51 points, he needs a big result. We saw players, when they were in this position, scrambling to try and play Cypher reroll as a potential out. For Setsuko, most likely going to play into Vexotag, if I had to imagine. It's been one of his favorite comps alongside Boombot in this entire tournament. Maybe just Dynamo Flex off of a Light Chill Crest pickup.
Xiaoyu flexing also with the front line, but now committing a little with the with healing, with just additional possibility, with the Gunblade, and it's still open, holding some item and trying to go also for the Cypher line is possible, holding LeBlanc and holding the buy.
This could be anything. With the Gunblade, you're not committed to 80 or AP just yet, so keeping that option open. The Cornin, on the flip side, completely committed with the Exo emblem here and the early IE slam.
So that's 2 Exo, right? Robin, that's Robin and Clicorin going for the same line.
Hopefully that's the end of that count, but we have seen some players, when desperate, get a little bit degenerate when it comes to contesting one of the stronger lines in the game.
And Setsuko with the blue buffs, also with the possibility of going Exo. That's 3 players trying to go for a Sejuani.
Galio for Dish Soap, he's on the opposite side. Is there defense from Summer Timer? Looks like there is going to be. The Galio pickup is denied on Dish Soap. He scrambled for the Braum instead.
And that is tough, right? You need to kind of get that Cypher going early. Of course, you still have a chance if you get enough of the Cypher units in. Clement kept praising the numbers. In time, if you have enough on the board, you can still make that cutting point. But we also saw what can happen to Cypher players if they're unable to actually get those streaks going, if somebody is going to just really bully them a little bit if they wanted to. This game, thankfully, it doesn't look like Summer Timer is in the mood for that. Instead, we're seeing something very interesting here.
Yeah, playing, it's funny, actually. You were saying before, we kind of 2 Exo players. When I see Flexible being taken into Cypher, the first thing I would assume this person is playing is a level 8 Exo board. But we have 2 other players fully committed, and now you have a Rage Blade Slam from Summer Timer and the Cypher. You're probably not lost streaking into a Vanguard Marksman, which essentially means if I were Summer Timer, we're either just 3-way contesting Exo, or we're just trying to play something like Boombot.
For any other player, I would agree. But with the Slayer emblem, there is one particular player in the World Grid who played a little bit of Fenner reroll, who liked playing into the Slayer line as a whole, and that was Summer Timer from Japan. He tried to leak Taro the tech as well. Taro did not like it. He stopped playing it in the day 1. But maybe Summer Timer keeps the option open for a Vayne reroll. Maybe it keeps the option open for Slayers as a whole.
Yeah, let's see what the next emblem coming from Flexible is before we can get too spicy.
They're just maybe scouting, seeing 3 other Exo players and deciding maybe it's not worth a 4-way contest.
No win streak, so no one will pop off at least on that assembled Summer Timer and Disho, both with the lose streak right now, and Tech Summers just trying to play tempo here with Max +1, already slamming the Krakens and having good possibility also to play Marksman or go into an additional line there in the late game.
Talking about the overall player points, though, I'm not sure if Tex would be too happy to play into the marksman line. The only case where that would really lead to a very high placement based on what we've been seeing in the past couple of games is if he were to be able to get something like an Aphelios 3, a Zaya 3, or something along those lines. Leona 3, maybe even not
Tex
that
is
good.
not as bad as Disho, for example. He's just in the cutoff. So he has I think a top 4 is enough. Disho needs a 1 and a 2, probably.
Dangerous phrasing.
Yeah. And then Tex could go for...
The Latambai is a little bit too strong.
He did not mean it
two-time world
that
champ
way.
we're talking about. I want to say from Disho as well, he took the Galio steal from Summertime a little bit personal. He said, okay, you want to play 3 Cypher? I will play only a single unit. So if we face each other, I'll break your streak, Summertimer. Thankfully dodged him for now, but potentially this first fight of Stage 3 could see both Cypher players face each other, and one of them will have their streak broken.
Gets a free upgrade on the Skarner here. Is going to be helpful with that front line, even though that unit is not necessarily the long-term goal, but you're not mad about having that 2-cost upgrade for now. And Jin 2 actually also going to come online.
Yeah, really big upgrade. We've seen all weekend long how important it is to be able to have that Jin 2, not just in the early game, but even in the late game as that secondary carry for Zeri. Really helps that board start to come alive, but Robin is lacking the front line that he really needs to stabilize through Stage 3, so I'm not entirely sold on that being enough as of right now.
Summer's flexible, gets the bruiser here. So very good for now. That's not the idea for the late game, but for now, good for maintaining tempo, preserving HP, and even going for a win streak.
I think we're running out of potential EXO players here. It feels like everybody's
You
playing
play
this
EXO
line.
and you play EXO. Yeah, I agree. It's not necessarily what we're looking for. Summertimer, though, also on that flexible augment. Just to update everybody, had a Slayer in the first emblem and now got a Strategist from the second one.
Strategist, okay.
Hear me out.
Okay.
I love it. Love it already.
Vertical Street Demon Zed duo carry with Brand. It's time, baby.
That's great. Okay. Oh.
What's even greater
Build around coming through.
is build around, because we get to see some of the favorite augments in the 3-2 round. Forward thinking, an option potentially here for Tech Summers.
Build around, or forward thinking instantly picked up by Tex there.
Well, not instantly. He did wait 10 seconds.
Instantly. Instantly. Mentally, it was instant.
Listen, golden augments, and of course, it has to happen.
How many?
Xiaoju and Camberley both found that trait tracker.
Yep.
I believe we're going to be having a lot of emblems in this game with 2 flexible players and 2 trait tracker players kind of all assembling together here.
It's actually the best case scenario for Disho because everybody is going to be playing Exotech and Disho will be able to freely roll down and stabilize his board while everyone's on 1 stars.
Really great spot from Camberley here. 6 grays with only 16 Golden Axe stacks and so much gold tool to work with, so hitting very much ahead of tempo. It's going to be a little bit harder to make this work, but we have seen Golden Ox Trait Tracker via a line that has been played already in this tournament, I believe in day 1 from Klikornin actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of different emblems that can enable it. I mean, the most obvious, of course, being the Golden Ox. We've seen a lot of players see the Golden Ox emblem in the late game and opt not to take it when it's on something like the Carousel because being able to play 6 Golden Ox just isn't enough of a damage increase to feel valuable. However, when you find a Golden Ox emblem early and you can snowball with it on stage 4, suddenly it's not just about the power increase, it's about the increase in resources you get from the loot being dropped.
I think we have to talk a little bit about the outs that some of our players have that are currently leaning maybe adjacent to those Exotech outs. And one of them is on Camberley's board, who we just saw about that Golden Ox. We saw that yesterday as well. It's very possible to play the Golden Ox come with that Graves Rival into Trait Tracker because you have so many units in the Golden Ox come that can just benefit from the additional emblems there. So I love that for Camberley.
Bishop on Zedwatch coming to this next carousel. Summertimer could potentially deny him again. We'll see where he lands and if there is a Zed available. Already picked up a Zanyas off of Portable Forge at 3-2, so a strong setup already for this LeBlanc reroll. Carousel loading up. What do we get? Is there a world champ diff?
Win streak only for Setsuko right now. He's also top 16 right now, so needing also a good win to preserve. but maybe a fifth is enough just to advance into final game.
Want to pay attention to Dish Soap's items already. Picks up a second belt. At this point, does look to be way more, leaning significantly more into something like the Cypher reroll that we called out before. Getting frontline items for that Galio would be able to slam something like the Warmogs, or maybe just take care of his anti-heal. Make something like the Morellos for now. A couple different options.
Robin going for something interesting here, having two duplicators, selecting the augments and having that Exotech line together with the Kog'Maw. It normally should be the Jhin 3-star as a possibility, but maybe he's cooking something.
I think he saw that Exo was not very contested, so he's going for Mordekaiser 3.
That's what it was.
Well, but actually, let's talk about that. He, of course, picked that Exotech crown, so you're very much expecting him to play on that line, especially with the items that have been slammed as well. So picking up that heroic grab back that you're mentioning there, Hoopa, is clearly just a tempo pick to try and stabilize early on and make sure you're not actually falling off. But what is you reacting like that?
Oh, I'm reacting because it just clicked in my head that Summertimer, when we said that he picked up the Strategist emblem, it actually just means that he's playing Cypher reroll with the Strategist +1. And so not only was he able to get the early Cypher, he has what I would consider essentially, if not already, BIS on this LeBlanc plus the Strategist +1. I think Summertime is very quickly starting to look like the boogeyman in this lobby.
We also saw Dish Soap very smartly using some of his rolls here on level 7 to find a Zed pair actually, to try and stabilize his board. 9 loss streak. With a board as strong as this, it's really impressive. It means he's getting very, very clean losses. Not going to be, maybe he's going to be on 3 lives even once he catches out on this next round, and will potentially reach around the 290 threshold on the Cypher intel.
What does happen here though? Because Summertimer is so far behind in terms of gold, but he is ahead in terms of HP. He's already done his cash out, so he has the stats from the Cypher activated on his board. I don't think he has any opportunity to go into something like AMP instead. It's not something we've seen succeed. He doesn't have half as much gold as he would need to make it work anyway.
We saw from Game 4, there was the same situation with Volta and Lires, and they kind of gentleman handshake into 1 LeBlanc carry, 1 Draven carry. In this case, 80 items
break it to you.
On both players.
There is no gentleman's agreement happening here.
I think for Summertimer, it's more a question of when do I actually need to do something, or can I sit this out? Because Dish, obviously already rather low, still has a lot of rolls to go through, but that is a steep investment.
Oh
my
goodness, the world champion Diff, the best possible cash out for this reroll line, especially with Shopping Spree, means that Summertimer is locked out of playing Cypher. Reroll Dish Soap has full monopoly over hitting these 3 stars much earlier than his contester.
That was Gangly slow clapping, just in case you were
I didn't hear a single word Panda said there. All I heard was world champ Diff.
So the usual, no?
Getting everything directly here. So just far away a little from the Galio, very close from the LeBlanc, and only 2 away from the Draven. So he just needs to decide to hit something natural here and then just use the full resources and the 4 duplicators that he just get. There's the LeBlanc. So now he should be able to get almost everything.
Yep. Okay, now we're
another LeBlanc and shot
we're 5
2.
off, right? Okay, we got a LeBlanc.
1 off. There we go.
Yeah, we're good. That's 3.
Yep.
Boom. He hits everything. Not only does he get his board online, he closes the door on Summertimer, who can no longer 3-star these units except for the LeBlanc.
The only silver lining is maybe this was done in such an intense and quick manner that Summertimer was able to read the game plan and now pivot before rolling down, because if he's caught mid-roll down and caught with, 5, 6 copies of LeBlanc of Draven, he has no way to get out of this game plan.
And Setsuko with a win streak going up against the Exodia right now of Dish Soap, best possibility for Dish Soap to avoid additional win streak, and Setsuko will just need to take the loss here and then try to transfer to what you call out in the beginning should be the XOX or regular Rex.
I'm really curious on what Summertimer is doing as we have our next augment come on through.
It's the world champ Diff.
It is the world champ Diff. At this point, I'm willing to agree. But what you were saying, Panda,
really good to me, yeah.
What you were saying, Panda, I think is a really big point. We kind of need to see how Summertimer has handled that. When you were talking about it, he hadn't invested that much gold. At least he was still sitting on 50.
Yeah.
So there is a chance that he found a different avenue.
Kambuli now rolling deep into the graves, finds it. With still 40 gold, and this is the perfect spot right now, 28 on the Golden Ox tree. And now he can pop off, go to a rest. He's planning to reforge. Here are the emblems, and let's see what he gets.
We'll have to wait to see when he actually does slam on his board to see what those are. Looks like that would have been only his only reforger, I believe, on his bench. So only got the one chance. Some slams are coming through. Bastion Vanguard. Might be short.
Rapid
one.
fire as well, not too bad.
Oh,
yeah.
honestly,
There it is.
There's a couple pieces here that are working. Oh, EXO is the other one. I can see it on the Annie. Okay.
So another EXO player has been found.
That's right.
Oh, and Tech Summer's taking a huge win here. Kambuli not weak at all. Obviously not finding the rest of the three stars so far, but very huge here with the Graves. But finding Seri. Very contested, Seri 2, very important here for Tex.
I think it goes to show the power of the forward thinking coming through from Tech Summers. We saw him take forward thinking while many players might be tempted to slow play it or even perhaps go 9. He decides to roll down to 30 gold with it. Zhao Ju, though, down below 40 HP.
Great setup from Trade
EXO.
Tracker. Yeah. Has a lot of emblems that will work well with this EXO line. Looking at Tex's board, has a Zeri 2 upgrade at the very least.
And another 30 on the bench, just trying to grief the rest of the EXO player.
It makes sense.
Ensure a good possibility, yeah.
Very high EV to hold this unit worth so much more than 4 gold, considering the lobby complexion.
100%. And of course, if you are the marksman player, any additional copies of your carries in the backline, you're going to be happy about, because once the other EXO players eventually fall, that's going to be your win chance to maybe upgrade those units and try to find that 3-star to lock everybody else out. But I will also say, Tex doesn't have as much HP to give as everybody else in the lobbies. We are going to be going into our carousel, and early Garen can help some of these boards out.
So huge, the Garen. Being some pimps there from a few.
It's always the units.
Garen is picked up by Tex. Makes sense. Garen has a lot of value on the Exotech board, especially depending on what the Exo items are. I don't remember off the top of my head what Tex's were, but if you are able to get the Exotech mod, if you have the HP to kind of spare to get him in on level 8, then it makes it very powerful, especially if you can get an Exotech mod on that Garen, upgrade it. There are certain items that work very well on him.
Yep. Big pickup as well for Setsuko, finds the Aurora on this stage for Carousel. So gonna really help him find some stability, especially if he has a good unit to bring onto the board to get some extra stun value, maybe with Kabuko.
So something really interesting. You may look at this board and you think, yeah, you're classic Exotech, but that is not a Zeri. That's a Misfortune cosplaying as a Zeri right now.
Close enough.
And it's very clear why, because we saw on Texas board, there are 4 copies of Zeri. Cornan picked up Reinforcement as 3rd augment.
Oh, wow.
Picked up a Zeri as well, so has Zeri 2 now. Not very many Zeris left in shop. Robin recognizes that and says, okay, instead I will go for Misfortune in Zeri cosplay.
If I am Robin right now, I'm looking around the lobby and I'm like, are you guys kidding me? I took EXO +1 on 2-1, and suddenly there are 5 EXO players in this lobby.
And Robin's in the same position that Likoko was in last set, where he really only needs maybe a 7th to guarantee he makes it through to, at the very least, that game 7. A 6 would, I think, guarantee 100%, going up to 59 points. But we'll see if he can do so without his main carry.
Bishop taking an additional win that is so huge for him right now. Win streak, getting the Cypher reroll already online that we just saw before. Great augments. And remember, he needs a first, maybe a second to actually advance, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do.
That's right. Yeah, working so far, like you called out. He has all the pieces there, and going level 8, it does allow him to have those extra rerolls. I have to imagine he didn't use them yet, although he has upgraded both the Renekton and the Yuumi on his board, so perhaps he did try to stabilize his board and make sure that anyone who was spiking in the back half of stage 4 didn't steal a win from him.
Tech Summer's facing one of the Grim Reapers in this lobby. It will almost assuredly knock him out to just 1 life, still on stage 4. 17 HP is enough to survive, but can he actually win against Dishop's board? You have to imagine it's not going to happen.
Yeah, Galio's huge. Galio falls
Galio's down though. Zonya's not procced yet on the LeBlanc. That should be enough to win the fight. Tech's now down to 1 life. If there's another player that's equally as strong as Dish Soap, that could be the end of the road for Tex. That could be the end of the road for Latam as well in this tournament.
Yeah, Tex needing like a 4th, a 5th just to advance. And obviously beating this down is very, very, very difficult for him. Lacking the Sejuani and now looking for a good mod here. Doesn't find the Exotech mod that is so important here.
I assume that was Executioners being used on the Zeri there, as he already had the emblem. But I kind of want to point out something that I find really strange, because I did go ahead and take a little bit of a look at what Summertimer is doing. We were talking a lot about the contest between him and Dish and what that would mean, and the fact that he would need to find a new avenue. And that didn't really seem to happen, and somehow he's still doing fine.
The Setsuko special has started yet again. Fast 9 on stage 5. What can we find? Is there a full pivot? I think he's still going to be committing to Dynamos. Transfers off from a Braum, potentially into the Leona as his main tank. Finds a Zac, but not really too much more. Close to a lot of strong upgrades, but
yeah, no Vex.
It's a 5-loss streak. He is starting to freefall in the standings.
Yeah, still have our items all on our Morgana as well. We do find both, well, we have the Aurora, but we find the Kabuko, so it is nice to be able to pull that in, but yeah, I think you guys are both saying it. There's not a lot of damage on this board, which is the real thing that we're missing. We have so much frontline between our artifact anvils that have come through with the double light shield crest on the Leona, but right now we're really still just relying on a Morgana 1.
Dude, this Summertimer board is crazy.
Wait a second, this Morgana 1 wins the fight?
He doesn't have any of the 3 stars.
It's Cypher reroll, but with 2 costs in stage 5.
Cypher reroll minus
Cypher
the reroll.
Cypher tempo. Wild.
Yeah.
Look at it. This should not be doing as well as it has up until this point.
Granted, it is in 7th place right now, and it looks like it might be losing.
It is
out.
a Syndicate
I
Echo
still
on the
agree
board.
with you for what it's worth.
Summertimer potentially still safe though, right? 57 points. At the very least, he'll end on 58, which could be the cutoff.
Yep.
If Tex goes out before him, then that really does save his entire game, and there is an HP buffer to go for.
Okay, but we've been away from Dish for a little bit. We can check in though. 7 win streak. Still playing the same board that we've been seeing up to this point in time. At this point, it looks like he's saving his gold, going to be able to go to level 9. Get another way to spike his board there. Could be additional strategists, could be playing around the legendaries, could be adding something like an Aurora to pull additional frontline or damage in. So he has a couple different options. Just question is, does anybody reach a boiling point where they can actually contest with his board until then?
Yeah, and the free fall, Setsuko keeps going on. Now 14 HP. Tex managed to achieve a win here, only 7. So very much. Summertime, we say safe. Tex Summer with an 8 or a 6 is in bad position. He needs a lot more. And Setsuko is in a good position when, once again, if Setsuko takes a 7th on an ace, he could be eliminated right now.
Oh, tough one. Has the Sejuani in shop, but nothing really to trade out here right now to try and make that upgrade happen. We'll need to hope that the positioning is enough to clutch up one more round, make it into that carousel, and with the lock chop, get the upgrade afterwards. Runs into Cornin though.
Cornin has just gone 9, has trying to find extra ways to spike this Exotech board. Will it be enough? The battle of the Exotech
huge
players coming through here.
stun. Hitting so many of those backliners on the side of Tech Summers. You can see both backliners starting to hit each other, though the front line's crumbled. It's going to be Zeri versus the Zeri. It looks like Cornins is just barely going to lose there. Tech Summer stays alive, and Summertimer is going to fall in 8th place.
That might not be enough.
Garen with a marksman emblem here could be very impactful, and tragic from Summertimer, right? I mean, Dish Soap, everything went his way when it came to the roll down, locked Summertimer out entirely from his game plan, and just unfortunate game 6 here for the Japanese player. For Robin as well, Robin was in a weird way hoping for the downfall of Tech Summers, his old prep partner, because he's holding onto so many of those Zeris, so many of those Sejuanis. Robin needed him to go down this round so he could roll down his gold and try and find the key upgrades.
So the misfortune now with a Seri 1 only, as you just mentioned, and that's not enough. Everyone is full pop-off, and here's the roll down. Trying to find something else. There's an additional Seri.
Very pair.
Sejuani 2 for Tech Summer, also huge 3 items, so he could go for the second cast, and Robin cannot improve his board.
It's a tragic game from Robin. Really feels like, you know, he was posturing toward this line from the very beginning. That posture was not respected by the rest of the lobby, and because of that, finds his way himself so contested, just no way to dig out of it.
If Robin goes out in 7th here, he's going to be tying points with Summertimer. If he can climb above Tex, so if Tex goes out first, that would save him from at least a tie with Summertimer and maybe catapult him into the top roll.
This is the fight that we want to watch. Robin Song's up against Tech Summers.
Oh, Tex Summers is doing the Tex walk.
Oh, he's doing the Robin
The
walk on
Robin walk.
Robin.
No.
There's
Against
no
Robin.
way.
No way.
That is VM.
That
oh
is
my
correct.
god.
From Tex Summers, his old prep partner.
In his face.
That is a crazy level of BM. Robin laughing it off, hoping that 57 with his tiebreakers will be enough to maybe get some revenge in the potential Game 7 against Tex himself. Tex should be careful. There might be one more game between these two players.
So Tex guaranteed 56 points. If we're looking at that 57 or 58 point threshold, we're looking at least a 5th or a 4th to get him there. So the job's not done.
Yeah.
He's got to hope that Setsuko can fall before he does. On a 4 win streak, though, the 4 marksman and the upgraded Sejuani is that now he's getting so much ramping AD in this backline, and with the upgraded Sejuani, an additional cast might be enough to buy him enough time, but his time might be up. He's up against Dishop on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Dishop pretty strong here. Fully capped Cypher. Access to the backline, almost sniping out the Jin on the right. Front line still holding up for Tex Summers, taking almost a good win. And Tex Summers, no!
Oh,
The Sonya!
no
way! Against the Sonya.
Maybe good news for Tex. Tetsuko also eliminated on the left-hand side by the hands of Click Hornin. It's going to come down to the minus HP in the end. The loss was very close, and Tex Summer does make it into 5th place.
There's a world
Tex
where
ties Robin as well.
So Tex and Robin's going to come down to a tiebreaker.
Wait, there's a world where Robin beats Tex on tiebreakers, and Robin walks his way up to him in real life.
Wow.
In the Americas hub. That would be
Crazy thing to do that they're in the same hub as well.
Yeah.
They might be right next to each other.
We should take stock real quick of the 4 players that are remaining. Cambly, one of the players that's been performing super well all weekend long. One of the real, the up-and-comers from the Americas. Zhao Zhu, someone who I think has surprised the entirety of the field, being one of the top performers up until the last few games.
And Click Hornin equally so. Had an 8th place in the last game, but before that 3 firsts, and a 2nd. In this case, a top 4. Potentially now the last remaining EXO player, and has a chance to swing things in his favor with another 1st place.
Xiaochu and Click Hornin are the points leaders of this lobby. Of course, Cambly and Summertimer were also tied on that 57-point threshold with Click Hornin, but both of these players are in contention to make that top 4 cutoff, to move into day 3 immediately, to not need to fight one more round today, and just save themselves and go straight into our final lobby of the tournament. It's all on the line for them to maybe make that huge step. The rest of the lobbies are fighting out to maybe make it there in the 1st place.
Kambuli takes a loss. And Dishop takes the win. Remember, he needs that 1st or 2nd just to maintain himself alive and have an additional chance in the next game to take it until day 3. The 4 of them still alive. Kambuli, 2 life, 2 HP. Clickeren also. And Dishop and Xiaoju maybe 1 life above. Dishop with good possibilities.
Xiaoju, he's not content with the top 4. He knows he needs to make a statement in this Game 6. He's trying to make it to level 9, trying to become the strongest player and potentially contest Dishop for the win. He's on 14 HP though in stage 6. This could very well be just 1 life, so really trying to navigate that fine line.
And he's not the only one checking in with Click Hornin right now as he does go up against Cambly. We might very well see a double elimination here. It is stage 6. All the players are incredibly low, and Cambly tries to reach that backline with the Graves. Is tied up for a second, but is that going to be long enough? The Cho'Gath falls into his face. Graves does not care, reaches the backline, finds the Zeri. Renekton is there as well, and Click Hornin is going to take the loss here. With him, though, is there another player? No, looks like Dishop hang in there.
He does take a loss, though. Dishop finally taking a loss there. It's going to put him now at death's door. He should be fighting Cambly or the ghost of Cambly in this fight. Important to know, Cambly and Click Hornin, you mentioned it before, makes tied in points, 57 points, which means Cambly will be guaranteed more points at Click Hornin.
That's right.
Potential for a top 4 to be able to skip out of the next game and go directly into day 3.
And Dishop going 3rd him would put him in that extremely scary 57-point mark where so many players are on right now, where tiebreakers would decide who ends up playing that game 7. It's going to be Xiaoju versus Cambly. Dishop facing a Go should have an easier time winning this next round, and Cambly facing the strongest player in this lobby. Can this Graves board stay alive? Graves is onto the back line. He's onto this area as well. He's chasing her. The double pump kills her. Urgot's next, but Urgot cleans it up. Can Renekton win this for Cambulee? It looks like that will be the case. Xiaoju down to 1 life. Disho also down in third. 57 points might decide everything for so many players.
For Cambulee, you have to be ecstatic right now. 57 points going into the game. One of the highest point earners left in the tournament. Now going to be at 65. This could mean that Cambulee, the newcomer to the scene, the rising stock in the Americas, might find himself a free ticket into day 3.
We also briefly saw there Xiaoju celebrating that second place because it very well must mean that he is going to go into those, well, cherished top 4,
right.
the absolute honored spots that can just go straight there. But of course, there's another lobby playing. There's more points on the line that we'll need to wait for in terms of who ties who. So just a few more seconds and we'll need to talk about this game, of course.
Yeah, and in the final D-Shop, we were talking about maybe he needed a first or a second. He got a third, but as you say, makes another lobbies popping up in the same moment. Well, we need to check the math. We need to check the final numbers to see who actually is advancing, who gets eliminated, and who goes directly to day 3 tomorrow.
No one in this lobby ended up lower than 57, I think, with how it all shook out, which means that almost assuredly the cutoff will be at 57, and there'll be a tiebreaker where one, maybe 2 of those players end up making it through. Of course, we don't know the math in the other lobby, so we'll see how that pans out. But right now for Americas, a nervous moment because a lot of these 57 players are from Americas. It's going to be Robin, Tex, who maybe gets some revenge from Robin himself, Dish as well, and Summertimer, who had, again, a very tough game. The game was absolutely not in his hands once he saw Dish roll down.
Let's talk about this game just for a couple of seconds more before our standings are going to be updated, because of course the name of the game this time around was Exotech, and some more Exotech with Dish and Summertimer contesting on the Cypher lines.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a very strange game because nobody was necessarily looking to play into the Exotech lines from the very beginning.
Just Robin.
Just Robin, and then it was the flexible players, right? Which, of course, does give you the Exotech out, but we've seen all weekend long. It's not the only line that can be played. You wouldn't have thought that if you've only seen this game, because it did feel like if you have any additional emblems, the only thing you can play is Exotech. A part of that, though, is, for instance, Tech Summers, being given forward thinking, looking to play into this line, believes that he has enough econ to hit before everybody else. But then someone like Klikornin comes along, finds the reinforcement, and truthfully is a bit of a bailout, but you know, that's kind of how you have to play the game. And when someone like Robin is contested, you start adding all these things together, the game just gets out of hand extremely quickly.
I stand by it. I think Summertimer should have played center reroll.
Well, it couldn't have gotten worse, technically speaking. Thank you, Gangly, for
great
finally supporting me.
Just what I needed.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and the leader at the end was Cambulee, playing Ox, getting a good early game. We saw him with 2 Graves, getting Graves 2 very early into the game. Good augments also making them work. Flexible trade tracker that once again couldn't go obviously into the EXO and making it work, also getting those additional +1 into the item, getting the Senna 3 that you were asking for, but also in a different comp, and as you said, probably a possibility of advancing directly to day 3 with the points.
And Klikornin, I think the moment he saw he was in this 3 to 4-way EXO contest, he said, you know what, at 4-2, I'm going to forget about potentially finishing in the top 4. I just want to make it to Game 7. Went for reinforcements, understands his cap is not going to be the highest. We saw him go level 9, try his best, but then lose a lot of those fights in Stage 6. Understandably so when you're playing essentially an augment down.
I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk a little bit about the other players that landed in the bottom 4, Tech Summers, Setsuko, and Robin Songs, each of which I feel have such a unique story, right? You think of Robin Songs, the veteran of the scene, who keeps kind of popping back up no matter how many times you shut him down. Tech Summers, the legendary back-to-back-to-backs at championship run in the kind of middle days of TFT. And Setsuko, who I think if you just looked at him as a player and you saw the caliber and the accolades he's seen regionally, it would shock you that this is only his 2nd time at the set championship. It feels like, in a way, at least to the North Americans, we would expect someone like Setsuko to be a world champion at some point in time. To find them all on the bottom 4, different stories of whether or not they're either qualifying for the next game, getting themselves into the top 4, or losing out on their set championship run. I mean, it's an important moment for all 3 of them.
It is. And with that, we are going to need to take a look at our standings because they are ready. And once again, a reminder that the bottom 4 players are going to be eliminated here. A heartbreaking tie on the 57 points.
We knew Setsuko was the one who was going to break the tiebreaker with that many first place. So Disho, Bombendes, Tech Summer, and Grenade are the one confirmed to be eliminated. Robin taking the win, didn't take the walk, but taking the walk now for the next game and the possibility to advance for tomorrow.
Summertime are also going to be making it through. YBY1, despite the 8th place in this final game, did his homework the 4 games before that with a great consistent run. And closer and closer to making that final lobby. Looking at the rest of this page, we saw Canbili, we saw Xiaoju knock on their spots in the top 4. Weijin and AQ1H also locking in their spots in day 3.
AQ1H, Weijin, Canbili, Xiaoju, I think it's a top 4 that is, I think, surprising for a lot of people coming into this tournament. Weijin Iverson being the primary favorite, but AQ1H had a very poor performance at the APAC Regional Finals, and Xiaoju being the 4th seed of the JOC, certainly of the CN representatives, was not the one that people were most excited for. And a lot of these players showcasing that there's a reason that they got to this stage, they have what it takes, and now have punched their ticket directly into tomorrow. You've got to feel good if you're those 4.
You have to, but if you are a fan of any of the players that are currently sitting on that green bracket, you will need to shake just a little bit longer as our wanted poster up there updates once more to AQ1H. We are going to be playing one more game between those 8 players that are sitting in the middle. Once more, the top 4 are going to be moving on to day 3 as well to join our 4 heroes already chosen.
The scores are going to get sandwiched quite a bit because we're dropping the top 4 and the bottom 4. Oftentimes, when you have 16 players left, it can feel, or 8 players left, it can feel like some of them have nothing to play for. With the standings so close because we've dropped those upper echelons of scorings, now every single player in this lobby has to play for whatever placement it is that gets into that threshold. Everyone has something to play for. None of them have lost their chance to play tomorrow.
That being said, of course, no point reset whatsoever going into Game 7. So some players have a leg up. Players like Cornin, who missed out on that 4th place spot, is still sitting on 62 points. Just needs a stable finish. Just needs a top 4 potentially to lock in his spot in the day number 3 and to lock in one of the biggest comebacks we've seen in TFT coming to day 2 of TAC Crown.
Espirion also getting in with good mental, getting a first in the final game and being close to that cutoff. And on the other hand, Setsuko is the one who made the tiebreaker with 57 points. So he's the one who will need the most points and probably the person to see if what risk he's starting to take and if he managed to get that possibility to advance to tomorrow too.
There's a bit of a contrast forming when you look at players from the Americas that are qualified into this top 12. Weijin, Iverson, Setsuko are the ones that come to mind compared to Mia, where in that region, it's not the favorites. It's Klikornin and Experian, who I think by many people's standards would be surprised to see those be the 2 representatives in the top 8, especially when you send players like Gobo and like Coco coming into this event.
Listen, are we forgetting about a certain someone here? I'm
German
just
bias,
asking.
gang. The German bias.
Oh, Solo's there. I didn't forget about someone there.
is also still in there, and someone on this broadcast picked him as favorite to win. So.
I wonder why.
Because he's a great player with amazing skill. He has fantastic execution. Of course.
Positioning,
very obvious.
scouting.
Yes.
The meta sheet as
Lane
well.
selection, spot recognition. You want me to praise him some more?
We'll see what Solo can do. He is a player that usually plays more for top 4s, usually plays more for stability. Maybe that'll be enough to get him across the finish line in this game number 7, but I think with everything ramping up, maybe it'll be time to play that first-rate style, to play more for the Boombot, to play more for the Cypher out. The contests were crazy in Game 6. I feel like it'll be similarly so. When you're playing for, everything at stake, you want to try and play for those strongest comps, for the meta comps, if you can get that far. Cypher, Urgots, and EXO, I imagine, will be incredibly contested in this final game.
Especially on what they give us, right? We know encounters are a thing. We have seen so many Auroras giving us Prismati in the start. Garen was the first game of day 1. Could happen now. We talked to Necra. She was like, okay, I don't want Narina. Now could be a good place to start. So that volatility could be important right now.
I would imagine that if you were one of the players going into this last lobby, I think I actually disagree a little bit with your sentiment, David. I feel like if I'm one of the players in this last lobby, there's one thing that I really want, and that's to play uncontested. I would rather be able to play something that is slightly weaker with a free lane to get there. Obviously, it depends on your spot, right? If you're someone who's at that 57, 58 point threshold, it's way more difficult to do that and then navigate to a top 3. If you're someone like Licornin, though, leading the pack with 63 or 62,
Yeah.
63 points, yeah? You are in a position to say, if I hit my units, I might be in top 8 tomorrow. And to me, that's kind of enough.
You know what comp Clicornin loves that will probably be uncontested?
Rengar
Jinx reroll.
Yeah, you know what? I'm here for it.
Down.
Okay, never mind. Don't do it,
Let's
Clicornin.
see it.
Don't do it.
Rengar Jinx.
Stick to Exotech.
One time, Licornin.
No, Game 7, everything aligned is not the time to play it. You won 8th both of the last
That's
time.
the time to play.
Hey,
He's in
Dish Soap
such a
Game 1,
great
he
spot.
popped off with it of this tournament. So the bravery was there from Dish Soap at least. He got a third with it in the very first game of the tournament. I think from the right spot, Clicornin could pull it off. He has a lot of mastery on the comp. We'll see if he has the audacity to do so in a Game 7.
That's nothing to do with audacity. That's just bravery, boldness, knowledge, and skill. And I would command him for it. But here's one more look at our final lobby for today. The top 4 players are going to be moving on to tomorrow. The bottom 4 players on our total points leaderboard are going to be eliminated from the tournament. I think we got a great selection here, gentlemen.
Every single one of the players in this lobby has a beautiful story behind them. We haven't gotten a large chance to talk about Zembai, but this is the TOC champion who not only did he win the TOC, he won the TOC in just 10 games between sweeping the semifinals, going into checkmate, winning 10 games. It's been an incredible run for someone who was not given a lot of attention and has really exploded onto the scene in the last year.
Yeah, on the contrast, someone that has so much attention and very good recognized by it, YBY. We haven't talked about him. APAC representative, the hero of this region. He's been playing amazing, showing some Dynamo flex in a good spot. When we see the average placement of Dynamo is not being amazing, but when it's in hand of Weish and Iverson, of YBY, that's when it pops up, because you need to navigate the early game to actually get to the full ramp up of the comp.
Even Experian, the only player left alive in this tournament to back-to-back top 12 in attack round. It's incredibly impressive consistency from a French player. He did so last set. He's back, locked in the top 12 again. He is not going to be happy finishing 10th, even if it's better, or 9th. He wants to make it the final lobby especially, and he's in a position to do so.
He absolutely is. We saw a lot of his emotions already come through in the previous game where we were watching him as well. A very reactive player, we say a lot, but maybe that's what is going to help him go across the finish line. If, you know, emotions are high, stress is high, sometimes that kicks players into an extra gear and they're just able to take off all the way. I wouldn't be surprised looking at how he's been playing thus far.
Yeah, you have the both contrasts. Like Experience, obviously, he's being fed by emotions. And then you have people like Weish and people like YBY that you see them more calm.
They're killers.
They're killers. And being cold is very not they're not killers. If the way I would phrase it.
I like how you just repeated me.
Yeah,
Trust me, or just repeat whatever I say.
Cold-minded. Cold-minded, focused.
I
like
would say
clear,
analytical.
and analytical.
How is
Logical,
that?
analytical makes sense. Yeah.
Look for us for support, not the gang.
Yeah, we are currently waiting for that lobby to start. Just in case you're wondering, there's one more game of TFT coming up, and it's going to be, I would call it high-octane TFT. Would that be correct?
I mean,
That would be
absolutely.
correct.
Every single player is going to be firing on all cylinders. As you know, in America's representative, I think it's very obvious that most of our region is looking to Setsuko right now, because the last time that we saw him at the Set Championship, he had a dominant run during the group stage, the Swiss stage, made it all the way to day 3, and then it didn't look like him anymore. I don't want to be disrespectful, but it wasn't the Setsuko that we had seen who had earned his spot in the top 8 that showed up on day 3. Since then, he's had incredible results. It's not like his results have been bad by any stretch. He's narrowly missed the Set Championship time and time again. Finally found his way back here, ironically doing it without winning a single game at the Golden Spatula, and here found 3 wins in the first 7 games, and it showed the kind of volatility that many people associate with Setsuko along the way.
Yeah, and also you mentioned he didn't win a game and actually qualified here, and then he tweeted and he was no, not Twitter in the title of the stream, learning to go first place. So actually the rest of his training was just trying to force the additional line, and he made it happen. We know day one full first place and 8th place, and then making the ramp up, and now with the opportunity to advance to day 3.
I want to talk about a player that we haven't hit on as much just yet, and that is Summertimer.
Yes.
We were very hot on Summertimer coming into this tournament, saying this is an incredibly promising player, barely missed out on making it to the crown before. This time around, finally makes it here. And then the first couple of games, they didn't look too convincing. But I looked over the stats, and let me tell you that since game number 5, so the penultimate game yesterday, he hasn't taken a single bottom 4 placement. So he's truly been what I would call ramping.
Summertimer, there's a reason people were excited for him, right?
Because it's his season.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
It is
I see.
summertime.
It is literally his season. That's pretty good. It is summertime. It's summertime. And he's had an incredible set. He had the best AVP in APAC. Everyone starts to look at him. You look at his career stats, not just this set, but the last couple. You see someone who's been able to maintain a sub 4.0 AVP. It's not an easy thing to do, especially in a region as difficult as APAC. And I think that it shows the promise of talent outside the stars of APAC, right? We know Tidal, we know YBY. We see these players time and time again on the global stage, and we expect them to do well. And so it's beautiful. We get to see this new talent flourish, have their time in the sun, and that's what Summertime's doing.
And also, we can see the contrast of maybe other players that maybe can go to Tactician Cup every time and maybe don't perform at regionals. He's the opposite. He only went to 2 cups, not the 3 of them. But when he's there, he performs. So that's why I like to see him. It's like aura player. He's actually, when a meta is good for him, he outperforms what maybe people are expecting. That's why AVP is so high, because even though he doesn't have much games as the rest, when he plays, when he's set up, and now he looks like it is, he's make it work. So a player to see fully.
I think it also ties in with Clicornin in some ways, because these are the only 2 players who are representing, their countries by themselves. For Clicornin, it's Turkey. For Summertimer, it's Japan. We had big performances. Obviously, Tidal is a standout where the moment someone from your country, from your community, someone that you know dearly, you play on ladder very often, has such international success, I think it's inspiring in some ways. You said, if Tidal can do it, if I can learn from what he's doing, I can watch his VODs, I can study him, why not me? Why can't I also do it, have a great set, and make it this far? And Summertimer's in that position. Clicornin, similar story. Darkest 2 sets ago, Magic and Mayhem, made that top 8. Clicornin from the same prep group, from G5, and said, Darkest, what do I have to do to reach that pinnacle? What do I have to do to make it that far? He's now in the pole position, 5th place in the standings, just 1 maybe top 4 away from repeating that same success 2 sets later.
It's one of the beautiful things of TFT, I think, on a macro level, because it only takes one person to put your region on the map. It only takes one person to inspire the masses of that region. We've seen it in Brazil, going all the way back to the early days of TFT. We saw it in OCE in the early days of TFT. To be able to see it in these sub-regions of EMEA, of course, like Darkest, like you're mentioning there, it is a beautiful thing to see how TFT impacts life, and to see how it impacts groups of people who want to achieve something great. It's that inspiration to say, if you can do that, I can do that too. It's a beautiful story, and it does make Clicornin's story very special on this stage.
I think it absolutely does. It was an absolute pleasure to interview him back when we did for our regional finals. And honestly, I would love to hear from him again now that he's already made it thus far. But of course, we are still waiting for our lobby to start here. I do genuinely want to talk about Zulukazang. I know we were memeing a little bit, but for anybody that isn't as familiar with him, just give me like a little bit of an idea of who he is as a person, because this is the most hardworking person I know, and that for years at this point. He used to be a pro player in League of Legends, then shifted to TFT when that was released, and from then on has basically streamed TFT every single day ever since the game was created, and done so with passion and drive. He makes a lot of guides, very similar to Robin that a lot of players from the Americas will know, and he's just an absolute, flag holder for the DACH region that has inspired so many players like Wet Jungle, players like Kevin Parker, who we've seen at individual tournaments just do so well.
when every regionals comes around, Solo and Robin prep together, actually. They prepped together when Magic and Mayhem as well when they both qualified. These are players who are now again in the same lobby. They kind of have this connection despite it being overseas, despite it being two regions that usually are in a rivalry, especially here on the couch with Americas and EMEA. And in this case, it's going to happen again in this lobby. Hopefully, I think for both of them, they deep down inside want to both try and make it. Robin has a much harder path. He needs to have a more explosive finish in this game, which is contrasting to his usual playstyle of playing more methodical, playing more for a top 4. So we'll see what Robin can do, especially in this game.
Yeah, both of them. As you said, not only same story group, same style of play. Playing that predevelopment line, going for the win out on level 8, stabilizing marksman. Vanguard normally is just a standard comp, but actually it's been performing very well. So if you get the right spot, if you go full tempo, there's the chance for them to take the win. And now we're seeing the points. Remember, only 4 of these players after this game will advance to tomorrow, and 4 will be eliminated.
It's not Garen, it's going to be Aurelion Sol instead. Treasure Dragon coming in the end of stage 4. We mentioned it earlier on, some important tech to keep in mind. With around 20 gold on average, you can usually find a spatula or a pan at the Treasure Dragon, so there are cases where you have an explosive vertical trade that could almost be guaranteed in a game like this.
Harkens back a little bit to what some of the things we've seen in set 12 even, where players were trying to leverage their econ to make sure that they had a bit of extra gold through stage 4. You don't want to be stuck at your Treasure Dragon with a Treasure Dragon shop that doesn't spike your board. It is the worst possible case, and if you do find yourself there,
I'm sorry, but Clickcornin loves playing melee bruisers, and this is what he gets, stage 1-3.
The Gold Nox is online so early?
I mean, I'm not complaining. That's an EMEA player. You go, Gangly. That's cute.
Yeah, it is great. We've seen it so many times, the importance of being able to get the Graves online. Not only does it, give you clear direction, it also opens you up to a lot of different high roll picks on 2-1. Things that give you additional items, for instance, even additional gold. Golden Ox is one of the few ways in this game that you can directly translate gold into combat power. Alongside Zach, the other way to do that. It's a unique interaction of the game that is not very commonly seen.
The Senna is online for Summer Timer, and more importantly, for now at least, the LeBlanc in the shop is being ignored. Summer Timer did not like the taste in his mouth after that Cypher 8th place in game number 6. YBY1 also has a Galio already, so potentially going to be a contest on Cypher.
Ooh, we are going to get the hacked augments coming through with the trait augment on the left. So we might end up seeing players locked into very specific lines. Probably not 5 Exos this time around.
All right, it's
hopefully not 5 Exo this time around is what you're saying. Interesting.
Board of Directors with the Senna drop on stage 1. Very powerful.
I was not memeing. He really does like playing the Senna reroll. It's a comp that has resurfaced a little bit more in this last patch. We'll see if Summer Timer pulls out one of his specialist comps in a pivotal, maybe even a final game in this set for him.
We're getting some more directional augments being picked up on the left-hand side. Matter of fact, most of them are. Senbai picking up the Golden Fleece. We're seeing Flatline from Zonogazang, as well as the Memory Bank being picked up from Experian. A lot of our players are saying direction is what I need in this very last game of the day, and the gold augments are willing to serve.
Yeah, we got a hostile takeover from Robin Songs, so that's going to be interesting. I think right up his alley in terms of wanting to play some of the more meta compositions.
Some bad news for EMEA. Solo and Clickcornin both angling towards potentially a Vanguard Marksman line for now. Reactive Shell for Clickcornin and Flatline for Solo Gasang.
Only one that kind of took like a generic augment is the Salvage Bin from YBY1.
The Robin Walk starting early potentially. Hostile takeover. And Cypher is not yet online. There is no Vi. You have the 2 hardest of the Cypher units to find in stage 2. Draven and Galio already online. Missing the LeBlanc and the Vi for now. The level to 4 trying to play this win streak Cypher.
We're going to be seeing whenever he can fit that in. But of course, in Robin's position, he is on that 58 kind of group of players. Zulugazang, Robin, Summertimer, and YBY1 all sitting on the same score. A lot of it is going to come down to whether or not you can beat out the other players that are sitting on that score. So going into the Cypher does make sense. Hopefully this time around, we're not going to be seeing one of the devastating contests as we have been seeing in some of the previous games.
I think it's so risky to actually go into Cypher when there's so much on the line for this game. We've seen the Cypher be able to get into top fours very easily, but we've also seen it flame out. And I think when you have a player in your lobby that's going to be playing this win streak Cypher, you are going to have even more risk attached to actually contesting them.
For someone like Robin, though, his back's up against the wall, right? He doesn't really have many other options apart from playing the high-risk playstyle, right? A fourth or a fifth doesn't do all that much for Robin, right? He needs to be able to not just get points, but leapfrog in the standings. The scary thing with Hostile Takeover, though, is being able to upgrade your 3 costs is it's just inconsistent. That's just the reality of it. Unless you can find some sort of, upgraded rapid fire, upgraded bastion in the early game to really make that composition come alive, it's very hard to play consistently.
But early level to 5 from Solo here, trying to defend his current win streak, trying to throw a wrench in Robin's plans as well, while he still does not have Cypher online, actually missing the Vi. And the LeBlanc pays off here. It looks like should be a win against Setsuko's board. Setsuko could be angling a more standard line, maybe Exotech Zeri, maybe the Urgot with the Kraken's Fury Slam.
Okay, rapid fire question for all of you.
Okay.
If you had to pick one of these spots, whose would you pick? Nick?
I'd pick Robin.
Robin?
Yeah.
Panda?
Considering their points?
No, just considering their boards.
Wow, how come I got 2 seconds to answer and everyone else gets a ton of time?
No, what?
Because we
I just know
actually
you're
have
quick on your
notes in
feet.
front of us.
I'm going to go with Summertimer. He's going to get a win with center reroll. It's time, baby.
Unironically, I would have set Summertimer as well. I think this is such
I'm not being ironic.
a unique position to play into, and he's going to be uncontested. I think it should be a nice game for him on this line. Necro, what do you think?
Wait, can I just interrupt? I just want to make sure everyone knows that you were normally playing Vex with Board of Directors. We're not playing center reroll.
He's
This
been
is
playing
like a
a lot of Wayne center reroll.
I'm the non-believer.
I just want to make sure that, it's very possible that this is just another Vex game.
Yeah, I do think it usually goes to like the Vexotech, I think.
Gangly, you have not done your studying. Like the world scrim.
gotta believe.
All right, you're right. I would happily be wrong. I just want to make sure we're covering our bases here.
Listen, I want to hear Necro's answer.
I like, well, not Setsuko's spot, because I think when I take Cluttered Mind, I get very dizzy. So I don't think that that's the one for me. I think Solo Gasong maybe would be the one that I like the most. You already have very good items when you do have the Kraken's Fury on the Jhin, with the flat line, just being able to get the execute. I think it always just puts yourself in a position to play a more tempo-oriented game, and that's really where I like to play my TFT from.
The Gornin hearing a whisper from Lococo here, buy the fiddles.
No.
I was thinking about it as well because, him and Zulugazang being on similar lines, I was kind of hoping that Clickcornin would go into that Graves as he had it picked up so early. But instead, we're now looking for another out, it looks like.
Zolo and YBY, both 100 streaking. Setsuko, the only person capable of getting the full loss streak. So important to keep in mind those 3 players as we get out of stage 2. See which of them is going to be able to maintain the streak, find themselves at an economic advantage going into stage 3.
It's tough because I feel like both Setsuko and Robin Songs are angling to play a little bit of Cypher, but as I say that, I think Setsuko did just make a couple of adjustments to his board, which are going to change his lane. Got the Nitro in instead, and at least it's going to be another unit, but the Nitro stacks are going to be very infrequent with the actual 1-stars you have on your board.
Robin, they're farming those losses. We're going to be needing to check in on the lost streakers. Setsuko, like you're mentioning, Necra, on a great streak. Experian trying to build one out as well, and so is Robin. He definitely did win early on, but if he can keep it up from here on, it's going to be nice now that he has the Cypher in play.
With a Cluttered Mind, with the extra little bit of econ, Setsuko going to have an easier time reaching what should potentially be just an Exotech Zeri game. We'll see what his 3-2 augment is going to be. For Summertimer, the Sennas are long gone, and we're stuck in the boring default game plan of playing around your Vexotech, potentially your Dynamo as well. It was one of the big enablers for Elise Braum reroll on the patch that Elise was initially buffed, and she took over the meta. Now, a little bit less likely, especially with Dynamo being played by Experian as well with Memory Bank. But an early Misfortune maybe turns this back into the Dynamo.
Take it.
I mean, at the very least, it feels like a good pickup to have right now. I mean, you can play this over the Jhin. At the, it's going to be a little bit more powerful without Exotech on the board.
It is tough when you take those forecasts so early, though, because especially when you're looking at these win streakers in the lobby, the loss streakers in the lobby, you want to make sure that you're keeping up your econ at least a little bit. And holding a forecast unit like that, you're missing a break point.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely absolutely a cost associated with it, no doubt.
Let's talk a little bit about YBY1, because we mentioned early with the salvage bin, he's one of the players that kind of didn't go for such a formative augment. And thus far, looking at the items, I don't think we're 100% locked in just yet, but he definitely has a good selection going.
If there's anyone that never locks in until stage 4, it's a player like YBY1, a player like Gobo, who learned from him in his rise to stardom, a player like AQ1H, who we've seen across the entire tournament, just trying to stay as open as possible, avoid what happened in the last game, where so many players were forced into a single lane. Prismatics coming through at 3-2.
This feels like a buried treasures angle to me with Salvage Bin. I feel like that does open up a little bit more of the Exotech that YBY1 could play. You also have a little bit more for the tank options. Maybe you get some good items there. So I think that makes the most sense.
It takes some power away from YBY1 right now when he's on his 6th win streak, though. So potentially might lose a streak off of not having the immediate strength from the entirety of the augment right now.
We're finding someone locking in, though. Setsuko is telling the lobby, listen, this time for sure you guys back off. I'm playing Exotech. Maybe
it's tough.
Maybe that does say something to YBY, who took the buried treasure. But like you called out, David, if there is anyone who's willing to stay open, it is YBY. But with buried treasure, obviously, we're gonna want to play somewhere in that line.
It's rough, though. I mean, you've got Summertimer playing with the board of directors that could easily pivot and play at least a couple of Exotech champions. And the fact that Setsuko has locked himself in, YBY1 could still leave that lane open. There's going to be quite a few people contesting for the Zeris as well as the Sejuanis.
The cost of taking buried treasure for YBY is losing our streak here. Like David was calling out before, the delayed power amp of it is that you don't get the full value of your prismatic augment until stage 4. And so YBY sacrificing a bit of that streak to try and get a stronger late game. At 58 points, I do think it makes a lot of sense. You have to sacrifice something at some point if you want to make your cap higher.
Yeah, but I think for a lot of the rest of the players in the lobby, you did see everyone kind of take something associated to items. You got red 1 buff, 2 buff there for Summertimer. You also got Wand Overflow for Experian, which is going to give you a little bit of that combat power. But roll the dice for Klikornin. Blinding Speed for Solo Gasong. There is a world where YBY1 catches up in just a couple of combats.
It's very interesting, right? Because all of those players are just kind of went for direction first, and now we're trying to get the combat power in, now we're trying to scale. And so if you don't have that direction early on, YBY1 actually did really well with having the early win streak, was of course cut short now, and will need to kind of try to stabilize rather soon and then pick a lane as well.
A great pickup for the augment round from Summertimer especially. It just solves all your item problems for Vexotech we saw from Setsuko earlier in this tournament, where he didn't have the blue buff for Vex and just fell off in stage 4. In this case, has close to perfect Vex items already. The duplicator to guarantee he can stabilize on his roll down on stage 4. And Setsuko's a player who played a lot of Vexotech this tournament, even finding ways to win with it.
I think Klikornin knows the name of the game, which is play tempo. He wants to play the Vanguard line, off to take the, I forget what that augment's called, the Radiant Thieves gloves, right off the bat. Rascal's gloves? Roll the dice, yeah, roll the dice on that Vi, get a ton of value. Klikornin clearly wants to maintain HP, play tempo, get your points, make it into tomorrow. He's doing everything he can to try and avoid a bottom 2.
6 Vanguard locked in. This is the way to do it. You're going to have probably a guarantee of a win streak throughout most of this stage 3. Still as we're moving through here. And also Robin has picked up Trifecta for his Cypher board. The takeover potentially starting right now on a 2-win streak, has to try and maintain this as well, kill as many units as possible to get the unique intel traded off of unit kills instead of losses.
That's right, a little bit of a different game plan, but we were talking about, Necro, I think you mentioned, with how risky it is to go into Cypher in a lobby where everybody's out for each other. Going into the hostile takeover actually makes that a little bit nicer for yourself now.
I think it does a little bit, but I think the fact that Robin Songs took a little while to actually get the Cypher going means you're missing out on some stacks. You also have a lot of players that have hit a lot of upgrades on their board and are trying to play tempo, so I think Robin Songs a bit behind the curve.
He's going to take another loss there. So I think at the end of stage 3, we'll have a better picture of exactly where Robin is sitting on this board based on both his stacks, but also whether or not he's able to get the upgraded Draven and LeBlanc and full items on his 2 primary carries, the front line and the Galio, and then the Draven in the back line.
I would say right now, I'm incredibly worried for both Setsuko and Experian. Setsuko, 36 HP, picked up Exotech Circlet on 3-2, which is not considered an S-tier augment pickup. In any case, unless you're able to find, a prismatic vertical trade or something to get real good value from this emblem. Think about things like Flexible giving you so many emblems where Circlet really only gives you this one.
I mean, it's a very high risk, high reward. Cluttered Mind is going to make sure that you spend a little bit less gold to actually get to that level 8. You've got this loss streak to also help with your gold generation before you do your roll down in just a couple of combats. And you gotta hope that you're able to be the first one that's able to hit your upgraded board. If Setsuko on 4-1 or 4-2 does not hit that Sejuani 2 as well as that Zeri 2, he's out. That's it.
Even if he does, what's the cap when you're picking Exotech Emblem at 3-2 when you have Cluttered Mind where the econ evaporates on your 4-1 roll down for a player who potentially needs to get a first or a second or a very high result to end up making it to that day 3. So it's why I'm a little bit worried for Setsuko. He's not playing Cypher. He doesn't have a huge resource injection off of this 10-loss streak.
I will say, we saw earlier in the day in another lobby that Zhao Qi played a very similar line, playing the non-Cypher loss streak into Exotech, was able to find the top 3, narrowly missed out on the top 2. So we've seen that it's possible, but I think, David, the warning is very clear. Oh, man.
No, a prismatic orb.
The influx of resources is going to be huge here.
Okay. It really devalues Cluttered Mind, especially for Setsuko.
Absolutely.
Spirit just nodding along, saying, okay.
Okay, so Setsuko getting a support anvil. We got the artifact anvil there for Experian. But the fact that everybody has access to this prismatic loot means that these rolldowns are going to go crazy.
Garen 2 would be the big one. If he finds a Garen 2, as long as the upgrades on the Zeri, on the Sejuani would be huge. Zeri pair, missing Sejuani, found 1. Is this enough to stop rolling here at 30 gold?
I think he has to keep going. You need these upgraded units, and that's, wow, what a beautiful roll down.
Okay, I think Setsuko's game is going to be all about playing on the wire. You need to be able to play on a nice edge to maintain some econ so that you can go 9. Because if you're stuck on 8 in this game, you're absolutely doomed. But hitting not only the Zeri 2, but also the Cho'Gath 2 with his emblem gives him a lot of frontline. There's a world where this is enough, but I think the 4-2 augment is going to be the most telling of Setsuko's position.
For Experian, it's really not looking good as well. Roll down to 10 gold, is still on MF1. Leona 1 has not upgraded his main tanks. This augment could make or break a lot of the game plans in this Game 7.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing what comes around right now, and it will be silver augments to finish off the lobby. Keep in mind, there is a treasure dragon also still waiting together with that prismatic orb that we just got. There's a lot of resources being injected into this specific lobby that players will need to navigate.
Yeah, but we just saw Zenpai and Robin Songs insta-pick the rolling for days, so Robin Songs probably going to try to use those pretty immediately. He needs to upgrade this Galio 1 copy away. You're able to find that early Zed, so you can get the 5 Cypher in, but now it's about finding the extra copies of the LeBlanc, 1 away from both the Galio and the LeBlanc, and I think you got to keep going here.
For the same reason that Panda was saying that the prismatic orb is bad for Setsuko, it's equally bad for someone like Robin. When you're playing Cypher, you want to have the increase of resources be enough to outcap the lobby. But when everybody's getting a large influx of resources, it makes the resources you're getting from Cypher feel less valuable.
And it makes your HP loss relatively feel that much worse, basically, because you just aren't able to translate that into relative strength.
And I will also note that a lot of the players in the lobby are hitting. Senbai has found that Graves 3. We did see Setsuko find that Zeri 2, find the Garen early on. And for Robin, that LeBlanc 3, that Draven 3, they haven't appeared yet. And this is where you would have liked to already be streaking.
Does he cash out here, though?
That's the big question.
Yeah.
It was an, I think it was an artifact.
It looked like an
anvil.
artifact anvil to me. Yeah. Support anvil. Okay, support anvil comes through. There's a question of whether or not he actually does take it. He has, I believe, it was around 40 HP, so maybe he can make it to the end of the stage. There's a world where Robin does say, this is not enough to win the game, and I might need to go a little bit deeper. The problem is that if you go deeper and you don't hit soon enough, I think your game might just be over right there.
But I don't know. Again, Robin Songs is in that 58-point region where you don't need to win the game. You just need to beat your opponents. And that's everybody else that's going to be sitting at that tiebreaker with him. And if it's going to be a third, a fourth, that could be good enough to make sure that you make it into that final lobby tomorrow.
You're in so much trouble. Donkey rolling every single round, trying to find the upgrade on the Leona or the MF. And we're not seeing it yet. Still on one star for both of his carries.
Carousel rolls around. This could be big for some of our players. So something like a Garen is waiting there, and it is. And
Whoa.
it's also bonus component
Say
hack.
something else, Makes. How'd you do that? Setsuko does pick up the Garen pair there. Also important to note, most of the players in the lobby have rolled to 0 to try and stabilize on stage 4. There's only a handful of players that are remaining with any more than under 10. Setsuko is one of those players sitting at, I believe, around 30 gold right now, is trying to make his way to 9, or at the very least, have many choices going into the end of the stage Treasure Dragon.
As we are looking across this lower third there, I just quickly want to call out that both the Exotech players in Setsuko and YBY1 have found that Zeri 2, which is so vital to that comp. That also means if anybody else was thinking about it, well, tough luck. That is not going to be an option anymore. She will not come around. And speaking of not coming around, that story seems to happen for Experian as well.
1 gold off, tragic. You can't really give up on the misfortune here. You're going to have to wait one more round, and you're going to be on potentially 1 life as well for Experian.
It's really tough, but Experian was one of our players that was in a fairly good position, not just barely beating out that 58-point tiebreaker. If you go out here, I think the hopes of making it into that final lobby are all but over.
It's the nature of playing a lobby with all 8 players remaining all in it. The standings will flip completely on their head depending on how the scores go, because everybody has such a strong influence on each other's scores.
No
Close,
cast from
but
MF.
not enough.
No cast from Elise. The Zanya procs in an awkward way. The last loss, hopefully for Experian after this Leona upgrade.
Oh!
Finds the MF as well. Is this going to be enough? That is the big question. And what spike does he get from Treasure Dragon? He doesn't have the gold to choose. It's going to come down to maybe a lot of variance on what his first or second options are.
And there are a couple of people in this lobby that are really strong now. I mean, the fact that Robin Songs has hit almost all of his upgrades, you definitely don't want to play against. He actually has hit everything outside of the Z2, so you definitely don't want to play against him. I think Setsuko as well, being able to stabilize his board, is another person that you don't want to hit. At least the Sejuani is a 1-star, but Experian could get very unlucky with this matchmaking, and I believe he's going to be playing up against Kokornin.
He is. On the left side, though, we're also getting a glimpse of Zologesang, who we were kind of worried about with his lane choices, was maybe also looking at that Zeri, and you can just see how his board disintegrates in front of her eyes, takes him down incredibly low, and Experian is also going to get eliminated here. That is most likely not going to be enough. Had 59 points, but an 8th place is just going to throw you so much further back.
I think it's going to be mathematically very challenging there for Experian to make it, which is tragic based on the day 2 that he's had so far.
Yeah, he's for sure out. Looking at Zenbai, though, the flip side, he's hit everything. I mean, rolling for day, sure, you have the extra gold injection from Golden Ox pumping and just getting you that much more gold, but Senna 3, Jarvan 3, Graves 3, an insane setup, plus Aphelios 2, which is directly colliding with the game plan of Zologesang and Kokornin, who are both still on Aphelios 1.
Also had a lot of gold to roll for something that he felt comfortable with, right? Ended up with the teaming up, getting a little bit of gold. Gets the support item as well, and he's going to be able to make that next interest threshold. Was that it? Wait, did he actually get the Zephyr? Did he reforge that, though? Oh, looks like he reforged it and got the treasure chest. This is one of the compositions that we've talked about all weekend long. Get so much value out of additional items. Senna 3 has no items on it right now, which means that when that treasure chest does pop, we're going to be able to position in a way that Senna can get some items. It does make it a little bit awkward with the Lash Whisper being on the left-hand side, but if we want the items on that Senna, we might need to move to the right. Either way, it is going to be something that is very high value for Zenbai's board.
Key roll down for Solo Gasang. I believe he did not hit any of his upgrades, and he's on a 5 loss streak still. Going to be on a Felios 1, Zaya 1. I mean, he's at 4 HP. He's going to be out.
Setsuko goes 9, finds an Urgot, misses on the Garen pair, but also misses on the Sejuani pair. A really heartbreaking miss for Setsuko, who despite being on a 5 win streak, is certainly not guaranteed that streak now.
Solo goes up against the corner, and Content also doesn't have that Aphelios 2 just yet, as both players are kind of looking at each other. But what he does have is an Urgot in the backline and a strong front line in that Leona 2 as well. Maybe positioning can clutch it out. If one more ult comes through, it will be enough for Zolo to hang in there by a sliver of an HP.
Setsuko takes a hit, down to 12 HP on the right-hand side. If he can't find the Sejuani 2, can't find the Garen 2, it might spell disaster for Setsuko's run. Might cut it short, and his dreams of top 8 could be lost right here.
Yeah, I mean, Summer Timer has the Sejuani 2. The Sejuani is also being contested by YBY1, and that just means there's so many others that are out of the pool, making it harder to actually hit that upgrade.
Not good news for EMEA, not good news for the Americas. All 5 players currently in the bottom 5 of the standings are going to be Americas and EMEA players who are fighting for their lives, trying to find one position more to try and make it into the day 3.
We have found Urgot 2 for Setsuko now. He's up against Cornin on the right-hand side, so there's going to be a lot of damage in the back line. The question is it enough to beat this Vanguard front line before your front line falls? There's the ramping damage of the Marksman on the right hand, but our Mordekaiser is still alive,
Solo.
And the Cho'Gath is ramping up. It's looking really good for Setsuko this fight.
Both players just barely making it in this round on 5-2. One more chance to find those key upgrades.
It was really good for Setsuko that Urgot actually avoided the Sejuani stun as well. So thank you, Gangly, for such a great tactical breakdown for the anti-Sejuani positioning.
Question now is, what is our matchup? There's a lot of players with low health now. Klikorinen has taken a couple losses. We might get to see Setsuko up against Ologasong. 2 players desperately fighting for their tournament lives here.
I think the one player you do not want to see on the opposite side if you're low right now is Robin. And so that is going to be the boogeyman of the lobby right now. But none of the players that we're watching are going to be running into him. On the side of Zulugazang, it is YBY1 on the opposite side. Klikorinen is going to go up against Summer Timer. Left-hand side, if that misfortune can survive, they are going to be able to clutch it out. For Klikorinen, the story looks different. He is going to go and get eliminated here. Is the points leader of this lobby, but just got fate taken out of his own hands.
Question is it a 7th or is it a 6th? How did Setsuko fare? It looks like he fell. He might have fought against Robin off screen. So Setsuko going 6th at 57 points will unfortunately spell the end for him.
Yeah, Experian finishing with 60 points, Setsuko finishing with 60 points, and Klikorinen with 64.
Potentially enough for Klikorinen still to make it into that top 8, into that day 3. But for now, all of EMEA's hopes currently on Solgasong in this last game. He's on 1 life hit to try and mount a comeback. Similarly so for the Americas, only Robin left alive, but Robin at the very least, he's taken over. He has a 5 win streak now with the Cypher coming through.
Yeah, Robin really just wants to be able to outplay Summer Timer, YBY1, and Solo Gasong to ensure being able to make it through to that final lobby tomorrow.
Quick little bait here. We're watching Zulugazang's board, not Robin, but big upgrade for Zulu now, having found that Leona 2, that Aphelios 2 finally coming together as well to maybe keep the Marksman dream alive. But it is Robin on the other side, and that is the boogeyman.
You gotta watch where this Draven is going to cast on his first ultimate. So much power coming into the Renekton, but it does avoid all of the Draven ult on the end, unfortunately, of Sologasong. The backline stays alive through the Draven ult, but isn't able to break through the Galio, and unfortunately, Sologasong will take a 5th.
Going to be putting him on 62 points, I believe. We'll need to see where everybody else is going to be landing in the end and how it shakes out. But one player that definitely still has fate in their own hands is Summertimer, just pressuring down on this lobby after a super great early direction, and also looking for the ultimate cap out, keeping pairs of Sejuani and Vex on the bench.
Really insane setup. The 1 buff, 2 buff really helped him out, as well as Board of Directors. Kind of a throwback comp to a few patches ago that took over in a big way, this Vexotech. And now he's level 9. He has a way to cap around legendaries, maybe even, as you're mentioning, Makes, finding a 3-star 4 cost as a win condition. We could see a comp like Vexotech, which usually top 4s find and win here as well for Summertimer. And he might need it at 58 points. The Graves is onto the back line. The pumps come through. Vex is down. Does Bears get the damage in the stun in time? No. Graves survives. Should be able to clean up here, and Zenbai is continuing to scale as this game goes on, as he reaches higher and higher stacks on the Golden Ox tree.
Things are not looking super good for YBY1 though. On a 4-loss streak, you cannot afford to take another hit at 4 HP, and that's really going to make things quite tight in the race for the top 4 to make it into that final lobby.
We can see Robin Songs ended up holding off his cash on stage 4 till the 405 cash out. We saw the support anvil come through earlier, but Robin saying that's not enough to cap out, and we're seeing the effects of that now, right? The 7 win streak from Robin Song is starting to look like the boogeyman in this lobby. And even though Zenbai has been running away with a lot of these fights, we can see that he's not streaking, meaning at some point in time he lost to Robin.
The IE or the Hodge potentially going to come through. Going to get the IE for the Draven, transfer one of the items over onto Zed, and have Zed be a scarier bursty carry with the initial damage coming out from the Deathblade, trying to, alongside Draven, burst down one of the corner carries.
Summertimer hit a Koboko 2 and is also going to move the Thieves' Gloves over there, or at least give some items over to that Koboko. And that just means the stuns are going to buy so much more time for the rest of your board in the back, like this Vex, to really pop off.
Right-hand side, YBY1 going up against Zenbai's Golden Fleece, and fitting for this name, most of his units are also turned golden as he has assembled a giant team. But is it good enough? The Senna and the backline did finally come together, Panda, but Senna reroll not looking too strong enough to take out YBY1 though.
And the power of Jarvan 3, he's a tank, but he can also be a carry, especially with the Sterax Infinity Force build we saw there, soloing the Jhin at the end to win that fight. Robin gets the win against Summertimer, cements himself as the strongest player in this lobby unless something crazy happens, which, it's there with the Vexes potentially for Summertimer. I imagine with the goal that Robin has, and Zenbai as well, they will be playing some defense. There is a Vex actually on the board here for Zenbai, so it will be very difficult for Summertimer to find the 3-star 4 cost.
With YBY1 dying, we do have a couple of updates to make. Zenbai is going to be guaranteed to make it to day number 3. Click Cornin as well on the tiebreakers and ending this game with 64 points. And Robin Songs looks like to be guaranteed as well, being able to make it into the top 4. We're right now just going to be looking at who can win the game.
Robin Song is one of those players that you've known his name for so long if you've been following competitive TFT. Made it to the set championship back in set 5 after winning the regional finals for North America, and did not have the placement that he wanted. He came back in set 12 after once again winning the Golden Spatula, and again failed to make it into the top 8. It's fitting that Robin, in the event where, in the set that he did not win the regional finals but won the 3rd cup, has gotten his 3rd chance at glory and is very likely going to be sitting in the top 8 tomorrow.
That's right. He is going to be going up against a ghost copy here, I believe, on the right-hand side. This real deal. Zenbai going up against Summertimer, and somebody is going to get eliminated here. Like you mentioned, Nekra, it is mostly just for honor, glory, and bragging rights as this game does come closer to a finish. And we're going to get another look at this glorious Golden Fleece from Zenbai as it takes out Summertimer, leaving us with our top 2 in Robin and Zenbai, and one more round on our carousel.
What an aura play from Robin to pick up hostile takeover at 2-1, to like he did in the last game, send a message to the rest of the lobby. This time the lobby respected the aura, respected the Robin walk and said, okay, you can be the Cypher player in this lobby. He had no Cypher in for most of that stage 2, but once he locked in, once he started getting those wins, he just took over the lobby, a 10-win streak now.
Worth it to know, Executioner +1 was picked up for Zenbai there. Going to be able to put that on the Senna, and while Zenbai has struggled to consistently beat Robin the previous times that they've fought, this is going to be a significant spike, less so for the Senna, more so for the Graves, as you're able to get your vertical Executioners in, your 3-starred units, and especially as you get even higher on Executioner, you get a lot of value from the increased durability that potentially comes from 5. I believe we're sitting on 4 right now, but the extra power, the extra crit might just be enough.
Look at this backline clump, though. If the Draven casts onto the Aphelios, onto the Senna, they're pretty much done and dusted. Zed comes in. The cleanup crew destroys everyone. Can Graves now clutch it up against the Draven? The Draven turns around.
No way!
Gets the kill. The Robin walk commences. And what a momentum win for Robin here in this game 7. He needs it to have that aura coming into day 3.
Listen, I cannot read lips, but I can tell you that he just said, let's go!
Yes, I think...
Unbelievable run. People have said so many times that Robin Songs is the low cap player. He can never be the greatest of all time. He's too low cap. Robin Songs making it into the finals of the Tactician's Crown with this win, doing it in hostile takeover, sending a message in a dominating fashion. It is beautiful to see for the old man.
So thematic for Cyber City as well. Robin Songs fans rise up for sure. It was a little more of like a Robin step, I think.
That's right.
He was
Robin hop. He didn't want to BM too hard considering there's still a whole day left and he doesn't want to get embarrassed tomorrow.
Oh, but what a great way to kick things off for this game. Just Aurelion Sol, I think, one of those encounters that is kind of better to plan around. You know what's coming. As long as you have the gold, at least you can tailor some of that armory too.
And what better way to plan than with 6 people in the lobby going for a straight directional augment this early on. Very rare, I feel like, in the current meta of TFT, but super interesting to see how this one played out.
I will say I think this lobby in this final game was not as satisfying as I would have liked, because I think the key word to define it was desperation. So many players we saw rolling down to 0 at the start of stage 4, just trying to find any upgrades. We saw it from a lot of the players that ended up in the bottom 4 as well, where they just weren't able to find their upgrades. Their game plans were not quite panning out. We saw it from Setsuko, from Experian, from Solo as well. And it was a tough game. You could feel the desire, the need to try and get as many points as possible to try and make that day 3.
That's the pressure, and I think especially with so many players being at that 58 points, a lot of the mental starts to trend towards, I need to just finish in top 4. I need to finish better than my opponents. What is going to beat the boards that I see? And especially as you were calling out, Makes, with the directions picked so early, I think that was also something that a lot of our players could plan around and go, okay, well, do I really want to opt into contesting? Or do I actually want to try to play something that should be a little bit more open, all things considered?
While we didn't see nearly as much contesting this game as we saw in the previous one, something I do want to highlight is something we could call contesting tempo, right? When you look at someone like Setsuko, who was playing this full open, was able to maintain the 10-loss streak, but didn't have Cypher in the entirety of that, played it into the Exotech board, and truthfully, was extremely powerful. He hit the cap, he hit the two-star upgraded units, both the Cho'Gath and the Zeri. He was able to go 9, was able to find the 2-star Urgot. At the end of the day, though, if you're going to play for a cap-out board, if you're going to play for a win-out, you better be able to win out. And he couldn't, because Robin was playing the hostile takeover. As an America's fans, it was tragic, of course. You can't have them both win out. So you have to kind of choose one or the other. Unfortunately, for Setsuko, it was Robin. Fortunately for Robin, it was Robin. So, you got to be happy about somebody.
Well, and I guess we are happy, but also maybe a little bit upset at some of the bittersweet endings of this day. Let's take a look together at our standings and how they shook out after that very final game. Of course, we know we went into this with 16 players, but not all of them can make it to the final day. So 8 remain. The top 4 have already moved on to day 3, but we're going to get another look at our top 16, at the players that just barely were not able to make it, and YBY1 and Solo Gazang are going to be falling on the wrong side of that cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, on this page, unfortunately for our players in 13th to 16th, they did not get afforded the opportunity to play out the 7th game, so unfortunately their points will stay as they are. But for everybody else, I mean, Setsuko, Experian, watching them fall at that final hurdle, it was very hard to watch.
Experian, at the very least, did improve his placement from last set by 1 position, but still not quite the result he was hoping for, trying to fight for that top 8.
YBY1, who's been 3rd place at the 2 previous set championships that he has attended, unfortunately will not have the opportunity to relive that run. He's going to be out in 9th and is the last player to be cut before that top 8.
But for our top 8 players on this page, they get a chance to fight it out tomorrow on the final day of competition. So congratulations to Weijin Iverson, Kambuli, AQ1H, Xiaoju, Senpai, Robin Songs, Click Hornin, and Summer Timer. We will have a new Tacticians Crown champion at the end of our final day, and that's so exciting.
A historic comeback, especially from Click Hornin and Summer Timer, considering where they were after Game 5 yesterday and where they ended up now after all 13 games are done and dusted, qualifying into this top 8.
I always love it when we look at the final lobby and I see every major pan region represented. That's my favorite thing. You know, just there's someone here for everyone, just fighting it out for honor and glory for their region. It's so, so cool to see. Of course, there might be an overrepresentation of a certain region. I'm just going to point that out.
We get this one.
All right. Well, we do have someone very special on the line that is representing that region, and that is going to be Weijin. Weijin, welcome. I hope you can hear us all right after such an amazing day thus far. How are your nerves at the moment?
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, I got pretty nervous in like the last 2 games because I knew like if I took like a bad placement, then it would set me back a lot. But yeah, I managed to pull through, and yeah, I'm super happy to be in the final lobby.
We're absolutely happy to have you here on broadcast, and of course, we've been cheering you on along the way. Congratulations for such a major performance thus far. Can you maybe share with us how it's been to be at the hub in Dallas with the other Americas players and friends and family there to cheer you on?
Oh, it's been amazing. Yeah, it's been like super cool. I got to meet a lot of people for the first time, and everyone did a great job setting it up. So like a big thank you to everyone. And yeah, it's funny. Sometimes I can hear like people next to me like so for like the go talking, but yeah, I don't really think it's impacted my play at all. I've been able to focus, and yeah, it's very similar to playing at home. So happy about that.
Are you guys like reviewing stuff in between after days, or is it more like everyone's for themselves? Maybe something you want to share with the viewers at home that are wondering?
It's a little bit of a free-for-all. I'm actually in a study group with like Solo Gasong and Tristan, who are like 2 other participants at Worlds. They didn't end up making the final lobby. Solo got like super close, but yeah, I did a bit of review with Solo after day 1, and yeah, like a big thank you to him as well because he helped me a lot.
Weijin, I want to ask you, you have had your first set where you've had the time to really lock into TFT. Before you were juggling other responsibilities and still had great performances in the international stage. Do you think it's been a big difference for you? We've seen you climbing so high on ladder on 2 different accounts as well, coming now into a final lobby yet again. How does it feel to have time to fully invest into this game?
Oh yeah, it's been amazing. Like I'm on a bit of a summer break right now, and yeah, I remember like last Worlds I wasn't able to play scrims at all because normally the scrims happen like very early morning for NA, so I had to like go to my job or whatever. But yeah, since I'm on a summer break, I was able to play the scrims. I played like every single day, like probably like 6 to 10 games around. And yeah, I think that was super helpful. There were like some similarities from the regionals patch, which I had a decent amount of practice on, but I think like some stuff like Dynamo and Cypher and Boombot were like very important this weekend, and I feel like I was able to like get a lot of reps on them, and especially playing against like world-class players like in the scrims. So yeah.
Weijin, one of the things that stands out, I think, the most about your play in general is just how consistent you've been, especially over the last 7 sets, right? You've made it to 5 set championships in the last 7. What do you attribute your consistency to?
I think part of it is part of it is all the people I talk to. Like if I ever feel like I'm not very good at the game, I can just go say like, oh, hey, I suck. Can you guys help me out? Can you guys teach me how to play? So that definitely helps a lot. And I also think like I play, like I use my intuition a lot when I play. Even if I know that something would be like bad in the stats or like it's not something that you can do very often, I feel like I'm able to like recognize the spots where, oh, like actually in this scenario, it's like pretty good, even if it's like my first time like playing like that line or whatever. So I feel like just using like my intuition, it just like carries across sets, and I'm able to stay like very consistent because of that.
One very quick question. Tell me what's going through your mind when you realized you did not have Bulky Buddy's value on your board.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like kind of like freaking out. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna go 8th now, and like I lost so many placements because I forgot about Bulky Buddies. Like, yeah, I got a bit like stressed after that, but thankfully I managed to pull out like a top 3 in that game. It was honestly a pretty undeserved top 3. I probably should have gone like 8th or something, but yeah, I'm just very glad that I didn't go 8th, and I didn't have like the stress of playing in Game 7.
Yeah, we kind of saw you in that moment where you realized you needed to put the Bulky Buddies together. You had to sort of shrug it off. When you're in a high-stakes situation like that, can you tell us a little bit about how do you just get yourself out of that mental rut?
Yeah, honestly, I think it did affect me a bit there. Like, there was like one more round where I was like swapping, and I like messed up my positioning because yeah, I was like panicking a little bit after that. But I think after the game, I was able to, like take some deep breaths and like realize that, I went 3rd. It's okay. I'm still in like a really good spot, and I just have to like play well in the next game. And I think I was able to like reset my mental and play like pretty well in the next game. I was very happy with how I played my game 12. So.
I think you played fantastic all tournament long, but of course there is that big day waiting ahead of you. You know your competitors now. What's kind of going through your mind as you look upon that final lobby?
I think like one big thing is the format's checkmate, and the style that I've been playing right now. I'm playing like a lot of Dynamo, and I'm playing to top 4 rather than like win games. But if you actually want to win checkmate, you have to like win the game. So yeah, just thinking about like, if I'm gonna like adjust at all or just keep doing what I'm doing. That's something that's on my mind a lot. And yeah, honestly, I think it's like a pretty strong final lobby. I'm very happy that we have 3 Americas in the final lobby. I was like watching like Robin and Cam play a bit this weekend, and I think they're very deserving. So yeah, I'm just really excited for tomorrow.
We're super excited for tomorrow as well. Before we let you go, of course, after such a long day, is there anyone you want to shout out, people that have been watching and have supporting you, or anyone else maybe?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, shout out to the people I studied for Worlds with, which was Solo Gasong and Tristan. Shout out to everyone I studied for Regionals with. That was like my friends like Lala, Bosso, Philip, Replay, all those guys. Too many people to name. And also shout out my parents and my family, who are just like very supportive of my TFT career, and they always watch all the events and like cheer me on, and send me like a nice text message after the day's done, whether I do well or not. So yeah, big thank you to. Oh, and also shout out to everyone who helped organize like the Dallas LAN, because it's been a great experience.
Thank you so much, Wei-Jin, for taking the time to talk to us today. Best of luck in your games tomorrow. We'll be watching, and we are going to be hearing from you hopefully soon as well. Take care.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Bye. It's so great to talk to our players, and honestly, I love that they make the time after such a stressful day for us. Of course, Wei-Jin got a little bit of a break there during that last game, but still, it's amazing to hear from them. And if you, like many other people, have had your pick'ems throughout this tournament, here's your reminder that pick'ems are now going to be open again until the start of the day tomorrow. How are you guys feeling about your pick'ems?
My pick'ems are doomed, but the good news is we got one more chance. Tomorrow's the day I win pick'ems.
Well, I forgot to submit mine for the first 2 days of competition, so before I go home, I am going to make sure that I do them. So that is a in 5 minutes kind of deal.
Necro, you're the one doing the reminders. How do you forget to submit them?
Because I'm so worried about making sure that other people are doing their pick'ems that I forget. I'm looking out for the people. Exactly.
Save others, but she couldn't
first.
save herself.
No,
I couldn't.
You're looking out for me, Necro. I forgot to do my pick'ems on the day too. Thank you, Makes. I will do them the moment this broadcast ends.
That's right. And Chad, I have a task for you, because of course now the next time we talk about the pick'ems, all you have to do is add Necron. Reminder that pick'ems are open. Right. Shout out to AWS for powering them and bringing them to you, and you can head on over there and fill those out. Of course, also a reminder that we are going to be here back again tomorrow. Games are going to be starting at 1 p.m. CEST, that's European Summertime, and 4 a.m. PT. Great thing to wake up to, if you ask me. Pre-show is before that, if you want to see that as well. And make sure you check out our socials as well. Compete TFT over on Twitter. But there is one more thing that is happening today, and it is quite a big deal to all of us here at this broadcast, frankly. So we want to take the time together and wish a certain person a very happy
Oh,
birthday.
no.
Panda's birthday.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Panda!
birthday, Panda!
I thought I was in the clear.
No, you were not.
That's right.
How could we let this go?
You send your happy birthdays in chat, everybody.
This is a scary happy birthday with Pengu coming.
Oh, and the cake. Bring it over, Clement.
Yeah,
bring
come
the cake. He's got to blow out the candle.
Careful, Clement. All right. Click Ornan, you better win tomorrow.
You're not allowed to say that!
I just did, Megs. I just did.
That's right. Wow.
Jinxed your
Happy
own
birthday, buddy.
birthday wish.
Thank you.
Can't believe it.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, and good night.
Let me see this cake. What's he got?
What type
For
is
me.
that?
What's he got? What kind of little cake you got there? Look at that cake.